Chapter 1 Coercion. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. A hoarse voice sounded in his ears, and Li Shiming only felt a slight tingling sensation in the back of his neck. This is being controlled by someone with a sharp weapon. He never thought that he was kidnapped just after a walk in the back garden of the Nanling mansion, his own garden. Don't do stupid things, I don't want to hurt you, as long as you do something for me. The hoarse voice continued. Li Shiming didn't dare to move, and as the people behind him approached, a thick smell of blood entered his nose. The people behind him are very satisfied with his knowledge and practicality, and he doesn't have the spirit of a scholarly business and ignores his behavior. I don't know what you want me to do? Li Shiming asked calmly. Young Master Li, take this pill before helping me. The person behind him retracted his weapon and said. Then a hand brought a black pill to Li Shiming's head. Hearing the person behind him calling out his name, Li Shiming was startled. The other party dared to hijack him even though he knew his identity. Either he was a desperado, or he was absolutely certain. Although the tingling sensation on the back of his neck disappeared, he still did not dare to resist. This body is only a 15-year-old scholar, and he has never learned any routines except the radio gymnastics in his previous life. He took the pill from the blood, and without looking closely, he threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. Of course, he couldn't be so honest with taking pills of unknown purpose. The moment he swallowed the pills, he put the pills into the computer room with a slight movement of consciousness. The computer room space, a space to travel with him. 3 days ago, after he discovered that he had traveled through, he found that the computer room of the university library in his previous life coexisted with him in a strange way. As long as Li Shiming thinks of the computer room space, his consciousness will enter the computer room space. The core of the entire computer room space is a large server IBM Z15 composed of 4 cabinets, with a dedicated uninterruptible power supply on one side, and some maintenance tools in the tool cabinet on the other side. Because the uninterruptible power supply has no power, the large server IBM Z15 has been reduced to a display. However, he found that the computer room space can be used as a storage space, and he can put the items he touches into the storage space. When the people behind him saw Li Shiming swallowing the pill, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Shiming's identity is too convenient to do things for him. Others may be suspected of buying what he wants, but no matter what Li Shiming buys, no one will doubt it. Master, the pill you take is called Sanri Duanhuan pill. If you don't take the antidote within 3 days, your whole body will rot and die in 3 days. You don't need to think about finding a doctor. The famous doctors of Nanling Mansion, they can't make an antidote within 3 days. The sound of a long sword being sheathed came from behind, and then a hoarse voice said. Can I turn around? I'm not used to talking to people like this. Li Shiming asked in a deep voice. Young Master is so courageous. The person behind him praised and took a step back. Li Shiming turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a broken left arm. The broken arm was still bandaged, and a faint red oozing was visible. Li Shiming quickly thought of the big case mentioned by the young servant Mo Yen. Yesterday, a man in white from Tianxi Anglo killed 7 guards of the Weiyuan Security Bureau, and only the chief guard Wang escaped. What's more important is that the man in white had his left arm cut off by the man in white when he was fleeing. Boss Wang, can you tell me what you want me to do? Li Shiming asked in a deep voice. Being called out of his identity by him, Chief Officer Wang was not much surprised. As the son of the prefect, it is normal to know what happened to him. Tianxi Anglo was a big case that just happened. I don't have any grudges with the young master. As long as the young master helps me with my affairs, I swear to God that the poison of the sun will be cured. Poisoning is really helpless. Chief Guard Wang bowed his head slightly and said. UU reading www.uukunsha.com. There was an apologetic look on his face, as if from the heart. Li Shiming was not affected by this in his heart. He has been a human being in 2 lifetimes and has a very clear view of human nature. Regardless of whether the chief guard Wang was helpless or not, it was a fact that he threatened him with poison. "This is a prescription, please help me to buy the medicinal materials and brew them and send them here. I think that the young master is a smart person and won't do anything with the medicine. I can immediately know what is wrong with the medicine. The antidote for the Rijuanhun pill is gone." Chief Guard Wang saw that Li Shiming was very calm and was not influenced by him. Knowing that it was useless to talk too much, he handed a piece of paper to Li Shiming and threatened. "This piece of paper is very old. In addition to the quantity and age of various medicinal materials, there are also requirements on the cooking method. It will take some time to purchase the medicinal materials on the prescription. I will try my best to deliver the medicine at night." Li Shiming glanced at the prescription and said solemnly, "According to memory, several medicinal materials in this prescription are very precious, and it will take a lot of time to use the relationship between the government and China." Although he was not threatened by Sanri Duanhunwen, he still had to do a full set of acting. "Okay, I'll wait for you behind the rockery." Of course, Mr. Wang knew that the herbs in the prescription were difficult to deal with, otherwise he wouldn't need to spend so much effort, just find someone to solve it. "I hope Mr. Wang will stick to his oath." Li Shiming put away the prescription, gave him a deep look and said. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left, and Chief Officer Wang looked at his disappearing figure with admiration flashing in his eyes. However, Chief Officer Wang's admiration was quickly replaced by killing intent. He could not let Li Shiming live anyway, but he completely offended Li Shiming. Even if he handed over the antidote, if the prefect knew about this, he would have 9 lives. Not dead enough. Chapter 2 Red Beans. Li Shiming walked unhurriedly on the garden path. It's not that he didn't think about speeding up, but he didn't know if the chief guard Wang was watching behind him. He needed to show his composure to calm the chief guard Wang's heart. After he left the garden area and sought his own yard, most of his worries were relieved. Now he is faced with 2 choices. One is to report the matter to his father. The original father is Li Wanyuan, the prefect of Nanling Prefecture. Although he is only a 4th rank, he is the most powerful official in Nanling Prefecture. With the power in the hands of his original father, Li Wanyuan, he was fully capable of inviting a master to kill the Chief Dark Master Wang. Another option is to do what Chief Wang said, and boil the medicine according to the prescription. Let's deal with it first. If there is no way to solve the trouble, then ask my father to do it, he thought to himself. Anyway, the Chief Dark Wang wants him to do things, and he will not do anything to him for a while. With the broken soul pill for 3 days, the Chief Dark Wang will not be much wary of him. Entering the courtyard with thought, the maid Sichin saw Li Shiming, and quickly put the things in her hands behind her, and then smiled and saluted. Sichin is Li Shiming's personal maid. In addition to Sichin, there are 5 general maids and 2 maids who came to serve him. However, he didn't like the crowd in the yard. Except for the piano, the rest of the servants were in the servants' room, and they wouldn't come without greeting. "What are you holding in your hand?" Li Shiming asked curiously, looking at Sichin's shy face. "The gadgets sent by Wangma. I think I need a few to look good." Sichin took out his hand and spread it out, revealing the red beans in his hand. Li Shiming couldn't help shaking his head. No wonder Sichin was shy. This is acacia bean. It seems that Sichin has grown up and has the mind of a young daughter. He was about to ask Sichin to do something, but he was looking at acacia beans again. One end of these acacia beans is black, and he thought of chicken mother beads. Chicken mother beads are also a type of acacia beans, but they are highly poisonous, and eating 2 or 3 by mistake can be fatal. Of course, few people know about the poisonousness of the hen beads. The reason is that the acacia bean was born in the extreme south. Not to mention that the world knows that the hen bean is highly poisonous. Even the difference between the hen bean and the acacia bean is known to few people. Sichin, go to Grandma Wang's and ask how many black-headed acacia beans there are. If you send them out, take them back. Just say I want them, and give me what you have. Li Shiming ordered in a deep voice. Yes, young master. Sichin pouted a little dissatisfied, but did not dare to disobey his order, handing over the acacia bean in his palm. By the way, let Mo Yen come over again, Li Shiming explained when Sichin was about to leave. When Li Shiming came to the study, he first retranscribed the prescription given by Mr. Wang, only the amount of the medicinal materials. Incorporating the memory of the original body, his calligraphy is not bad. This world seems to be different from the previous life. The country he lives in is Xia, the text he uses is Chinese characters, and he even has the 4 books and 5 classics. It seems that this place has a great similarity with the previous life. The reason why Li Shiming knew that the 4 books and the 5 classics were the same was because both generations had read the 4 books and 5 classics in their memory. When I was in the university library in my previous life, I liked to read some ancient books. Although I didn't study the 4 books and 5 classics much, I was familiar with them. In this life, he has studied the 4 books and 5 classics since he was a child, and at this time he is already a scholar. His talent was not obtained by taking advantage of his father's relationship, but by relying on his knowledge and passing the exam. A 15-year-old scholar is not easy for ordinary people, but it is extremely easy for him who has a family background. Although it is not through the relationship of his father, who is a prefect, his learning conditions and resources are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As long as you are not stupid, or you are unwilling to work hard, with such conditions, it is only a matter of time before you pass the academy exam and become a show. The geography of this world is also different from the previous life. Take Nanling Mansion as an example. In the history of the previous life, there was no such great mansion as Nanling Mansion. Nanling Mansion is located in the south of the Xia Kingdom. It is connected with the central capital in the middle and the Guanhai Prefecture in the north by a Xianjiang Canal. Together with the 4 palaces in the east and west, it becomes the 7 most important palaces in the Xia Kingdom. When Li Shiming was thinking about it, the voices of Sichin and the servant Mo Yen came from outside the door. Mo Yen walked in with great difficulty holding a wooden box, and carefully placed the wooden box on the ground in front of him. Young man, everything you want has been made according to the drawings, you can see if there is anything else that needs to be changed, I will do it right away. Mo Yen reported with a showy look. Li Shiming was excited, he suppressed his emotions and opened the wooden box. In the wooden box are the parts of the generator, which are all made according to the drawings. He just came over 3 days ago. In order to charge the uninterruptible power supply, he used his previous knowledge of electricity and designed drawings based on the memory of this life, and handed it over to Mo Yen for processing. Now Mo Yen just sent it over. Before he got it, he had already made preparations in his heart. As long as the difference was not too big, he could completely correct some mistakes by himself. But when he actually saw the real thing, he was still very surprised. Leaving aside the wooden parts, he looked at the iron gears he needed. At first glance, he couldn't tell that it was an item made by ancient society. Its sophistication made him suspect that it was processed by a machine tool. These things are not the most difficult. The 2 most difficult things in UU reading www.uukanshu.com are magnets and copper wires. He picked up the magnet and found that the shape of the magnet was completely qualified. Master, this magnet was made by Sinan's shop, and they chose their best magnet. Mo Yen explained when he saw the magnet. Sinan is a compass. Sinan's pointer needs to be processed into a special shape by a magnet. It is not too difficult to process the same technology into the shape required by Li Shiming. A smile appeared on Li Shiming's face, he nodded and picked up the copper wire. To be honest, what worries him the most is the copper wire, which requires the most technology. The copper wire in his hand is thin and soft, and the surface is covered with a large layer of paint. It was also a very good copper wire in the previous life. I ordered this copper wire from the Wu family's jewelry store. They heard that you asked for it, and they found the best old craftsman to make it overnight. Mo Yan didn't miss the opportunity to take credit. This matter is well done, Sichin, give Mo Yan 2 taels of silver. How could Li Shiming not know Mo Yan's careful thinking? He was also satisfied with Mo Yan's work, and ordered Sichin with a smile. Sichin obediently took the money and gave it to Mo Yan, who was already laughing and couldn't close his mouth. Mo Yan, don't talk too much after going down, don't talk nonsense about the young master's affairs outside. Sichin confessed softly. Although she didn't know what Li Shiming wanted these things to do, but before he was about to participate in the autumn festival, it would be troublesome for the young master to know about these things that had nothing to do with his studies. Mo Yan, here is a prescription. You can buy the medicine according to the prescription, and you can move quickly. In addition, bring the case file of Tiangxianglu. Li Shiming looked away from the wooden box and thought of the important matter of looking for Mo Yan. Xin Shang ordered. Mo Yan, who got a new task, left happily with silver. Chapter 3 Power Generation. Sichin, you are at the door. Li Shiming said while looking at the curious Sichin. These parts can be explained as his hobby, but it is really impossible to assemble them into a generator. So even if the Qin showed curiosity, he couldn't let the Qin watch. Although Sichin was curious, he still obeyed his order and left the study. Li Shiming assembled the generator according to his own design. An hour later, the strange box on the desk looked like a box with a shaking handle, and 3 copper wires were drawn out from the other side, and there was nothing special about the rest. The main body of the generator is wrapped in a wooden box. Even if it is seen by outsiders, it will not pay too much attention. Li Shiming tried to shake the handle, and found that he overestimated the strength of this body. To make the voltage higher, the rotor of the generator needs to rotate faster. What he designed is to use a large gear to drive the pinion. Although this can make the rotor of the generator rotate faster, it also requires a larger strength to turn the handle. He wanted to let Mo Yan come over to help shake it, but after thinking about it, he still didn't do it. He turned the tremolo hard, although he said that his strength was too small to speed up, but when he saw an electric spark flashing from the copper wire that was let out, he knew that he had succeeded. After successfully making a simple generator, he knew that it would not fail after getting qualified parts. This thing is not complicated in the first place, and it can be easily copied after knowing the principle, not to mention that he is a quasi-professional. However, the biggest problem that Li Shiming has encountered so far is how to maintain the rotation of the rotor at a constant speed, and how to input the generated current into the uninterruptible power supply in the machine room. He looked at the simple generator and thought about bringing it into the engine room. The desk was empty, the generator disappeared and appeared in the engine room. He tried to use his consciousness to make the rotor of the generator turn. This inspiration came from the fact that he could manipulate the items at will after he had put them in the engine room. He had a feeling that he had extraordinary control over the interior of the computer room. This is very unscientific, but things like crossing have happened, and crossing with a server room cannot be explained by science. Under the control of his consciousness, the rotor of the generator spun, and the speed became faster and faster. Due to the backwardness of technology, the bearing part of the generator rotor is realized by wrapping 2 pieces of cooked cowhide and adding grease between the cooked cowhide. This technology generates heat when the speed is too high. At the time of design, he did not take into account the possibility of too high speed, because it is impossible to achieve that kind of speed in this era. But I didn't expect to put the generator in the engine room, but turning the rotor with consciousness makes the rotation speed quickly reach the design limit. Fortunately, the generator is in the engine room, and his perception is always on the generator, and he can monitor any changes in the generator. Li Shiming controlled the speed and kept the speed within the design limit. He used a tool to measure the power, and since he turned the rotor of the generator consciously, the output of the generator reached 230 volts. This power is definitely a drop in the bucket for a large server. But with this condition now, he didn't want to directly use the generator to start the large server, but to input electricity into the uninterruptible power supply. He connected the 3 copper wires to the input end of the uninterruptible power supply, and his consciousness maintained the control of the generator, so that it could continuously input current into the uninterruptible power supply. When he saw that the indicator light of the uninterruptible power supply turned green, he knew that the first step was successful. The uninterruptible power supply has started to work. Although the input current is small, as long as the current is within the limit of the uninterruptible power supply, no matter how small the current is, it will be converted by the current conversion unit and stored in the battery of the uninterruptible power supply at the rated standard. Inside. As the uninterruptible power supply started to work, he found that he could control the uninterruptible power supply completely through consciousness, without even having to turn on the display panel of the uninterruptible power supply. Li Shiming used his consciousness to control the rotor of the generator to rotate for half an hour. He felt a little pain in his brain. He quickly stopped the control of the generator. It seems that controlling the rotation of the generator in the engine room through consciousness is not without consumption. The previous operations he performed in the computer room did not make him realize that these operations required him to consume himself due to the short time. He couldn't know exactly what it was consuming. It should be mental or something. I won't be able to generate electricity during the day in the future. He resisted the pain in his brain and thought. Master, what's wrong with you? Li Shiming pushed open the door of the study, and Sichin exclaimed in a crying voice when he saw that he was shaking and his face was pale. Sichin, don't disturb the others, help me to have a rest. Li Shiming tried his best to show a reassuring smile and instructed. Master, let the doctor come and take a look, your health is important. Sichin stepped forward to support him and persuaded him as he walked to the bedroom. It's nothing, it just took a little more energy. Li Shiming said, knowing his own situation. Although the spirit consumes a lot, the uninterruptible power supply stores part of the power, which makes his spirit in a high state again. UU reading www.uukunsha.com. Lying on the bed, his mind entered the computer room. At this time, his mind was not at peace. He does not know whether the large server IBM Z15 can be turned on, whether he can obtain the massive data stored in the server, everything is unknown. This large IBM Z15 server was gifted to the university by many well-known alumni in the previous life, and its value is over 100 million. Large-scale servers are not only used by libraries. Some research projects will also use large-scale servers for computing by submitting applications, but they are only placed in the computer room of the library. The IBM Z15 large-scale server is the top configuration, with 190 CPUs and up to 40 TB of memory, integrating 12.2 billion transistors. It is the pinnacle of previous technology. Just because he knows the various books and documents stored in this large server, there are more than 10 million ebooks, including philosophy, economics, law, education, literature, history, science, engineering, agriculture, medicine, management, art, military science, 13 disciplines, 92 university majors, and 506 university majors. In addition to these, there are also published research results at home and abroad, as well as information on research projects in universities. With such a large-scale server in hand, it can completely improve the world you are in to the level of the previous life. Whether the large server can be turned on or not determines his two completely different ways of living in this world. If he cannot start the large server, then he has only one way to go. That is, according to the official road designated by his father Li Wenyuan, he entered the officialdom all the way through scientific examinations and became an official like Li Wenyuan. With the storage space in the computer room and the ability to view the items inside at any time, Li Shiming will be very easy to take the road of scientific research. Chapter 4 Startup. Li Shiming is not reconciled to living an ordinary life. Although there is some knowledge in the memory of his previous life, which is similar to making a generator, there are not many that can be completely memorized and implemented, and even less to meet the requirements of this world. There is very little he can do without the help of large servers. And with the help of a large server, there are countless possibilities for his path. Thinking in his heart, he controlled the uninterruptible power supply to turn on the power supply connected to the large server IBM Z15, and then started the large server IBM Z15. The lights on the large server cabinet lighted up, and Li Shiming sensed that the power in the continuous power supply was rapidly depleting, and just to start, it plummeted to close to the warning line. He was anxious, knowing that if there is not enough power to support it, a short-term power outage will most likely damage the components in the large server. His consciousness was invested in the large-scale server IBM Z15, and he instantly grasped everything about the entire large-scale server. The big energy consumer is the self-check of the CPU and memory. He uses his consciousness to control the shutdown of each CPU, leaving only one CPU to work, and the memory is also reduced to 64 GB. Except for the Linux system and a small amount of free space, the rest of the storage units are also closed. This all at once reduced the power consumption of a large server to a level acceptable to today's uninterruptible power supplies. The large-scale server IBM Z15 is much more complicated than the uninterruptible power supply. If he was not very familiar with this large-scale server IBM Z15 and maintained it for a year, he would not be able to operate and process it consciously in a short period of time. Consciousness in the large server IBM Z15, this angle is completely different from opening the cabinet to observe. He can clearly perceive the internal structure and working method of each component. When his consciousness probed the display processor, a familiar interface appeared in front of his eyes, which was the Linux graphical interface of the large server IBM Z15. He tried to operate the Linux interface and found that it could be controlled normally. His eyes became the monitor of the large server IBM Z15, and his consciousness became the mouse and keyboard. He didn't open the data stored in the large server, which requires activating the closed storage space. Opening those data requires opening more storage units, which will consume a lot of power. He currently does not have such a demand, and he does not need to increase the power consumption. He created a document and tried typing on it. He found that there was no need for an input method at all, and with his consciousness, words appeared one by one. He remembered a text he recited when he was in school, Zhu Ziqing's back view. Just when he was thinking about typing out this text, a complete article appeared on the document. Although the number of words in the whole article is not many, it appears at the same time in an instant, and the typing speed is beyond imagination. He mobilized the memory of this world again, thinking in his mind to type out all the scriptures he had memorized. Selected Classics and Meanings is a collection of classics and meanings articles compiled by several generations of scholars in the Li family. It is similar to the 5-year high school entrance examination and 3-year simulation in the previous life. This time, it was also in an instant, and a huge amount of words appeared on the document. It was nearly 2 million words of all the selected classics that the predecessor had recited. He saved the document and named it Jingyi Xian. He has a strong feeling that after copying it like this, the nearly 2 million word part of the classics and meanings is deeply imprinted in his brain, and he will never forget it again. As soon as Li Shiming thought about it, he would remember any text in the selected classics. He tried to leave his consciousness from the large-scale server IBM Z15, the memory-like memory disappeared, and returned to the normal memory before. He was not disappointed. Although he still needed to rely on the large-scale server IBM Z15, as long as he was connected to the large-scale server IBM Z15 for a long time, it was equivalent to reading the selected classics of classics every moment. You must know that this kind of reading is not a paragraph reading, but a reading of nearly 2 million words at the same time. Although I can't see anything in a short time, even if I leave the connection of the large server IBM Z15 for a long time, I believe it is not much different from connecting to the large server IBM Z15. When you have time, go and record the remaining 4 million words of the Jingyi Xian into the server. Li Shiming said to himself with joy, but after sensing the power in the uninterruptible power supply, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Patted his head. He almost forgot an important thing. He turned on the storage unit hard disk array of the large server IBM Z15 and searched for information about chicken hen beads. After seeing the chicken mother beads, he had an idea whether he could use the poisonous Wang chief dart head of the chicken mother beads. But he was worried that if the chicken mother beads were ground into powder, the effect of the poison would be too slow. He remembered that he had seen reports of chicken hen beads in his previous life, and there were reports of the highly poisonous medicinal value of chicken hen beads. After checking the information on the server, he learned that the highly toxic ingredient in the chicken hen beads was acacia soy protein, and he found a method to extract the acacia soy protein in the data. UU reading www.uukaungshu.com. But to extract acacia soy protein, phosphoric acid, ammonium sulfate and glycerol are needed, as well as a centrifuge. He transferred the required data into memory and turned off the power-hungry hard disk array. He has all the relevant information in his hands. Although he is not a chemist, he has the confidence to extract the chemicals he wants in this world. He wrote down a bunch of materials with Maojian, and added a few more after thinking about it. Everyone already has glycerin, and sulfuric acid must be prepared before making ammonium sulfate, then only nitric acid is needed to make nitroglycerin. After being hijacked by the chief dart head of Wang, he understood the dangers of this world. He needs something to defend himself, not to mention harm, at least able to resist external threats. Master, the medicinal materials have been brought to you. The little servant Mo Yen called from outside the study. I need these things in an hour. Li Shiming handed the list to Mo Yen and instructed. The little servant Mo Yen looked at the list in his hand, and after seeing the name on it, his face became bitter. Young master, even if I was young, I broke my leg, and 1 hour is not enough. I'm not worried about myself, but I'm worried that I won't be able to fulfill the master's orders. Mo Yen said with a flattering smile. You won't find a few more people to run errands, just say it's my order, and I'll reward you if you do it well. Li Shiming said with a wave of his hand. Master, it will be delivered within an hour. Mo Yen heard the reward, and no longer had any objections. He turned around and said. To say that the items on the list are not easy to buy for others, such as some minerals, they are all things that are hard to see. But using the relationship in the mansion, there are a lot of them that can be found directly from the Nanling Mansion treasury, but it's just a little troublesome. Chapter 5 Chemical. Li Shiming's consciousness returned to the engine room, and this time he focused on the generator. The crank handle of the generator has long been superfluous. He consciously operated and removed the crank handle of the generator and the 2 sets of gears. With a crank handle and 2 sets of gears, it is not difficult to retrofit a manual centrifuge. In particular, he put the wooden boards and tools into the machine room, and operated with consciousness, and the rest of the required parts were easily produced. The world's first centrifuge was made. Looking at the centrifuge in front of him, he thought of one thing. Since he could operate it directly with his consciousness in the computer room, why did he make this centrifuge? In an instant, the joy of creating the world's first centrifuge disappeared, and he began to reflect on his own way of thinking. An hour later, various materials and case files were sent over. During this time, Sichin brought back a small box of about 50 chicken mother beads. Li Shiming took the stove and the casserole, and did not ask the Sichin to help. So he started to cook according to the prescription of Mr. Wang's head. What no one knows is that in his computer room, various materials have already been processed. For greater safety, he used a wooden plank to separate a separate space in the corner of the computer room. In order to avoid the impact of chemical substances on the equipment in the computer room. In fact, if it is manual operation, it is still somewhat difficult to prepare the specified chemicals by chemical means from these raw materials. But in the computer room space, with complete control, this work becomes extremely simple. In the computer room space, he can perceive the micron level of matter and any changes that occur inside the matter, which makes chemical experiments extremely simple. Without the need for laboratory equipment, his consciousness can act as a container. Phosphoric acid, sulfuric acid, nitric acid, ammonium sulfate, glycerin, acacia soy protein, and nitroglycerin were all prepared by him, and more than 50 chicken hen beads were shelled and turned into a little liquid acacia soy protein. Who would have thought that this little liquid can kill many people, and it can be regarded as the most poisonous thing in this world? You must know that this is not a naturally formed poison, but a poison purified by scientific means, which should not have appeared in this world to some extent. As for nitroglycerin, a few kilograms of nitroglycerin were prepared, sealed in a closed jar and placed in the warehouse of the computer room. After finishing these, Li Shiming found that the medicine was not ready, which shows how smooth the operation with consciousness is in the computer room space. He was thinking about a plan in his heart. He would not underestimate Wang's head. In the process of preparing chemicals, Li Shiming found that without a good stove, he could not get ultra-high temperature using wood as fuel in the computer room space. Although there are very few opportunities to use ultra-high temperature in chemical experiments, he thinks more. For this reason, he got some paper and pen to draw some parts and materials, and handed it over to the little servant Mo Yen. The little servant Mo Yen won a lot of rewards for his work. After getting the order, he patted his chest and promised to deliver it soon. Regarding Li Shiming's sudden purchase of these bizarre things and the fact that he made the medicine by himself, Sichin and the servant Mo Yen didn't ask much. The young masters of other families went out to eat, drink and have fun, but the young masters of his own bought some innocuous items. Even if he increased his knowledge, it was not a big deal, and it was not their turn to comment. Li Shiming picked up the case file brought by the young servant Mo Yen. Outsiders may not be able to access such files, but as the prefect of the prefecture, he issued an order, and no one in the Nanling mansion would refuse. The case file records are very detailed, describing the case from multiple perspectives. Among them are the testimony of the prostitute, singing and dancing girls, waiters, and guests of Tianxiang Tower, as well as the conclusions of the investigation on the scene. It can be seen that the dossier is extremely professional. Tiangxianglu was a well-known brothel in Nanling Mansion. The third floor was taken down by the Weiyuan Security Bureau that day. Chief Guard Wang and 7 guards met on the third floor. A man in white suddenly appeared and killed 7 darts in a row. According to the guests on the second floor, the multi-story floor on the third floor was shattered by a terrifying force, and the head of Mr. Wang fell from the broken floor, and then escaped through the window. The legs of the man in white radiated cyan light, and then chased out. Everyone on the second floor was unable to describe the face of the man in white, and that man's face seemed to be covered in a layer of fog and could not be seen clearly. And the man in white had a chilling aura, and many of the people who saw the man in white became incontinent on the spot. In the final conclusion of the dossier, he suspects that the man in white is a cultivator. After seeing the immortal cultivator in the dossier, Li Shiming had a feeling of crossing over again. There are immortal cultivators in this world, but he did not find this in the memory of the original body. This cannot be blamed on the original body. The original body is just a 15-year-old scholar who focuses on the 4 books and 5 classics every day. The original body has fewer friends. On the one hand, he is focused on reading and has little contact with people. On the other hand, it is also a problem of his age. Normally, scholars in the same city will always communicate frequently. But how did the 15-year-old Li Shiming fit into the group of talented scholars who were all adults? Among these talents, there are not many talents in their 20s, and there are not many talents about the age of Li Shiming. This is not to say that there are no young scholars in the huge Nanling mansion, but only 1 or 2 young scholars appear every 10 years or so. The young scholars before Li Shiming were already in their 20s. The original body does not want to associate with those who have the heart to make friends with the powerful, so naturally he has fewer friends after coming and going. I don't have many friends, and I only read the books of sages and sages, which made my predecessors' knowledge very narrow, and most of my memory is about reading. Of course, Li Shiming was a little fortunate about the original body's situation, at least in this way, he didn't have to be careful with people all the time to avoid revealing his faults. No wonder Mr. Wang wants to hide in the government office. It turned out that the person who was chasing him was a cultivator. Li Shiming secretly said in his heart. Director Wang's head was chased and killed by immortal cultivators, indicating that he had something to be spied on by immortal cultivators, which made Li Shiming interested. If this world is just an ordinary world, then Li Shiming can make use of the computer room space to make a breakthrough in this world. But if he cultivates the world of immortals, his plans will change. Looking at it for a long time, it is the desire of life. Even if there is the slightest chance, he is willing to try. After Li Shiming boiled the medicine, Sichin asked Sichin to take the food box and put the boiled medicinal bowl in the food box. Sichin, don't follow me, I'll go to the garden. Li Shiming ordered the food box. Under Sichin's puzzled eyes, he left the yard. Chapter 6 Poison. When Li Shiming walked into the garden, he didn't see the head of the Wang, but he knew very well that the head of the Wang must be looking at him. He came to the rockery where he was designated to meet. At this time, the sky was a little dark, and the plants around him were shadowy. Master Wang, I brought the medicine. He put down the food box and said, Young master is really trustworthy. Chief Guard Wang turned his head out from behind the rockery and said with a smile. His face was paler than in the daytime, and it seemed that his injuries were more serious than Li Shiming imagined. Li Shiming opened the food box, revealing a large bowl of medicine inside. Director Wang sniffed the smell hard, and his face showed satisfaction. He is an old man, and he can tell whether the medicine is right or not just by smelling it. He chose Li Shiming precisely because although Li Shiming is smart, he is like a blank piece of paper. A young man who only knows how to read has a very low chance of resisting after being threatened. With Li Shiming's social circle and the prefect's family, there are only two masters, the prefect and the son, and it is even less likely that he will come into contact with any dirty things. If he wants to come, it is difficult for Li Shiming to find poison. It's not difficult for Li Shiming to buy other things, but as the prefect of the prefect who dares to sell poison to him, it will be a big trouble if something goes wrong. Besides, based on the experience of Director Wang's head, poison can't escape his nose at all. He has been specially trained in this regard. Without the ability to identify poisons, how to hold darts outside has long been fascinated by people. In fact, there is really no problem with this bowl of medicine. It is completely prepared according to the prescription of Mr. Wang's head, and the medicines used are also the best. Li Shiming took the medicine bowl out of the food box and brought it to Mr. Wang's head. Director Wang, I have already done what you asked me to do. When will the poison in my body be cured? He asked in a deep voice. Director Wang is very satisfied with Li Shiming's attitude. This kind of emphasis on life is exactly what he wants. This medicine will be brewed twice tomorrow, and I will give you the antidote tomorrow night. Chief Officer Wang reached out his hand to take the medicine bowl, and said with a light smile. Also ask Chief Wang to speak up. Li Shiming said with an ugly expression. After he finished speaking, he picked up the food box and turned around, as if he was angry because he couldn't detoxify. In fact, he was worried that once the head of the chief dart of Wang was poisoned, he would have the energy to kill him on the spot to vent his anger, so he hurried away. Just when he handed the medicine bowl to Mr. Wang's head, he took out the acacia soy protein from the computer room, and put all the acacia soy protein inside the medicine bowl. Since the acacia protein was directly sent into the medicine bowl, it was not immediately fused with the medicine, and even if there was any smell, it would not be noticed by Mr. Wang. Not to mention that the amount of the acacia protein is not much compared to the medicine bowl, and it doesn't have the slightest odor. Even if it goes directly into the medicine bowl, there is a high possibility that Mr. Wang's head will not be able to find it. The so-called ability to distinguish poisons is to be in constant contact with all known poisons, and to be familiar with the taste characteristics of these poisons, so as to achieve the ability to distinguish poisons. And the acacia protein has never appeared in this world, and the ability to distinguish poisons cannot detect this kind of poison. Li Shiming quickened his pace and walked away from Chief Wang's head. Director Wang couldn't wait for a long time, so he picked up the medicine bowl and poured it into his stomach. The injury he suffered was not light. He used temporary medicine to support him before, waiting for the treatment of this healing medicine. As the medicine entered the body, Mr. Wang felt a familiar heat in his head, which was the effect of the healing secret medicine. But immediately he felt difficulty breathing again, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, and his body temperature rose rapidly. The medicine is poisonous. Director Wang wanted to speak, but the words got stuck in his throat and couldn't come out. Under the action of the acacia soy protein, which was 20 times the lethal dose of ordinary people, the injured body quickly reacted. The intense abdominal pain and muscle spasms made him unable to even move. Director Wang thought of Li Shiming's handsome face. He couldn't imagine that he was poisoned by a scholar, a young master, or because he was on guard. Extreme shame and unwillingness to make him want to regain control of his body. The inner chi stirred wildly in the body, trying to expel the toxins in the body, but he didn't even know what the poisons were, and he didn't know how to deal with them at all. In the bowl of medicine just now, in order to absorb the medicine faster, he mobilized his inner abdomen to strengthen the absorption. At this time, it was too late to think about getting rid of the toxin. His face turned purple because he couldn't breathe. Li Shiming stood behind a tree 20 meters away, and with his increased 5 senses in the darkness, he could still see the situation on the head of General Wang through the moonlight. When Director Wang's head was poisoned and fell to the ground, he did not go up to check, but waited quietly. The acacia soy protein he prepared himself, according to the information, is a substance that is very easy to be absorbed by the body. After taking it, unless you are in a hospital with a very high medical level in a previous life, and you need to know exactly about the what kind of poison is it, otherwise it can't be saved. At the end of his last days, Director Wang still didn't understand why Li Shiming was so stubborn and willing to die with him. He saw with his own eyes that Li Shiming took the 3 days Duanhuan pill, Yu reading www.uukanshu. As he said, the Sanri Duanhuan pill cannot be lifted in time by any famous doctor except the unique antidote. Confused and unwilling, he stopped breathing. Li Shiming still didn't move. He stood behind the tree and watched the head of the dart. It was not until he confirmed that Mr. Wang's head was 10 minutes long without the slightest hesitation in his chest, and then he confirmed the death of Mr. Wang's head. He carefully walked to the corpse of Director Wang's head. During this process, he had been vigilant enough. He didn't dare to be careless in dealing with this kind of old man. Li Shiming looked at the corpse of Director Wang's head, and the horrific appearance of death made him feel like he wanted to vomit. In the past life, he was an ordinary person, and in this life, he was a scholar, and he had never touched a corpse. You must know that the chief dart head of Wang was killed by him, so he was calm when he killed him for the first time. He found a branch from the side, and rummaged through the body of Chief Dart Wang's head. Except for a sword, Mr. Wang's head is just some broken silver, and there is nothing else. Li Shiming knew very well that the immortal cultivator would not seek trouble with Chief Officer Wang for no reason. He also started a massacre in Tianxianglu, killing 7 guards from Weiyuan Security Bureau. It is known from the case file that it is extremely rare for people who cultivate immortals to commit murder, and Nanling Mansion has not recorded it in recent decades. The official side also suspected that the Chief Guard Wang had what the immortal cultivator wanted, and that would lead to the murder. Li Shiming wanted to kill the Chief Guard Wang, not only because he was afraid that Chief Guard Wang would go crazy and hurt the people in the mansion, he was also interested in what the cultivators wanted. Now that Director Wang is dead, but nothing has been found, which makes him a little disappointed. Chapter 7 Find. Li Shiming thought that the first time he met Mr. Wang in the garden was at this rockery. The place where Mr. Wang asked him to meet was the rockery. If there is a treasure in his hand, if he does not put it on his body when he is being traced, it will definitely be placed in a place that can be observed at all times. Perhaps the head of the Dart Wang put the thing somewhere near here, but Li Shiming didn't move the thing on the head of the Dart Wang, but found it around. Li Shiming also knew that from his own experience, he couldn't see anything. He thought of the large-scale server IBM Z15 that uses the space of the computer room, but only if what his eyes see can be directly received by the large-scale server IBM Z15. To make the eyes input, the eyes should be added as the input device of the large server IBM Z15. He tried to add an entry device in the settings of the Linux system. He let his consciousness connect to the entry module, and the system prompted to find an available device. No need to install drivers, available devices are automatically installed. This is the first time for Li Shiming to operate the large-scale server IBM Z15 by going deep inside the components. After several attempts, he successfully made his eyes become the legal input device of the large-scale server IBM Z15. He scanned around the rockery with his eyes, and recorded the nearby environment into the large server IBM Z15 to form a video file. Then he closed his eyes and kept repeating the video he just recorded with his consciousness. He has little experience, but as the number of repetitions of the video increases, some anomalies will always be found. I found it. After a minute and a half, he repeatedly observed the video file for nearly 100 times, and finally found the abnormality. Li Shiming came to the southern corner of the rockery. The grass here seems to be the same as the grass next to it, but the average height of the grass here is a little higher than the grass in other places. The average height of this point cannot be seen with the naked eye, but after the large-scale server IBM Z15 is digitized, the difference can be compared. In just 1 minute, the power consumption of the large-scale server IBM Z15 reached the warning line. Mr. Wang has a lot of experience in hiding things. If Li Shiming hadn't used a large server to calculate and compare, and only checked it with his eyes, Li Shiming would never have been able to find it. Li Shiming carefully dug up the turf, revealing the wooden box underneath. The moment he saw the wooden box, he was full of surprises. Opening the wooden box, there are 2 books and a small sword made of wood. The small sword made of wood is densely covered with patterns, and these patterns can even be compared to the printing process in the previous life, which is extremely clear. He took the small wooden sword in his hand and found that the small sword was very heavy, weighing about 8 pounds. This little sword is not an ordinary thing, maybe it's an immortal item. This weight made him determine the extraordinariness of the little sword. He put Xiao Jian in his arms, and only then picked up 2 books. 5 Elements Breathing Technique and Introduction to Runes, these are the names of the 2 books. Li Shiming quickly flipped through the 2 books, and after thinking about it, he put the 2 books back in the box. He thought of one thing. Chief Guard Wang died, but the immortal cultivator didn't die, and he would continue to investigate. He didn't know the means of immortal cultivators and whether they could find it here. It's best to make a false impression, and let the immortal cultivator find them, and they will only think that there are only these 2 books in the box. Anyway, the 2 books have been recorded into the large server IBM Z15 by him, and they can be called up and viewed at any time. The 2 books were recorded, and the power of the large-scale server IBM Z15 also entered a dormant state, and it could no longer be used without supplementing the uninterruptible power supply for a short period of time. After doing all this, he carefully restored everything, and the turf returned to its original state. He put the corpse of Boss Wang's head into the computer room space again. To be honest, he didn't want to do it at all, but it would be even worse for Boss Wang's corpse to be placed in the garden. He cleaned up the scene, especially the place where the head of the chief dart fell, and removed all possible traces. Only then did Sher Shiran return to the yard. The greatest pressure in his heart was gone, and he felt relieved. Before going to bed at night, he used his consciousness to drive the generator, and he didn't fall asleep until he was sluggish. The next day was relatively calm. The government did not find anyone who cultivated immortals, and it was even more impossible to find Chief Wang. But on the night of the 2nd day, Li Shiming, who was in the courtyard, heard the sound of the drums. That was the sound of the drums only when something happened in Nanling Mansion. He hurriedly left the hospital for inspection, and was encountering Mo Yen, a young servant who came to report. "Young master, something has happened. Wei Yuan escort has been wiped out. Including the whole family of Guard Wang's head, all 35 members of Wei Yuan escort have been killed," Mo Yen reported to Li Shiming. Li Shiming's expression changed. No need to think that this must have been done by the immortal cultivator. Perhaps the immortal cultivator came up with this method without finding Chief Wang's head. Only by destroying the Wei Yuan escort, killing the entire family of Boss Wang, and making Boss Wang crazy, can he force Boss Wang to come forward. It's just too cruel. 35 lives were killed just like that. This is Nanling Mansion. No wonder Yu reading www.uukunsha.com is beating drums. Probably not only mansion soldiers, but also troops from nearby Nanling Mansion will come here. Li Shiming was even more worried. What the cultivator was looking for was in the garden, and he couldn't guarantee that the cultivator would be satisfied when he found the box. The wooden sword in the box was put away by him. If the immortal cultivator was looking for the wooden sword, then the mansion would be in big trouble. He didn't know if he could fight against immortal cultivators with the strength of the government. There is a high probability that he would not be able to deal with it. Perhaps, before the immortal cultivator finds the box, it is necessary to add an insurance policy. Mo Yen, is what I want ready? Li Shiming asked in a deep voice. I'll rush it, and it will be delivered tomorrow morning. Mo Yen hurriedly assured him after hearing his questioning. Li Shiming no longer thinks about building a furnace. He originally planned to build an electric arc furnace, but if the materials are available tomorrow, it will take a lot of time just to make silicon carbide rods, not to mention that the power stored in the uninterruptible power supply is not enough. If there is an electric arc furnace, he can use his consciousness to process some fine metal objects, and he can make a sharp weapon that can defend himself. Unfortunately, there is a lack of time, so he can only think of other ways. With a move in his heart, he had a new idea. He carried out chemical debugging in the computer room space and obtained a small amount of white phosphorus using the simplest method. With the large-scale server IBM Z15, there are more than 10 ways to make white phosphorus. He does not have high requirements for white phosphorus, so he arbitrarily chose the fastest method that can be obtained at present. After obtaining the white phosphorus, he went to the garden again and put some chemicals in the wooden box underground next to the rockery. After doing this, he wiped off the traces again. He did everything he could, and the rest was up to luck. Chapter 8 Track. Shiming stood on the eaves. His body was as light as a feather, and his legs shone with blue light. This time I came to Dasha for a legacy. His talent is not very good, and it took him more than 20 years to cultivate to the 3rd level of chi refining. This strength is at a very embarrassing level, and a cultivator who normally walks outside with a chi refining cultivation will not be lower than this strength. And after practicing for a long time, he didn't have the time to master many combat skills, and even robbery didn't have the strength to do it. If it weren't for some of the resources passed down by his ancestors, perhaps he wouldn't even be able to reach the 3rd level of chi refining. When he inadvertently flipped through the notes left by his ancestors, he saw an essay written by his ancestors, which mentioned that a friend of his ancestors returned to Dasha after being seriously injured and unable to find his way to immortality. In the essay, he described that his ancestral friend was lucky enough to get a top-grade magic weapon in the early stage of chi refining. High-grade magic items are not available to most cultivators in the late stage of chi refining. It can be seen that the high-grade magic tools are precious, and the top-grade magic tools of ancestors' friends are still high-grade attack magic weapons. Perhaps Shiming's ancestors wrote it down as a memory, but after Shiming saw it, he first thought that if he could have a high-grade attacking magic weapon, then he could rob most of the middle and low grades. Order Monk. Although the low-level monks could not last long with the high-grade attacking magic weapons, even the middle-level monks could not stop the low-level monks from using the high-ranking attacking magic weapons without good defensive magic weapons. When he thought that this was his immortal fate, he came to Dasha. However, he has nothing to do with the world. When he was inquiring about the descendants of his ancestral friends, the news leaked. The ancestor of Mr. Wang's dart head is a friend of Shiming's ancestor. The inheritance left by Mr. Wang's ancestor has become the foundation of the Wang family. The inheritance of the ancestral head of the chief dagger is not only the inheritance of immortal cultivation, but also the inheritance of several top martial arts. In the world of immortality, the inheritance of top martial arts is not of high value, but it is these kinds of top martial arts inheritances that make the Wang family masters come out in large numbers. This generation's chief is an accomplished master, and Wei Yuan is one of the major escorts in Daxia. Mr. Wang also knew the importance of inheritance from his ancestors, so he took precautions after learning that someone was listening to his ancestors' information. On that day, the escorts of the agency were called, and when they were preparing to deal with it, Shi Shiming found them. The 7 darts tried their best to block, so that the dart headwine was able to escape from Tianshan Tower, and relying on his familiarity with the surrounding environment, he successfully escaped Shi Shiming's pursuit. Shi Shiming didn't think that the chief dart head of Wang would be so cunning. A worldly master was nothing in front of him, a third-level chi refining cultivator. He thought he would be captured, but he was careless and let the chief dart off his head. Body. Because the incident at Tianxiangla was a bit big, especially when many scholars were present at the time, several scholars were injured, and 7 lives were lost, so the government was trying to pursue Shi Shiming. Shi Shiming wasn't afraid of the government, but he didn't want to make too much trouble with the Daxia official before he got something. Once there is too much trouble, the Xianmen behind Daxia will send a cultivator to deal with it. A cultivator who can be dispatched to perform a mission is not something he can deal with as a small third-layer chi refining. It was for this reason that he didn't make trouble anymore, he just used some means to track the head of the chief guard. However, when he checked almost half of Nanling City, he didn't find the head of General Wang, which made him no longer rational. Shi Shiming found the Wei Yuan escort, killed everyone in the escort, and used the blood of the direct line of the escort's head as a guide, and used a low-level bloodline tracking talisman. What made him extremely disappointed happened. This low-level bloodline tracking talisman, which had pinned his hopes on it, did not find out the exact location of the head of Chief Wang's dart. There are 2 possibilities for this. One is that the head of the chief guard has left Nanling Mansion for more than 500 miles, and the other possibility is that the head of the chief guard has died, so the low-level blood tracking talisman will be invalid. Shi Shiming, who was standing on the eaves, gritted his teeth and took out a new tracking talisman. Different from the tracking talisman he used before, this tracking talisman was extremely rich in inspiration. This is an intermediate-level chi tracer, and this intermediate-level chi tracer is one of the few things left over from his ancestors. One intermediate-level talisman was worth 100 pieces of the same kind of low-level talisman. With Shi Shiming's third-level chi refining strength, he himself could not draw an intermediate-level talisman. Using an intermediate-level talisman to track down a mortal, the thought of it made his heart aches. When I track you down, I will take out your soul and turn your corpse into a corpse, he said reluctantly while taking out a piece of clothing from the storage bag at his waist. The clothes were found from the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau. They were the clothes of the head of the Wang, and it had the breath of the head of the Wang zone. He mobilized his spiritual power and activated the intermediate tracking talisman in his hand. The intermediate tracking talisman turned into a ray of light and landed on the clothes. Then, using the intermediate tracking talisman, he felt the action rod of Chief Wang's head. The middle-level tracking charm is valid for 3 hours. As long as the whereabouts of the head of the Wang is still in Nanling City, Shi Shiming has the confidence to find it. UU reading www.uukunsha.com. Even if Mr. Wang's head dies, all the places he passes by will leave chi. He searched the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau, but did not find the inheritance. He used some methods to find out from the family of Mr. Wang's guard that Mr. Wang had taken away an item. So, whether or not you can find the chief guard Wang himself, it is still a high probability to find that item. Shi Shiming added a primary light body amulet for himself, which allowed him to maintain the effect of being as light as a feather. This time, in order to achieve his goal, he was extremely extravagant, and he kept using the talismans that he was reluctant to use. According to the chi clues given by the intermediate tracker, his figure jumped on the buildings in Nanling City. Half an hour later, he came to the outside of the mansion. Feeling the instructions of the intermediate tracking talisman, he finally understood why he hadn't found the chief dart head before. It turned out that the head of the Wang was hiding in the palace, and the most dangerous place was also the safest place. Who would know that the person Shi Shiming and the government are looking for is hiding in the government's government office? Without any hesitation, even if he was discovered by the officials, he would also enter it. The direction of the air machine is in the direction of the back garden, and the high courtyard wall is regarded as nothing by him. He jumped up and jumped over the courtyard wall, stepping on the tree canopy with both feet, tracking the chi machine forward without touching the ground. There is no one in the garden. Li Yuan has been very busy recently. There are only Li Yuan and Li Shiming in the Li family, and there are not many servants. A large number of people have been dispatched to investigate the major events that have occurred in Nanling Mansion in the past few days. Although Shi Shiming's strength is weak, it is also for cultivators. With the help of the primary light talisman and his perception, he went deep into the garden without disturbing anyone. Chapter 9 Explode. He's been here for a long time. Shi Shiming felt the prompt from the intermediate tracking talisman, and judged according to the intensity of the chi machine. In front of it is a rockery, which is a relatively remote place in the garden. After a while, a puzzled look appeared on his face. Because he only sensed the chi movement of the head of Wang Zong's head here, but did not perceive the chi movement of the head of Wang Zong's head leaving. Normally speaking, Chief Wang's head should still be here. Even if Mr. Wang's head is dead, if the body is removed, there will be clues of chi machine left behind. But the chi here shows that Mr. Wang's head is like disappearing out of thin air after staying here for 2 days. Although Shi Shiming was deeply puzzled in his heart, the most important thing was not to find the head of Mr. Wang, but to find the item. With a wave of his hand, a green light flashed. He didn't do well in the world of immortal cultivation, but it wasn't that he was good at it. What he was best at was planting. This is a garden, and all kinds of flowers and plants are planted everywhere. The wood aura he stimulated can easily sense the condition of the surrounding plants. This is more convenient than Li Shiming's analysis of the large server IBM Z15, but a smile appeared on his face in just a moment. I found it. He came to the location where the wooden box was buried. The aura of a small piece of grass here is not right. After the wood aura is stimulated, the small area is as eye-catching as the lights at night. He reached out and dug out the dirt on the surface, and saw the wooden box. When he saw the wooden box, his smile grew wider. This wooden box looks ordinary, but the pattern on it is a pattern that is often used in the immortal world to isolate the breath. The things stored in such a wooden box are definitely not what the mortal world should have. He didn't take any protective measures. On the one hand, this is the secular world. The hidden weapons that such a small box can stimulate is limited, and the third level of chi refining is immune to secular poisons. On the other hand, he is poor. A primary defense talisman was worth 3 to 4 attacking talismans, so he couldn't afford to waste it. Opening the wooden box, he found that the inside of the wooden box was full of water-like liquid, and at the same time he saw a white powder burnt because he opened the wooden box. If he knew what was in the wooden box, Shi Shiming would definitely run as far as he could, and he would use all the defensive talismans he was reluctant to use. But the knowledge system is different, so it has no knowledge of the liquid in the wooden box and the white powder. He also thought that this was a small trick used by Director Wang, just to destroy the contents of the box if it fell into the hands of others. In a hurry, he hurriedly wanted to take out the visible things from the box. He saw 2 books. The texture is the material used in normal books in the world of cultivating immortals, and it can be preserved for thousands of years. Li Shiming filled the wooden box with nitroglycerin. As for the white substance, it was white phosphorus. I don't know what craft this wooden box is, and its sealing performance is excellent. When Li Shiming came over, he put some of the nitroglycerin in the computer room space into the box, then closed the box, pumped out the excess air in the box and moved it into the computer room space, and put a little white phosphorus on the surface of the nitroglycerin in the box. Nitroglycerin is an extremely active explosive, and it may detonate with a slightly larger range of motion. When white phosphorus comes into contact with air, it burns. Shiming encountered what would happen to burning nitroglycerin. And it happened right in front of his eyes. There was a lot of nitroglycerin. The box contained about 1 kilogram of nitroglycerin. And the power of 1 kilogram of nitroglycerin generates 715 L of gaseous substances and releases heat at the same time. This heat is about 3,980 degrees Celsius and the pressure is about 9,000 by 105 pascals. Such an explosion happened in front of him. Even if Shiming used a defensive talisman, the primary defense talisman did not need to consider defense at all, and even the intermediate defense talisman had a limited effect. Shiming also reacted at the moment of the explosion, but it was too late. Which fellow Taoist set a trap? Why didn't he reveal any spiritual energy? With full of doubts, his body was torn apart by a terrifying explosion. The explosion not only caused Shiming's death, but also centered on the explosion. The area within a radius of 5 meters was suddenly empty, and the unfortunate rockery was blown into a sky full of rubble. Li Shiming, who was in the small study, only felt that the whole room trembled, and the violent explosion made people tinnitus. "Young master!" The piano outside made a scream, calling out to the young master. In Sichin's heart, the young master is her whole heaven. "Sichin, don't be afraid, I'll go see what happened." Li Shiming said, comforting Sichin. "Young master, don't go, or wait for the government soldiers to come." Sichin grabbed Li Shiming and begged. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Li Shiming patted Sichin's head and said. When he walked out of the yard, he saw the mess on the ground. Although the explosion was in the garden, the scope of the rubble was larger. Many flowers and plants were injured by the gravel, and the dust coiled in the air, forming a gray fog. He knew very well that if he could detonate the secret hand he left behind, there was only one possibility, and that was that someone found the wooden box. Such a secret location, so tightly hidden, and in the back garden of the government office, ordinary people would not be able to find things silently even if they knew it was here. The secret hand he left behind was to deal with the immortal cultivator, and it was the immortal cultivator who wanted to be bombed this time. As for whether the immortal cultivator was killed, you can tell by looking at the tragic situation in front of you. Under such a powerful explosion, the immortal cultivator could still survive, and Li Shiming had to doubt that he was not a human being. At this time, the guards and servants in the backyard, on the other side of the mansion, rushed towards the garden in a hurry. Such a big incident occurred in the garden where the prefect lived, which was more serious than the killing of more than 30 people in Weiyuan Security Bureau. Unlike those who were looking around like headless flies, Li Shiming knew where the center of the explosion was, so he walked straight to the rockery. The closer he got to the rockery, the more horrified he was at the explosion he created. The box full of nitroglycerin caused such a powerful explosion that the original rockery location became an open space. There was a large pit that was 1 meter deep on the ground, and all the vegetation in the area around the pit was broken into pieces. Li Shiming's eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the flesh and blood on the ground. It was a human body torn apart by the explosion. This discovery made him feel relieved. No matter how much loss it caused, as long as the immortal cultivator was killed, the biggest trouble would be solved. Then he saw a leather pack fall to the ground. Under the powerful explosion, the leather pack was not damaged at all. Li Shiming stepped forward and picked up the leather pocket. This leather pocket should be worn by the immortal cultivator. Chapter 10 Exploration. The leather belt bag was very small. Li Shiming tried to open it, but found that the opening of the belt bag was fake, and there was no place to open it. It was this that made him more and more understand that this leather waist bag was probably an immortal cultivation item, and he moved the leather waste bag into the computer room space with a slight movement of consciousness. I've seen the young master, it's very dangerous here, you wait for the survey and then report to you. Zhang Huwei and a group of guards rushed over. Seeing that Li Shiming had arrived at the scene one step ahead, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Okay, I'll go to my father's side to see." Li Shiming nodded and said, "It's not so simple to check here. There will be arresters from the government office who will come to investigate and form a file to report." Li Yuan was working in the government office. After hearing the explosion, he immediately asked about Li Shiming's situation. After hearing that Li Shiming was fine, he was relieved. He didn't go to the scene immediately. The investigation was carried out by professionals. He would bring a group of people in the past, which might destroy the traces of the scene. When Li Shiming came to the office of Li Yuan, he saw Li Yuan pacing back and forth in the room, looking very preoccupied. "Shiming is here, are you surprised?" Li Yuan asked with a smile when he saw him coming in. "Father, I went to see the scene. That's not the kind of damage that ordinary people can cause." Li Shiming bowed calmly and replied. Li Yuan was very satisfied with Li Shiming's calmness, but he still had some opinions on the fact that he went to the scene in person. A gentleman does not stand under a wall of danger. When encountering such a situation, his subordinates will investigate it in advance, and then go over if there is no danger. Li Yuan said in a deep voice. "Yes, father." Li Shiming replied. "The damage that an extraordinary person can cause seems to be the hand of the immortal cultivator, but I don't know why there is such a big commotion in the Fuzhong garden." Li Yuan continued. "Then how are you going to deal with it?" Li Shiming wondered how the official would deal with this kind of thing about people cultivating immortals. "I have already reported it to the central capital in an expedited manner. This kind of affairs related to cultivating immortals is handled by the central capital. Fortunately, it is about cultivating immortals, otherwise I will have a lot of trouble this time." Li Yuan thought. "What happened recently? I couldn't help shaking my head." As the prefect of Nanling Mansion, he had more than 30 massacres under his rule, and even the Yamen had an accident. If he was really investigated, he might not be able to keep the prefect. But it's different when it comes to cultivating immortals. Immortal cultivators cannot compete with human power, and the government cannot be blamed for incompetence. Will the central metropolis send immortal cultivators here? Li Shiming asked again. People who cultivate immortals are not able to support Zhengdu. I have never encountered such a situation before, who knows? Li Yuan was also unable to answer this question. Father and son sat for a while and waited for Zheng Zhaotu. "I've seen your lord, I've seen your son." Zheng Zhaotu stopped and walked into the room, bowed and saluted the two of them. Li Yuan nodded slightly, while Li Shiming responded with a Confucian gift. This is the first time Li Shiming has seen Zhang Zutu in a real sense. Zheng Zuoto is the #1 expert in Nanling Mansion. Zheng Zuoto gave him a sense of oppression, which made him very uncomfortable. After Zheng Zuoto found out, he quickly put away his aura. "I really heard about the incident in the back garden just now, and my heart was filled with anger, and I didn't hold back the momentum for a while. Zheng Zaitu, can you find clues?" Li Yuan asked in a deep voice. "My lord, I was about to report to you that Zuzwa found broken flesh and blood at the scene, as well as fragments of white cloth with a very special texture," Zheng Zhaotu said while handing a small piece of white cloth. Li Yuan took the piece of white cloth. The white cloth was about the size of a palm, surrounded by charred black, which looked like ordinary white cloth. "What's so special about this white cloth?" He knew that neither Zhang Zhaotu nor Zuzwa would lie, so he asked directly. "Sir, please allow me to use swords." Zhang Zhaotu bowed and asked. "This is the office of the prefect. If he wants to pull out his weapon, he must obtain the prefect's permission." "That's right." Li Yuan waved his hand. Zheng Zhaotu pulled out the knife at his waist and put the knife to the side of the cloth. With a little force, the blade moved the white cloth, but the cut was not successful. Li Yuan didn't need Zheng Zhaotu to explain, his expression became serious. Although the knife used by Zheng Zhaotu is not a magical weapon, it is not an ordinary knife. Even if it does not exert force, ordinary cloth will be divided into two parts by one knife. This seemingly ordinary white cloth has extraordinary protective power. I suspect that the piece of white cloth came from the man in white in the Tianxiangla that day. I also checked the flesh and blood at the scene. There is an inexplicable energy in the flesh and blood, and it is completely different from those who practice martial arts. This supports my judgment. Zheng Zhaotu continued. Li Shiming sighed in his heart that Nanling Mansion is really full of talents, and it took so long to analyze the situation on the spot, and almost came into contact with the truth. In other words, someone killed the man in white in the garden? Li Yuan looked at the white cloth in his hand, reading www.ukanshu.com confirmed in disbelief. The reason why he couldn't believe it was because he could confirm that the man in white was a cultivator. How could a cultivator die so easily? You must know that the 7 dart heads of Wei Yuan Escort Bureau, and the master dart head of Wang, who is a master, are like ants and have no power to fight back in front of the man in white. Sir, this is the common opinion between me and Zhuozhua, and I will send the detailed results in writing later. Zheng Zhaotu replied with certainty. Could it be the enemy of this man in white? There is another immortal cultivator in Nanling Mansion? Li Yuan said to himself, puzzled. Li Shiming didn't say anything. There were too many things that were difficult to explain. He couldn't tell his father what he had done. He thought of the corpse of Director Wang's head again, to see when he would find a place to throw the corpse away, and always put it in the computer room to watch the response. Although he obtained the 5 elements breathing technique, introduction to runes and the wooden sword, he did not study it. The reason why I didn't study it was because I was worried that the immortal cultivator would find out about the research items. Now that the immortal cultivator is dead, he thinks about going back and studying the harvest this time. Shiming, there will be some noise in the house these few days. I will try to keep them away from your yard so that it will not affect your studies. You are tired, so go back to rest first. Li Yuan saw Li Shiming's absent-minded appearance and thought that he was shocked and said involuntarily. Li Shiming took the opportunity to leave. Since the death of the immortal cultivator has been known here, there will be no more trouble in dealing with the follow-up. The entire Nanling city was affected by the explosion. The government dispatched Yamen to appease the people everywhere. The government's soldiers patrolled the streets. Nanling City was under martial law. Chapter 11 Xianlai. After replenishing the power for the uninterruptible power supply in the computer room, Li Shiming's consciousness opened the document 5 elements breathing qi stored in the large server IBM Z15. With the accumulation of knowledge of the original body, he can still understand a little about this 5 elements breathing technique, so that he will not be completely out of touch. This immortal cultivation technique uses an energy called spiritual energy for its own use, and generates a spiritual vortex in the chest. As long as there is a stable spiritual vortex, it is the first level of qi refining, and it is regarded as the beginning of cultivating immortals. 5 elements concentrating qi ju is a qi practice method, which can be practiced until the peak of qi refining, and then another method needs to be practiced. Li Shiming tried to sit on the ground and sense the spiritual energy around him in the way of 5 elements breathing qi. But to his disappointment, no matter how he perceives it, he cannot perceive the so-called spiritual energy. How did he know that from mortals to perception of spiritual energy, one must first be in a place with sufficient spiritual energy? If the talent is poor, it is necessary to cooperate with the power of medicinal pills to pass the level of perception of spiritual energy. In the secular world, the spiritual energy is weak, and since he is in Nanling Mansion, not in the deep mountains and forests with relatively more spiritual energy, it is even more difficult to perceive the spiritual energy. Disappointed, Li Shiming used his consciousness to open the Introduction to Runes document. Runes are the words for writing talismans. Introduction to Runes has a variety of methods for making primary runes, but all primary runes have a basic requirement, that is, they need to have aura themselves. And the more complex the primary talisman, the more spiritual energy is required, and the stronger the painter is required. Through Introduction to Runes, he knew that the pattern of blue light on Shiming's legs at that time was exactly the state of the primary light body amulet after using it. The talismans with magical effects made him look greedy, especially one of the primary electro-optical talismans, which could generate electricity. If it could be made, it might be able to solve the problem of insufficient electricity. He shook his head helplessly, not to mention that he couldn't perceive the aura. Even if he could perceive the aura, he didn't have the materials to make the talisman. The materials for making talismans need to be prepared. Most of these materials are specially cultivated by immortal cultivators. They contain spiritual energy and do not exist in the mundane world. At the end of Introduction to Runes, there are some descriptions about the items for cultivation of immortals. This is the smeared eyes of Wang Zhongbao's ancestors in order to prevent the younger generation of immortal cultivation qualifications from entering the immortal cultivation world. This also made Li Shiming know that the wooden sword was a high-grade magic weapon, and the leather pocket he found was a storage bag, a space item commonly used by cultivators. The storage bag is the lowest level of space items, and it is not difficult to open it. It only needs spiritual power to open it. The problem is back to the original way, still need aura. Li Shiming wasn't in a hurry. Although cultivating the 5 elements replenishing qi had no effect, he still read the 5 elements replenishing qi every day. In order to increase his understanding of the 5 elements breathing technique, he used the input capability of the large-scale server IBM Z15 to enter all the books in the Fuzhong study into the large-scale server IBM Z15. He also borrowed a large number of Taoist books from a nearby Taoist temple through his father Li Wenyuan, all of which were entered into the large server IBM Z15. With the addition of a large amount of knowledge, his understanding of the 5 elements breathing technique became deeper and deeper. As long as he senses the spiritual energy, he has the confidence to start formal cultivation. 4 days later, in the morning, he walked into the garden with a book. The garden has been cleaned up these days. Except for the rockery, the rest of the place has been cleaned up. The survey work has also ended. According to the news brought by the little servant Moyen, the big hole in the rockery will be filled in tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and flowers and plants will be replanted. Without the busy yamen, the garden regained its tranquility, which made him feel much better. He came to the pavilion and sat down, and the piano player brought him tea and cakes. There is a quiet and peaceful atmosphere around, and there are beautiful maids serving on the left and right, and the classics and books in his hands are interesting. After learning that there are people who are cultivating immortals in China, he has a new attitude towards Zhou Wei, which he didn't take seriously. If you can pass the autumn festival once every 3 years, then in the spring of next year, you will participate in the spring festival in the central capital, and then you can go to the central capital justifiably. As long as you find someone who cultivates immortals, maybe you can solve the problem of not being able to perceive spiritual energy, at least this is a hope. There is a silver lining, and he will work hard for it. As for the passage through Chiwei, if he keeps all the books in the entire study in his head, and recites all the 6 million character heirlooms of the Jingyi Xian, he will not be able to pass the Chiwei. He really can't think of anyone else can be better than him in reading. However, the quiet reading environment was soon destroyed. Li Shiming heard the footsteps of many people. He put down the book in his hand and looked in the direction of the sound. This is the back garden, which belongs to the scope of private residences. Before the explosion in the garden, the yamen were allowed to enter the investigation. Now that the investigation is over, the only person who can enter the garden is his father Li Wenyuan. Yu reading www.uukangshu.com Li Shiming looked at the sky. It was only the morning, and Li Wenyuan was the busiest time of the day. With Li Wenyuan's official guidelines, it was impossible to come to the garden at this time. While thinking about it, he saw Li Wenyuan lead two young men, a man and a woman, over. His eyes narrowed slightly, and two young men, a man and a woman, walked on Li Wenyuan's side, not half a step behind. Li Wenyuan made two young people like this, and the identities of those two young people must be extremely unusual. On the faces of the two young people, Li Shiming was extremely uncomfortable. This attitude was an attitude that looked at ordinary people like ants. Li Shiming, who came from an equal world, was not used to it. What allowed Li Shiming to identify the two young men was the leather pockets around their waists. Although the style was different from what he got, the surface had the same complicated patterns. "Shiming, I came to see two immortals," Li Wenyuan said immediately after seeing him, although he knew his son was calm by nature. He was afraid that his son would accidentally offend the two immortals, and he, the prefect, could not control the two immortals. Li Shiming stood up and gave the two immortals a Confucian salute. The two immortals didn't speak, just nodded slightly and ignored him. "The two immortals are going to see the scene, you should study hard." Li Wenyuan saw the attitude of the two immortals and did not introduce much, but only explained to Li Shiming. "Father, I discovered that scene first, and I'll go with you," Li Shiming said after thinking for a while. Li Wenyuan glanced at the two monks, and the male monk nodded after hearing that Li Shiming was the first to see the scene. Li Shiming waved to Sichin and asked her to go back to the yard by herself, while he followed behind Li Wenyuan. Chapter 12 Senryu. The scene was kept as it was, and the friar was surprised when he saw the deep pit. Judging from the deep pit and the surrounding situation, the power of this blow is extremely astonishing, even surpassing the power of ordinary qi refining late stage. With a flash of his figure, he came to the deep pit, patted his hand on the storage bag, and had a jade ruler in his hand. He used the jade ruler to tap on the deep pit and its surroundings, but the jade ruler did not respond in the slightest, which made his brows furrowed and his eyes filled with puzzlement. "Brother Zhao, what did you find?" the female cultivator asked from the side. "It's weird, this blow doesn't leave any spiritual energy left." The male cultivator looked at the jade ruler and replied uncertainly. Although there are powerful martial arts practitioners in the world, unless they reach the innate, they are all existences that can be easily dismissed in the eyes of cultivators. Even the congenital warriors who can threaten the chi-refining cultivator can only inflict heavy damage on the chi-refining cultivator by launching a surprise attack. As long as the chi-refining cultivators are prepared and keep a certain distance from each other, the congenital warriors will not be able to threaten the chi-refining cultivators. Could it be that the innate warriors did it? The female cultivator asked her own opinion. No, although the power of this blow is great, it is scattered and unrealistic. It is definitely not an attack by a congenital warrior. The male cultivator replied with more knowledge, and answered with certainty. The reason why the innate warrior can threaten the chi cultivator is because the attack of the innate warrior can concentrate the innate chi at one point, and break through the surface to break the defense of the chi cultivator. This is exactly the manifestation of the innate warrior's control over his innate power. A warrior is a warrior after all, and there is not so much innate power to waste. If the innate warrior makes such an attack, then the amount of innate energy in the innate warrior's body is so strong that it almost reaches an appalling level. At least the male cultivator has never heard of such an innate warrior appearing. The power of this blow surpassed that of the late stage of chi refining. From the perspective of expression, it is more likely that it was done by a cultivator. But the problem is, whether it is using a powerful talisman or using a powerful spell, even after a few days, the magic item in his hand can still find traces of aura left on the scene. The friar made a detailed record of the situation at the scene, which needs to be filed back, and he will use this information to deliver the task. Li Jifu, prepare a residence for the two of us. The two of us are going to stay in Nanling City for a while, and the residence is best near here. I still need to come over and check more. The male cultivator who had done everything turned his head and said to Li Wenyuan. Originally, the mission this time was very simple. A cultivator who does things in the secular world will not be too strong. The lack of spiritual energy in the secular world makes ordinary monks avoid it. Unless there is a need, no monk is willing to stay in the secular world for a long time. The two monks who were in the middle stage of chi refining took up this task. Who knew that the monk who was involved in the incident had already died? This time the task was to investigate the incident and find out who killed the monk. If you take back what you have recorded in your hand, it will never pass. Even the male cultivator would not believe what he recorded if he hadn't investigated on the spot. There are 2 guest houses in the mansion. If you don't dislike it, you will live there. Li Wenyuan said with a smile. Okay. The male monk was not polite, nodded and said. Li Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief when he was asked to send the 2 monks to the guest house. Father, why are there immortal cultivators here? Are they sent from the central capital? Li Shiming asked curiously. They hold the imperial decree in their hands, but there is no official document exchange in central capital. Li Wenyuan replied softly. Daxia's rule is very mature. Under normal circumstances, Zhengdu will send people over. In addition to the supporting documents in hand, there will be another way to send official documents. However, thinking that the 2 were immortal cultivators, and the imperial order in their hands was not fake, Li Wenyuan could only receive them, and at the same time sent an inquiry letter to the central capital. Thinking about it, they shouldn't be malicious. Li Shiming comforted. Although the 2 monks were arrogant, they were still polite, so it was obvious that they were not evil people, at least not like the monk who killed 35 in a row. Li Shiming was also helpless in his heart. This feeling of powerlessness in the face of a powerful existence made him want to have power. Senior brother Zhao and junior sister Zhang came to the guest house, and the 2 guest houses were adjacent to each other. Junior sister Zhang, the cultivators who appeared this time are stronger than us, and we cannot act separately during this period. Senior brother Zhao said with a serious look. Follow senior brother Zhao's orders. Junior sister Zhang replied with a chuckle. Senior brother Zhao took out a compass-like formation plate, aura was stimulated, and the formation plate emitted a white light that spread and covered the 2 courtyards. The 2 cultivators are not dual cultivators, and they will not live together under conditions. No matter how good the relationship between monks is, they still need to keep a distance. This is for the sake of each other's safety. When cultivating, cultivators need to concentrate their minds. When cultivating, they have almost no defensibility. No cultivator would expose himself to other cultivators so much and leave his safety in the hands of others. Of course, senior brother Zhao took junior sister Zhang on the mission. He was stronger and richer, so he contributed a bit more and set up defensive formations for the 2 courtyards. When junior sister Zhang came to the room, she took out a talisman from the storage bag, activated it with aura, and emitted a red light that fell on the door and window. As long as anyone touches the doors and windows from the outside, the talisman effect will be triggered, warning her. Sister Zhang's net worth is far inferior to that of senior brother Zhao, and she is under the protection of senior brother Zhao, so she can save as much as she can. Of course, what she saves is defense, and she doesn't save at all when it comes to cultivation. Most of her net worth was spent on cultivation. She took out a disc from the storage bag, and took out 4 spirit stones and placed them in the disc. She released a blast of spiritual power, the disc was activated, the spiritual energy in the 4 spirit stones poured out, and the disc lit up the complex patterns of the abyss. Sister Zhang sat on the disc, feeling the spiritual energy around her body, with a satisfied smile on her face. Different from those cultivators who were constantly improving their attacking ability, junior sister Zhang had kept the spiritual stones for many years, and changed the spiritual gathering plate just to speed up the cultivation speed and stand out from the cultivators of the same generation. Brother Zhao on the other side came to the room, sensed the spiritual energy around him, and reluctantly took a spiritual stone in his hand. Let's find out the clues quickly and go back as soon as possible. The cultivation environment here is too bad. Senior brother Zhao muttered to himself. The next day, senior brother Zhao and junior sister Zhang checked around in Nanling City and found no trace of a monk. They planned to stay for another day, and if they still didn't find it, they would turn around. Chapter 13 CNU, Happy 51. Junior sister Zhang, there is a situation. That night, junior sister Zhang, who was preparing to cultivate, heard the message from senior brother Zhao, and she quickly opened the door and walked out. At this time, the protective array outside had been taken away by senior brother Zhao. Without any hesitation, senior brother Zhao put a number of talismans on his body and rushed in one direction. Junior sister Zhang hesitated for a moment. She didn't put away her belongings, but she thought that this was the government office, the safest place in the world. In addition, senior brother Zhao had already left first, so she also blessed her with several talismans to chase after him. Daxia is the sphere of influence of their sect. The sect has long strictly prohibited outside cultivators from entering the secular sphere, and cultivators have the world of cultivators. The secular world is the root of sects. How can sects exist without mortals? When such non-sect cultivators appear in the sphere of influence, sect disciples must intervene. The most important thing is to eliminate such cultivators. In addition to obtaining the cultivator's legacy, they can also get the sect's reward. Gu Tiancheng is a loose cultivator, and this time he passed through Daxia. Passing through the secular land protected by the sect is a very common thing. As long as the cultivator's methods are not revealed, there will be no trouble at all. And the place he wants to go, if he bypasses the Daxia area and the worldly land protected by the sect, he needs to travel several times more. So he chose a closer route. When it was about to get dark, he saw Nanling City, just in time to go in to replenish food. The legendary person who cultivates immortals cannot eat the fireworks of the world, but that has nothing to do with the monks in the qi refining period. Like ordinary people, the monks in the qi refining period still have to supplement their consumption through food. Gu Tiancheng is not a disciple of the sect, and has precious spiritual energy food. Because it was a little late, the gates of Nanling City were closed long ago. He chose to climb over the city wall. When he cast the lightning spell, he didn't hide it at all. He thought that there were no monks in Nanling City. Who knew that in order to probe the cultivator, senior brother Zhao's magic circle activated the function of sensing the fluctuation of spiritual power. It was only when Gu Tianqing performed the lightning spell that he was sensed by the magic circle. He was walking on the street and was thinking of finding an inn to stay in, but he suddenly looked in one direction. Senior brother Zhao and junior sister Zhang moved very fast, and the two sides were close enough to sense each other. Junior sister, be careful, it's a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining. Senior brother Zhao's expression changed slightly, and he said to junior sister Zhang. At this time, he had already determined that Gu Tianqing was the cultivator they were looking for, the cultivator who created the explosion in the back garden of the government office. In a place like Nanling Mansion, it has been rare for a cultivator to appear for decades, so how could it be such a coincidence? When junior sister Zhang heard that it was a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining, she clapped her hand on the storage bag and had a small shield in front of her. Brother Zhao's movements were not slow. He held a long sword in his hand, while a tortoiseshell-shaped shield surrounded him. Gu Tianqing was about to speak, but when he saw the two monks who came to take out the magic weapon, it was too late for him to say anything. His figure stepped back, with a black hammer in his hand. When senior brother Zhao saw that he took out the hammer, he was relieved. It's a loose cultivator, ready to kill, he said to junior sister Zhang. The reason why it was judged to be a loose cultivator was because of Gu Tianqing's poverty. When the cultivator was preparing to fight, Gu Tianqing actually only took out a low-quality hammer. Perhaps the low-grade iron hammer is not weak in power, but if a monk in the late stage of qi refining uses a low-grade magical weapon, he can tell his background. Senior brother Zhao had great confidence in killing Gu Tianqing in one fell swoop. Before he and junior sister Zhang came over, they had already blessed several talismans on their bodies, but Gu Tianqing had no talismans on their bodies. The gap between cultivators from sects and loose cultivators is huge, which is why cultivators try their best to join the sect. The Battle of the Monks started on the street. This is not a battle that Nanling City should have, but it was very intense from the beginning. Senior brother Zhao's mid-grade longsword magic weapon flew out and slashed towards Gu Tianqing. Gu Tianqing's equipment is not as good as that of senior brother Zhao, but he is a loose cultivator with very rich combat experience. The low-grade iron hammer instrument and the middle-grade longsword instrument collided together, and a shockwave generated by the collision of spiritual power spread out around. The terrifying shockwave shattered the stone slabs on the street, and the rubble shot out, hitting the doors and windows of the buildings next to them. A loud voice sounded first, followed by the sound of countless doors and windows being smashed, and then the exclamations of the people in the house. Neither Gu Tianqing nor senior brother Zhao and junior sister Zhang cared about the impact of the battle. Junior sister Zhang's attack has also arrived. It is a low-grade hairpin magic weapon. The low-grade hairpin magic weapon is not very powerful, but it is extremely concealed. After Gu Tianqing blocked senior brother Zhao's attack, the Yu Kanshu www.yuukanshu.com low-grade hairpin magic weapon stabbed him in the shoulder from the side. Junior sister Zhang's low-grade hairpin magic weapon was issued when she was holding a primary attacking talisman. Gu Tianqing didn't expect her attack to be so sinister, and only noticed the talisman. When the low-grade hairpin magic weapon came to Gu Tianqing's shoulder, he sensed the appearance of the low-grade hairpin magic weapon, and he quickly became short, but the low-grade hairpin magic weapon left a wound on his shoulder. Blood flowed out along the wound, and what was attached to the wound was junior sister Zhang's spiritual power. Although Gu Tianqing's strength is much higher, it is not difficult to expel the spiritual power from the wound. The problem is that during the battle, the spiritual power of expelling the wound will be distracted, thus affecting the battle. Damn you! Gu Tianqing cried out with a distorted face. He was inexplicably attacked by two sect disciples, and he was the one who would kill him just in person, so how could he not be angry? The ruthlessness unique to the scattered cultivator is completely revealed when his life is threatened, and the scattered cultivator is not completely without opportunities. He knew that if he didn't resist with all his strength, he might die here today. He wiped his hand on the storage bag and had a stack of elementary talismans in his hand. Without any hesitation, he threw all the elementary talismans at senior brother Zhao. The attacks of various auras such as flame, ice, windblade, etc. instantly rushed to senior brother Zhao, and senior brother Zhao quickly took out a middle-level defensive talisman from the storage bag to activate it. Brother Zhao was afraid that the mid-level defensive talisman would not be able to stop him, so he stepped back and at the same time withdrew his mid-grade longsword magic weapon, and injected more spiritual power into the middle-grade tortoise armor magic weapon beside him. He who came from a sect is gold, and Gu Tianqing is rubble. It is impossible for him to fight to the death with Gu Tianqing. Just as he stepped back, he exposed junior sister Zhang to Gu Tianqing alone. Chapter 14 Xianyun, 51 Happy. Gu Tianqing's figure flashed and flashed to junior sister Zhang's side, smashing the low-grade iron hammer in his hand. When junior sister Zhang panicked in her heart, she realized the mistake she made in cooperating with senior brother Zhao. If she and senior brother Zhao both advance and retreat together, she would not give Gu Tianqing any chance. She wanted to bring back the low-grade hairpin magic weapon. She also thought about taking the defensive amulet from the storage bag, and she also wanted to increase the infusion of spiritual power into the low-grade defensive shield. Overwhelmed. This can't be blamed on her. She has hardly experienced any battles in the sect. Even if she sometimes goes on missions, she also has the help of her senior brothers. This is the reason why she can save enough spirit stones to buy spirit gathering plates. However, her lack of strength will manifest itself in real battles. Her panic made the low-grade defensive shield in her hand barely block the low-grade hammer. But this is a low-grade iron hammer driven by a monk in the late stage of chi refining. With one blow, her low-grade defense shield was broken open, and the low-grade iron hammer hit her body heavily. Zheng Shimi's whole body was shocked, and the low-grade iron hammer magic weapon with the spiritual power in the late stage of chi refining instantly wiped out the vitality in her body. Junior sister. Brother Zhao roared angrily. He didn't keep it anymore. He slapped his hand on his waist, and there was an extra intermediate attack talisman in his hand. He used his spiritual power to activate the intermediate attack talisman, and a flash of fire flew towards Gu Tianqing. Gu Tianqing grabbed junior sister Zhang's storage bag with one hand, and then discovered senior brother Zhao's attack. He did not hesitate at all, and threw the low-grade iron hammer in his hand at the flame inspired by the intermediate attack talisman. On the other hand, he took out a red talisman and spat out a mouthful of blood at the red talisman. The red talisman turned into a ray of blood and took him away. After senior brother Zhao activated the mid-level attack talisman, he took a photo with the long sword in his hand, and wanted to approach Gu Tianqing to fight. As a sect-born, he has many methods in his hands that he has not used. As long as Gu Tianqing is held back, then Gu Tianqing will definitely be left behind by him. But he obviously did not expect the decisiveness of the loose cultivator. He actually detonated the main magic weapon and activated a special blood talisman to escape. Senior brother Zhao stepped forward, and was encountering a low-grade iron hammer that detonated. The low-grade iron hammer magic weapon that exploded, this is the magic weapon that the monks have cultivated for a long time in the late stage of chi refining. The power of self-explosion is extremely terrifying. Probably not even Gu Tianqing thought that detonating a low-grade iron hammer would have such an effect. He had fled far away at this time, and did not check the situation of the battle. The effect of the intermediate-level defensive talisman on senior brother Zhao's body was broken by a primary-level talisman from Gu Tianqing, and even the mid-level tortoise armor was hit. The explosion of the low-grade iron hammer made the mid-grade tortoise shell to be broken instantly. Fortunately, most of the explosive power was absorbed by the mid-grade tortoise shell magic weapon, and with the help of the middle-grade long sword magic weapon in the hands of senior brother Zhao, he did not die on the spot. Brother Zhao's body flew out like a rag, and fell heavily on the street. He resisted the pain, took out an elixir from the storage bag and took it, then jumped up, first put the body of junior sister Zhang into the storage bag, and then summoned a small flying boat. This small flying boat is not his, but borrowed from the sect for this mission. He jumped into the small flying boat, several spirit stones were smashed into the formation of the small flying boat by him, and the small flying boat took off into the sky. Until the small flying boat flew stably, he relaxed and spit out a mouthful of blood with organs, and his complexion became pale. The reason why he fled immediately was because he was seriously injured after suffering the self-destruction of a low-grade iron hammer at close range. He was worried that the loose cultivator would come back. At that time, he didn't even have the strength to fight back, so he could only let the other party deal with it. The two monks left, leaving only the ruined site. The buildings on both sides of the street were devastated, and there were fragments of rocks and wood torn apart by spiritual power. Except for the groans of injuries, the rest of the people in the building were so frightened by the sounds outside that they did not dare to make the slightest sound. No one dared to come out to check the situation outside until the lights and the footsteps of the brigade came. Li Wenyuan was awakened from his dream by the servant, and rushed to the scene. Li Shiming was still trying to perceive the spiritual energy. He didn't fall asleep, and he heard the noise outside. Mo Yen, what happened again? Li Shiming came out of his clothes and asked when he saw the young servant Mo Yen who came over. He is still very satisfied with the little servant Mo Yen. If anything happens, Mo Yen will come over and let him know immediately. There was a battle on Xiqian Street, and the destructive power of the news sent back is a bit like that of the garden. Mo Yen replied in shock. The explosion in the garden made the servants in the mansion terrified. Who knew that there was still no peace in the city, so it came again. Of course, Li Shiming knew that what happened in Xiqian Street and the garden was not the same. There is no second person in this world who can prepare nitroglycerin. Calm couldn't have made such an explosion. He thought of the two monks, and only a battle between monks would have such an effect. Mo Yen, send 2 maids to the guest house to see if the 2 guests are still there? He instructed in a deep voice. The nannies in the house are all human beings. Knowing how to snoop will not make people angry. On the contrary, letting Mo Yen go to investigate will make Li Shiming worry that it will not work well. Yes, young master. Mo Yen didn't know the reason, but still bowed to answer. Li Shiming couldn't sleep either. He came to the office area and waited in the living room where Li Wenyuan worked. The news from Mo Yan's side came first, and the 2 guests were not in the courtyard. At this time, he was 100% sure that what happened in the city was related to the 2 immortal cultivators. Father! Li Wenyuan entered with heavy steps, and Li Shiming hurriedly stepped forward to help and worried. When I was young, I didn't feel tired after 3 days and 3 nights on the riverbank. Li Wenyuan said helplessly while sitting on a chair, beating his legs lightly. Li Shiming instructed the servants outside to serve ginseng soup, which he had prepared in advance in the kitchen. Father, I sent someone to investigate the guest house where the 2 immortal cultivators are, and they are gone. Li Shiming said. Actually, there is no need to investigate further. There was a daring witness at the scene who saw the battle. The female immortal died yesterday, and the male immortal and their enemies all fled. Li Wenyuan said in a deep voice. Father, this year's household assessment will be troublesome. Li Shiming said worriedly. The Ministry of Household Assessment is a rating for officials' 1-year work and an important basis for officials to be promoted. Don't worry about the evaluation, I have no intention of returning to the central capital. Li Wenyuan said with a smile and shook his head. Chapter 15 Fairyland. Don't look at Li Wenyuan, who only has the 4th rank, but he is the prefect of Nanling Mansion, a real senior official, and the highest-ranking official on the Nanling Mansion side. If he wants to be promoted, he can only go back to the central capital and enter the center. There have been major vicious cases in Nanling Mansion. Although it is related to the immortal cultivator, the impact is really bad. Li Wenyuan will be affected by it no matter what. However, Li Wenyuan did not consider returning to the central capital, so it was nothing. Shiming, you go back to rest first, it will be autumn in a few days, take care of yourself. Li Wenyuan didn't want Li Shiming to be involved in these affairs, so he waved his hand with a smile. You also rest early. Li Shiming reminded as he left. When he walked out of the room, when he saw several officials walking over, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly, seeing that Li Wenyuan couldn't rest well today. He walked over the stone bridge and was about to return to his courtyard when suddenly he looked in a direction, which was the direction of the guest house where the 2 monks lived. Li Shiming looked at the guest house in front of him, where the candles were still lit. Li Shiming wants to see the immortals. He stood in front of the 2 nearby gates and shouted loudly. No one responded to him, which was what he had long expected. But just in case, he still asked politely. He tried to push one of the courtyard doors, and found that the courtyard door was fastened from the inside. It is not difficult to open this kind of wooden bolt from the outside. He took a dagger and inserted it through the crack of the door. After a few taps, he removed the wooden bolt. When he opened the courtyard door and entered it, what he saw was the wide open door. It went very smoothly in the main hall, bedroom and other rooms, but found nothing. Cultivation of immortals is like not eating human fireworks, and living here does not leave the slightest trace. The yard was the same as before, not even the quilt on the bed was used. He didn't expect anything at all, he just thought of a possibility to see if the 2 immortal cultivators left anything behind. Disappointed, she came out of the guest house and entered another guest house. When entering the bedroom of the living room, Li Shiming saw the disc on the ground. The disc glows faintly, with 4 luminous milky white stones as the center, connecting countless complicated lines, forming a strange pattern. The introduction to runes left by the head of Wang Zongbao did not record this disc, but most of this form is some kind of magic circle. It won't be a defensive array, otherwise I won't be able to enter. Li Shiming judged based on his little knowledge of immortality. He picked up the wooden chair beside him and carefully put the wooden chair above the disc. It's not attacking the circle. Seeing the intact wooden chair, he rejected another possibility. Since there was no danger, he no longer hesitated, and he put his hand into the disc. His hand was not attacked in any way, and nothing unexpected happened. Could it be a magic circle to help cultivation? A guess flashed in his mind. The reason why junior sister Zhang didn't take away the spirit gathering pan was because senior brother Zhao was so anxious that she didn't expect to come back. On the other hand, when activating the spirit gathering pan, it consumed the most spirit stones, and the spirit gathering pan was stable. After running, the consumption of spirit stones will be very small. Under normal circumstances, during her residence time, she would only activate the spirit gathering disc once, and then keep the spirit gathering disc activated, which could reduce the consumption of spirit stones. Daxia is the sphere of influence of the Zongmen. The stronger monks here will give the Zongmen face. Among the monks who are also in the qi refining period, the Zongmen monks have absolute advantages in terms of strength and magic tools. She did not consider it at all. Will not be able to come back. This spiritual gathering plate will be left here. Of course, if senior brother Zhao knows that junior sister Zhang has a spirit gathering plate, even if he is seriously injured or threatened by a loose cultivator, he will come back and take it away. But the problem is that junior sister Zhang hid the matter of the spirit gathering pan very well, and she also knew that if the matter of the spirit gathering pan was exposed, she would have to be careful about murdering and stealing treasures from her sect. Li Shiming guessed in his heart that he walked into the light of the spirit gathering plate and sat down cross-legged, pressing the spirit gathering plate under him. He tried to run the 5 elements breathing technique. He tried many times before without any perception, but this time was completely different. There were light spots floating around him. The light spots had 3 colors, one was gold, the other was red, and the other was green. He didn't know what it meant. Anyway, as long as he could perceive the light spot, it meant that he felt the existence of spiritual energy. Perceiving the spiritual qi, he had the basic conditions for the formal cultivation of the 5 elements breathing technique. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and followed the route of the first layer of the 5 elements breathing technique to absorb the spiritual light spots in the space into his body. It operates on the lines in the body. Li Shiming doesn't know how lucky he is. Normally, he is a person who has the talent for immortal cultivation, not to mention the issue of resources and environment. After all these are met, he needs a practice method that matches his immortal cultivation talent before he can cultivate. The 5 elements breathing technique left by the ancestors of Wang Zongdadu for the younger generation is a very versatile exercise, suitable for all people who are talented in cultivating immortals. This is so that as long as the younger generation has the talent to cultivate immortals, they can practice the 5 elements breathing technique. Li Shiming was intoxicated by his first cultivation of immortals, and the spiritual energy kept entering his body and gathered in front of his chest. An hour later, his body shook suddenly, and a vortex of spiritual energy appeared in his chest. Although the collected spiritual energy was not much, it did not spread out under the restraint of the vortex of spiritual energy. He opened his eyes, and the room in his eyes was as bright as day. This is not the effect of candlelight. After being nourished by spiritual energy, his body seems to have undergone great changes. He smelled a stench, and checked it quickly, and found that the stench was coming from him. A layer of black oil stains appeared on his exposed skin. He pulled off his clothes and saw that his body was covered with this black oil stain. It seems that a vortex of spiritual energy has been generated, allowing his body to discharge impurities. According to the book of the 5 elements concentrating qi, a vortex of spiritual energy appeared in Li Shiming's chest, indicating that he officially stepped into the first level of qi refining. He didn't mobilize the aura in his chest, because the aura was too little, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Without guidance, cultivating immortals is like a blind man touching an elephant. Li Shiming looked at the spirit gathering plate, which still maintained its radiance. He also knew that the spirit gathering plate in such a state was a waste, but with the situation he had just started cultivating now, he really couldn't practice the 5 elements breathing technique for the second time. After one practice, there was a faint pain in the place where the spiritual energy in his body circulated. He thought about it for a while, then pressed the spirit gathering disc with his hand and put it in the space of the computer room. When the spirit gathering pan entered the computer room space, it did not stop attracting spiritual energy. Although the outside of the computer room space was unknown, the spirit gathering pan was still attracting aura from the unknown to the computer room. Li Shiming observed the spirit gathering pan for a while, but did not find that the spirit gathering pan affected other equipment in the computer room, so he took back his consciousness with confidence. Chapter 16 Inventory. Li Shiming came out of the guest house and returned to his own yard. He saw Si Qin sitting on the cot at the outer door with his arms folded, his eyes squinting and his head tilted slightly. Hearing the sound, the piano player immediately woke up. "Master, you're finally back. It smells so bad." Si Qin got out of bed when she saw Li Shiming, and when she was talking, she smelled Li Shiming's body. "Hurry up and prepare hot water." Li Shiming waved and said, "I really don't know what the young master is doing." Although he complained in his mouth, his hands and feet were not slow, and he walked out quickly. It didn't take long for a big bucket of hot water to be ready. Li Shiming soaked in the hot water, and the oil on his body fell off with the hot water, revealing a more delicate skin. He thought of the appearance of the 2 immortal cultivators, and his current skin is somewhat similar to the 2 immortal cultivators. The troubles in Nanling City had nothing to do with him. After 3 days of cultivating the 5 elements breathing technique, the spiritual vortex in his chest was completely stabilized. During the 3 days of cultivation, he found that the 4 luminous stones on the spirit gathering plate were a little darker. The reason for being able to discover this is because it was in the computer room space. When the spirit gathering disc was placed in the computer room space, this slight change in light and shade was discovered by conscious perception. He came to a conclusion that the 4 luminous stones on the spirit gathering plate were in a state of consumption. As long as the spirit gathering disc is activated, the 4 luminous stones will continue to be consumed. He didn't know how to close the spirit gathering tray, and he didn't dare to forcefully take the 4 luminous stones. At least for now, he can still rely on the spirit gathering plate for cultivation. If the spirit gathering plate is damaged, his cultivation will be troublesome. He tried to leave the spiritual gathering plate to cultivate. When he sensed the single-digit aura light spots around him, he understood that without the help of the spiritual gathering plate, he was afraid that it would take 100 times more time to reach the second level of qi refining. Through the calculation of the large-scale server IBM Z15, Li Shiming concluded that the jeweling pan can last for 25 days. He needs to make good use of these 25 days to maximize the effectiveness of the spirit gathering plate. Of course, after 3 days, he also discovered that the spiritual energy gathered by the spirit gathering disc in the computer room space continuously increased the concentration of aura in the computer room space. He can even guide spiritual energy from the computer room space for his own cultivation. It was with this discovery that in addition to cultivating the 5 elements breathing technique, he placed the spirit gathering disc in the computer room space for the rest of the time, so that the effectiveness of the spirit gathering disc would not be wasted at all. He also found some time to go out of the city gate, to dispose of the body of Director Wang's head, and to clean up the space in the computer room. In addition, since he reached the first level of qi refining, the time he spends driving the generator with his consciousness has increased by a factor of 2. Now he can drive the generator with his consciousness for up to 2 hours, and this time is still increasing with time of growing. In the evening, Li Shiming took out Shi Shiming's storage bag from the computer room. On the day the aura vortex was generated, he was thinking about opening the storage bag. Even in the previous life, the function of storing items in the storage bag was only an illusion. Even the basic scientific assumptions have not been established, let alone the research on space storage items. Although he has room space and has a similar function as a storage bag, this is the storage bag of a cultivator, and it contains the items of the immortal, which is extremely important to him. Besides, in case someone discovers his storage ability, he can't expose the space of the computer room. Although storage bags are rare in the world, it seems that almost every cultivator carries a storage bag, and it is of limited value in the immortal world. It is better to expose the existence of the storage bag. Li Shiming tried to mobilize the spiritual energy from his chest to his right hand, and a trace of spiritual energy flowed out of the spiritual energy vortex in his chest, which flowed to his right hand obediently. He pressed his right hand on the storage bag, and a miraculous thing happened. A space appeared where he sensed the contact of the aura, and every item in the space could be sensed by him. A hoe, a rake, a shovel, and 2 sacks. If he hadn't sensed about 1,000 taels of gold, a pile of silver like a hill, a white robe, a long sword, and 5 books, he would have thought he was opening something from an old farmer. But he didn't underestimate the things inside. Whether it was a hoe, a rake, or a shovel, they were all objects with aura. Although the aura is far inferior to that of the long sword, one can tell from the presence of aura that a hoe, a rake, and a shovel are all things that cultivate immortals. In the 2 coarse cloth bags are rice with husks. This rice also has aura. When you hold a piece of rice in your hand, you can feel the gentleness of the aura inside. The aura of the long sword and the white robe is similar, so it should be an item of the same grade. Li Shiming compared it with the small wooden sword obtained from the head of Mr. Wang. Although the small wooden sword is small and cannot be used in his hand, the aura contained in it far exceeds that of the long sword and the white sword. Robe, I think the quality of the wooden sword is extremely high. He has no detailed criteria for judging items for immortality, and can only make a rough judgment based on the concentration of aura. He took out 5 books, and these were what he wanted most. Yu reading www.uukaungshu.com's books on cultivating immortals could help him better understand the knowledge of cultivating immortals. Spring Breeze and Rain, Gung Jin Ju, Earth Spirit Art, Spiritual Planting Foundation, and a practice note. Lingzifu Basics records how to grow spiritual rice, spiritual tea, spiritual grass, spiritual flowers, and more than 20 kinds of spiritual medicines that he has never heard of. From the ratio of soil to the precautions for each season, it may problems encountered, etc. The level of detail is simply nanny-style teaching. In addition, in the basics of Lingzifu, the Spring Breeze and Rain, Gingjin and Earth Spirit are mentioned. These 3 spells are the basic spells that Lingzifu must master. These 3 spells have all become a separate book, and every step of spellcasting has been explained in great detail. After seeing the practice notes, Li Shiming understood why there were these things in Shi Shiming's storage bag. Because Shi Shiming is a spiritual planter, he planted the 2 bags of spiritual rice by himself. In the practice notes, there are still 23 talismans, among which 11 are primary light body talismans that he has seen, the remaining 2 primary earth armor talismans, 5 primary fireball talismans, and 5 primary ice talismans arrows. He took out a primary light amulet in his hand, and after thinking about it, he was not willing to try it. At least before he officially came into contact with the world of immortality, these talismans were his trump cards. Although he has introduction to runes in his hand, unfortunately, he has no materials and cannot learn to make runes at all. Shi Shiming's practice notes are just a study note for teaching people to become a spiritual plant husband. Li Shiming's spiritual power is not enough to learn spells, and it is too early to say what kind of immortal cultivation career to choose. The practice notes in his hand can only increase his knowledge, and have little practical significance. Chapter 17 Arc. Li Shiming held 2 black silicon carbon rods in his hand, and he spent 5 days for the 2 silicon carbon rods. Due to limited conditions, he used a relatively primitive method, using the burial method for sintering. From Xiaoxi Moyan, I learned that there is black rock in a nearby mountain. Black rock is also coal. Because coal produces toxic gas when it is burned, few people in this world use coal as fuel. He used 5 truckloads of coal to successfully burn the 2 silicon carbide rods. That is to say, with his conscious participation in the computer room, it can isolate the hot air and harmful substances, otherwise he would not dare to perform such an operation in the computer room space. However, with the current level of technology in this world, even if he took out the method of making silicon carbon rods, no one could make it. He was able to succeed because his consciousness was constantly monitoring the changes of materials in the computer room space. His consciousness manipulated several custom-made parts sent by the little servant Mon, and combined with the heat-insulating material he had processed, it became a strange device. Even professionals from the previous life could not see the use of this thing. Because even if Li Shiming put 2 silicon carbon rods on it, it would not be able to play the expected effect. This is an electric arc furnace that lacks important components, such as the power supply high-voltage package and electronic control equipment. Li Shiming is not without the knowledge of making high-voltage packages, capacitors, resistors and other electronic components, but the problem is that there are too many missing basic materials, which makes him unable to start. The solution he thought of was very simple. The uninterruptible power supply in the machine room can output the high-voltage electricity required by the electric arc furnace as long as the command is adjusted. As for the problem of electric control, the uninterruptible power supply can also handle it. The reason why he wanted to create an electric arc furnace is mainly for self-protection. After having an electric arc furnace, he can make iron by himself, and using consciousness control in the machine room, he can turn steel into any shape, and at the same time, the accuracy is also guaranteed. In addition, with the electric arc furnace, according to the level of input power, the high temperature of 1300 degrees to nearly 2000 degrees is enough to easily process most of the basic materials. With the basic materials, many scientific and technological products from the previous life can be reproduced in the world. Of course, there is no rush to process and make basic materials. Before making self-protection items, he also needs to make the most critical item. These days, he has reduced the consumption of electricity. Every day, he uses consciousness to drive the generator to work to supplement the power in the uninterruptible power supply. Today, the uninterruptible power supply is fully charged. The accumulated electricity is used for the electric arc furnace. His consciousness called out the final design drawing after several revisions. This is a steam engine. The design drawing not only includes the drawings of the steam engine, but also the alloy composition table of the metals required for each component. Consciousness uses copper wires to introduce the high-voltage electricity output by the uninterruptible power supply into 2 silicon carbon rods, and an ultra-high temperature white light is produced between the 2 silicon carbon rods. The iron and other metals that had been prepared for a long time were controlled by consciousness and sent into the electric arc furnace in order, and turned into alloy molten iron. The high temperature in the electric arc furnace did not affect the consciousness. The consciousness checked the condition of the molten iron alloy and found that after the qualified molten iron alloy was formed, the electric arc furnace was disconnected from the uninterruptible power supply. Consciousness carried the alloy molten iron out of the electric arc furnace, forming the required shape of the parts in the air. In the computer room space, his consciousness is almost equivalent to the role of various high-precision machines. It is also the special space of the computer room that allows him to complete his vision according to his own wishes. After the first part was cooled, he took it out of the computer room. Looking at the parts in his hand, the metal texture with the style of his previous life made him feel like tears welling up in his eyes. I have made a lot of things before, but those are not the style of the previous life. The parts in my hand are the first real exposure of the technology of the previous life in this world. This part alone is not something that ordinary craftsmen can do. Not to mention the perfect alloy formula, only to say that it is accurate to the micron precision, which ordinary craftsmen are unable to manufacture. Without a machine tool, with both hands, only the so-called master craftsmen have this ability. Li Shiming has never seen the ability of the master. Even with his family background, he has no ability to let the master do things for him. He looked at the power consumption, and the power consumed by the converted high pressure was still within the controllable range. He did not stop and continued to turn on the electric arc furnace. Alloy parts are manufactured one by one, and it will be 10 days after the last alloy part is manufactured, and there are still 3 days before the autumn season. The reason why it took so many days is that it takes too much time to continuously replenish the electricity, and the electric arc furnace consumes electricity too fast. The electric arc furnace is a bit small, which makes the flywheel and the boiler are manufactured in sections, and finally arc welded together. That is to say, his consciousness can perceive the internal situation of the parts in the computer room space, otherwise the segmented manufacturing will bring a lot of hidden dangers. Fortunately, all troubles did not stop his manufacturing process, and a steam engine appeared in the engine room space. Water and coal are added to the steam engine, and the coal is ignited. When the water temperature rises, the flywheel rotates slowly. As the water temperature increases, the flywheel rotates faster and faster. The flywheel drives the rotor of the generator, and the rotor rotates to generate electricity. Electricity flows into the uninterruptible power supply, supplementing the consumption of electricity. As long as there is water and coal, electricity will be continuously output. UU reading www.uukunsha.com. Of course, the generator has also been transformed. With the electric arc furnace, he used conscious control to create a micron-scale roller, which replaced the cowhide lubricating device on the generator, which greatly improved the efficiency of the generator. The electricity produced can not only support the operation of the electric arc furnace, but also make the large-scale server IBM Z15 no longer need to sleep, completely release the computing power, and no longer need to be restricted. Li Shiming no longer needs to consume his own energy, as long as he replenishes coal and water at regular intervals, and regularly discharges impurities and gases that are limited to a fixed range in the computer room. These days, he didn't waste his cultivation time. The first level of the 5 elements breathing technique has reached its peak, and it won't be long before he can try to hit the second level. He didn't know how fast he was cultivating, but his body was filled with a lot of spiritual energy, and he could barely learn low-level spells. He intends to start learning 3 kinds of spells when he reaches the second level of chi refining after the autumn season is over. These are also the 3 kinds of spells that he can access. There is no choice. Li Shiming's consciousness entered the large-scale server IBM Z15, 190 CPUs, 40T memory, and hard disk array cabinets were all activated. Consciousness was connected with the large server IBM Z15. After the large server IBM Z15 was fully running, he felt a dizziness. It was caused by a large amount of data being refreshed at the same time, and his brain couldn't keep up. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that he couldn't keep up with the computing speed of the large server IBM Z15. He adjusted the connection with the large server IBM Z15, so that the process of exchanging data with his brain data generated a buffer in memory, which solved the problem. Chapter 18 Autumn. Li Shiming rode an ordinary carriage with the driver and the servant Moyen in the carriage's carriage. The piano player in the carriage kept checking the items in the test basket, for fear that there was one missing item. He didn't want to bring the piano with him, but the piano had to come no matter what. Considering that Sichin had prepared a lot of things for Chiu Wei, he still brought her with him. A number of Fuzhong guards followed not far behind the carriage, which was a must for Li Shiming to go out. There were several major events in Nanling Mansion, which did not affect the excitement today. There are people everywhere on the road. In addition to the candidates who participated in the Autumn Festival and their families, there are many people watching. There are also a lot of yamen and government soldiers on the streets. This is to prevent accidents. Master, the Gong Yuan is here. Mo Yan reminded outside the carriage. Sichin, stay in the car and don't get out. Li Shiming instructed while holding down the Sichin who wanted to get out of the car. At this time, the people outside the Gongyuan were crowded with people, and there were even children on the low walls and trees. A lot of people bring their children here just to get some culture, so that the children can have the opportunity to participate in the autumn festival like these talents. In the eyes of ordinary people, the scholars who can participate in the autumn festival are equal to the stars of Wenshu. This is also normal. Every scholar here is the top few in the world, and they are placed in the local Wenshu stars. And if the autumn season is over, then you can no longer be called a scholar, you need to be called Master Jiren and have the qualifications to be an official. Li Shiming carried the test basket to the gate of the Gongyuan. Several acquaintances looked at each other and didn't say hello. The soldiers searched at the entrance of Gongyuan were not soldiers from Nanling Mansion, but soldiers transferred from other places. The soldiers did not know Li Shiming, so the body search was the same as other candidates. Daxia attaches great importance to scientific examinations, and any act of daring to cheat in scientific examinations is a capital offense, and because of the importance of scientific examinations, Daxia has adopted a variety of methods to prevent cheating. Even in the autumn season of Nanling Mansion, Li Shiming could not enjoy the preferential treatment of the prefect. Li Shiming looked at Sichin's carefully prepared dessert, which was crushed by soldiers. Fortunately, Sichin couldn't see it, or else he would be sad again. At the end of the search, a soldier took him to the Gongyuan. His luck was not bad. Although it was not the best position in the row of houses, it was not bad enough to be next to the dry toilet. He took out the pen and ink, inkstone, and paperweight from the test basket, and took a little water to adjust the ink. Due to the existence of the computer room, he is equivalent to putting all the books in the Fuzhong study in his head, and he has the computing and analysis capabilities of the large-scale server IBM Z15, as well as many excellent articles in the history of the past life. Furthermore, because his strength has reached the first level of qi refining, and the nourishment of spiritual qi has greatly improved his memory, analysis, calculation and other abilities, he is not worried about Qiu Wei at all. On the first day, the questions were posted, and the test was the scriptures. Although he has studied the 4 books and 5 classics, he still observes the ancient exams with the feeling of a bystander. Only when he really took the autumn examination did he realize how difficult it was. Of course, this difficulty is not for him now, but for the students in the previous life. The simplest way to write the scriptures is to select any paragraph from the 4 books and 5 scriptures and 170,000 words to fill in the blanks. This requires the complete memorization of the 4 books and 5 classics, in order to be able to cope with the examination of the scriptures and Moi. Li Shiming swept the question once, and the answer appeared in his mind. He didn't even need to use the large server IBM Z15. He only needs to pay attention to writing the words clearly and not to smear the test paper. It took more than half an hour to finish writing the title in one stroke. He found that he was answering too fast, and the entire fill-in-the-blank paper was the content of a day's exam. He heard the wailing of the candidates, followed by the warning of the soldiers. At night, lanterns were hung up one by one, and all the candidates in the hall also lit oil lamps. Li Shiming sat down on the simple wooden bed, took the spirit-gathering plate out of the computer room and sat under him, and began to practice the 5 elements breathing technique. Even Qiu Wei couldn't interrupt his cultivation. There is no way to do this. The 4 luminous stones on the spirit-gathering plate are already very dim, and they really can't support it for long. It is a huge waste to waste any cultivation opportunity. Besides, in the hall, no one will disturb the candidates unless it is found that the candidates are obviously cheating. The spiritual energy poured into the body, and entered the spiritual energy vortex along the open spiritual veins. It seems to have reached a limit, the aura vortex shrank a bit, and then expanded in a circle. There was an inexplicable wind in the entire Gongyuan, and the lanterns were constantly shaking. The soldiers quickly checked the situation. After some inspections, the soldiers found nothing unusual, but regarded it as an accident caused by the weather. Li Shiming opened his eyes, a light flashed in his eyes, and then disappeared. Finally, the second level of qi refining. he secretly said with joy in his heart. After the second level of chi refining, he can try to learn spells, which is considered to have truly stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation. He put the gathering disc into the computer room without wasting any time. He could see that the spirit gathering pan could last for 3 more days at most, after which he would not have such good cultivation conditions. As for the glowing stones in the spirit gathering plate, he didn't find out where they were in Nanling Mansion. Besides, even with the luminous stone, he didn't have a way to activate the spirit gathering disc. He lay on the plank bed and spent his first night in the number quarters. The next day I took the test of classics in E, and the questions were relatively biased. Only from the size that came from the other houses, I knew how difficult the question was this time. However, no matter how biased it is, one cannot escape from the Li family's selection of classics and meanings. The 4 books and 5 classics of 170,000 words have been expanded to more than 6 million words by the Li family after so many years, which shows the depth of their research on classics and meanings. Almost every paragraph has a corresponding meaning. No matter how you test it, it can't go beyond the scope of the 4 books and 5 classics. On the third day, the exam is on strategy theory, which looks at the level of literature and practical research on the meaning of classics. Li Shiming didn't write it himself. Based on his knowledge of the examiner, he selected a policy article that matched the examiner's taste and was excellent from the historical database of the large server IBM Z15. This time, instead of writing immediately, he waited an hour before writing. In the afternoon, the 3-day autumn season finally came to an end. Sichin stood on the carriage, staring at the gate of Gongyuan. A number of exhausted candidates walked out of the gate, and the 3-day exam almost consumed every ounce of their energy. Some candidates even left the Gongyuan with the help of soldiers. At the end of the autumn season in the past years, some candidates will be seriously ill, and some candidates may even be sick because of it. Young master is out. Mo Yen exclaimed in surprise. Needless to say, just look at the youngest candidate who came out of the gate, and he is the only candidate in high spirits who can be recognized by just one glance among the candidates. Sichin stood on the carriage and waved his hand vigorously, indicating that she was here. Chapter 19 Spell. Li Shiming was sitting in the pavilion. The autumn season was over for a few days, and he didn't care about the result. Today, he didn't practice the 5 elements breathing technique. It wasn't because he was lazy, but because the 4 luminous stones on the spirit gathering plate lost their radiance. The spirit gathering plate no longer attracts aura, and the effect of cultivating the 5 elements replenishing chi is equivalent to nothing. Instead of wasting time on nearly ineffective cultivation, he studied spells. The contents of the 3 spells of Spring Breeze and Rain, Dung Jin and Soil Spirit circulated in his mind, and he simulated the process of releasing spells countless times in his mind. Li Shiming had sent the servants in the garden long ago. He wanted peace. Unless it was his father Li Wenyuan, no one would dare to disobey the order. Li Wenyuan was working at this time, and he was the only one in the garden. Spring breeze and rain. He muttered to himself, stroking his fingers in the air. With the strokes of his fingers, the spiritual power gleamed with a faint light of spiritual power. With the help of the large server IBM Z15, the most difficult and complex rune part of the Spring Breeze and Rain was perfectly drawn by him. During this period, spiritual power is required to fine-tune the output size many times. Even a little mistake will make the casting impossible. The mysterious rune of spiritual power stopped in front of him, and he waited for the first spell to appear. Unfortunately, after a few seconds, he only saw the disappearance of the spiritual power rune in front of him, and did not cause the phenomenon of the small cloud and rain in the book Spring Breeze of Rain. What exactly went wrong? He recalled the contents of the booklet Spring Breeze and Rain in his mind. He believed in his own understanding, and there were no mistakes in the process of releasing the Spring Breeze and Rain. This failed attempt reduced the spiritual power in the aura vortex in his body by 1/3. He didn't know how long it would take to recover the spiritual power in the aura vortex. He needed to find out the reason for the failure before he could test again, otherwise his spiritual power would not be enough to waste. Yizi Shufa. Li Shiming thought of a sentence he hadn't noticed before. He thought that this sentence was because he thought that he could release the spell by releasing the spell, but it was this understanding that made him fail. He believes that he has a lot of experience in the use of consciousness, and all operations in the computer room space are carried out through consciousness. If this meaning is consciousness, in theory, the spring breeze and rain should be successful. He flipped through the practice notes that Shi Shiming left behind. There were not many descriptions of the spring breeze and rain technique, nor did he mention what it meant. At this time, Li Shiming realized the importance of having a teacher. The book Spring Breeze and Transforming Rain seems to have extremely detailed records, but for a person with zero basic knowledge, any common sense knowledge may become an obstacle to cultivating spells. He reorganized the spell casting process in his mind. Casting spells has extremely harsh conditions, but compared with the large server IBM Z15, he can be 100% sure that he is doing it according to the description in the book. Before his spiritual power did not meet the requirements for casting spells, he had practiced the spell casting process of the spring breeze into rain many times without using his spiritual power. Does this mean that there is an artistic conception of spring breeze and rain in my heart? He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility. But the question comes again, how to make the mood of spring breeze and rain appear in your heart? He thought of a way. He found the video of Chunyu from the database of the large server IBM Z15, and he output this video to his eyes. He felt that he was in the rain and fog. Under the moisture of the rain and fog, the seeds broke through the soil and sprouted, and the trees sent out tender stalks. Since the large-scale server IBM Z15 uses his eyes as the video output from the monitor, when he saw this video, he had a feeling of watching a 3D movie in a previous life, even more than that immersive feeling. It's not enough. Li Shiming felt that he was about to come into contact with the truth, but he was only a short distance away. With this slight distance, he only needs to understand for a while, perhaps a day, or a longer time, to allow him to perceive the artistic conception of spring breeze and rain. But he had a better idea. He realized that he entered the Linux system of the large-scale server IBM Z15. Before, he loaded the vision into the display and scanning device of the large-scale server IBM Z15. What he needs to do now is to load all the 5 senses into the input and output devices of the large server IBM Z15, which can input the senses of the 5 senses into the system, and can also convert the specific virtual data of the server into the senses of the 5 senses. To this end, he also wrote a program to serve this function. In the previous life, such a program would require at least many days of effort to complete. But when his consciousness wanted to write the program of the book, a large piece of code was generated with his thoughts. You must know that when Li Shiming was writing code, he was able to use 190 CPUs in the large-scale server IBM Z15 to perform analysis together. When he connected his consciousness to the large-scale server IBM Z15, his computing and analysis capabilities were bound to the large-scale server itself. And because his consciousness can control any component of the large server IBM Z15, this makes the code he writes closer to the low-level program like assembly. Such programs are more efficient and direct, and can utilize server resources to a greater extent. The entire 5-sense connection conversion procedure took 5 minutes to complete. He loaded the spring breeze, the rain on his body, and the fragrance of the soil into his 5 senses through a program, and the video of the spring rain was replayed. He stood on the wet soil, and there was a soft feeling under his feet. The breeze was blowing on his face, and he could smell the smell of spring mud in his nose. The raindrops fell on his body, bringing the vitality of spring. This is the spring breeze and the rain, Li Shiming muttered to himself. Involuntarily, he mobilized his spiritual power in his hand, and drew a complex rune of spring breeze and rain in the void. The complex spiritual power rune hovered in the void, and then the spiritual power rune exploded, turning into a small dark cloud. The dark clouds rolled, and there seemed to be tiny lightning flashes and then disappeared. The raindrops fell from the dark clouds, and as the raindrops fell, the color of the dark clouds gradually faded, and the whole process of falling rain lasted for a cup of tea. Li Shiming stared blankly at the scene in front of him. If there were no outsiders in the garden, this scene would be shocking enough. To be honest, the scope of the spring breeze and rain is not very large, it is about 20 square meters. Such an area is far from the legendary immortal's ability to cast clouds and spread rain, but thinking that he is only on the second level of chi refining, this spring breeze and rain is only the lowest level of spiritual planting magic, and it has this effect already led him very satisfied. The height of the dark clouds formed by spring breeze and rain is not high, and the garden is laid out as a garden, paying attention to one scene at a time, so people outside the garden cannot see the existence of dark clouds. Chapter 20 Rain. Li Shiming woke up from the miraculous scene of releasing the spring breeze and rain, and he looked at the area that was being watered. There is a piece of camellia, part of which is affected by the spring breeze and rain. He walked to a camellia plant that had been watered by rain and checked carefully. The leaves of this camellia plant had a different emerald green color from autumn. You must know that it is autumn, and the leaves of all camellias are dark green. He took a piece of camellia tea and put it in his mouth. The camellia here was specially transplanted by his father, Li Yuan. He also regularly harvested camellia for use in Fuzhong. Although Li Shiming has no hobbies for tea tasting, his predecessor inherited Li Yuan's tea tasting habit. When he put the leaf in his mouth, he immediately felt the difference. The quality of this leaf has improved significantly, surpassing the previous taste. He couldn't help but be amazed at the effect of the spring breeze and rain dew, and just by performing it once, the quality of the affected camellia changed. Although I don't know how long the quality of camellia tea will last, even if it is picked and roasted now, it surpasses the vast majority of famous teas. This is the power that turns corruption into a magical power, which makes him unable to imagine the taste of the crops cultivated by the immortals using the spiritual field and the spring breeze and rain technique. Of course, if he really wants to taste it, the 2 bags of lingmi in the storage bag can be tasted. But it was the seed of lingmi. Even if he didn't read the book Fundamentals of Lingzifu and Shi Shiming's practice notes, he knew that the seeds were precious, and he would waste them on cravings. He sensed the vortex of spiritual energy in his body, and there was still 1/3 left, and he didn't want to cast spells anymore. 1/3 of the remaining spiritual power can be used in times of danger. Spells are really difficult to learn and use, and this little spiritual power is simply not enough to consume. He shook his head helplessly and said to himself. But what he didn't know was that not all cultivators could learn the spells in the immortal world. Take the spring breeze transforming rain art as an example. Generally speaking, a cultivator who can perform the spring breeze transforming rain art is considered to have entered the threshold of a spiritual planter. Lingzifu can enter one of the 100 arts of immortality, but it is not so easy to enter. If it is really easy to become a Lingzifu, Lingzifu will not become one of the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. Anyone can have the means of Lingzifu, and the value of the aura crops grown by Lingzifu is not enough to support this industry. Separate existence. If you want to become a spiritual planter, first of all, the requirement of the immortal root, at least one of the spiritual roots of water or wood must exist. The other thing is to use the spring breeze and rain art. Even if Li Shiming used it twice, he succeeded. But in the world of immortality, this step blocked countless monks, making the number of Lingji husbands always at a rare level. The spring breeze and rain is indeed a low-level spell, but its learning difficulty is not low at all. The perfect drawing of complex runes is one threshold, and the need for spring breeze to transform into rain is another threshold. Those who normally learn the profession of Lingzifu are all monks with ordinary talent. The real genius is cultivated by the sect at the low level, and there is no need to consider the issue of side jobs. A cultivator with ordinary talent can successfully perform the spring breeze and rain art without needing years of hard work, 3 to 5 years or 10 years, or even those who have been unable to get started. Most monks practice for several months and then give up when they realize they don't have this talent. Not only the spring breeze and rain, all spells require the cooperation of mind. If you can't understand the existence of mind and want to cast this spell, you need the help of talisman. This is also the reason why cultivators carry a large number of talismans with them, not only because the release of talismans consumes less spiritual power and the advantages of fast casting speed, but also because it is difficult to learn spells. Of course, in the sect, if you have the guidance of a master, you can still understand the meaning of the spell faster through the experience of the predecessors. Li Shiming turned into a tea picker. He picked all the 20 square meters of camellia. Then, in his computer room space, he fried the camellia he picked into tea. The tea is fried in the computer room space, and the quality of the leaves improved by the spring breeze and rain is perfectly preserved into the tea leaves. The skill of frying tea is available in the database of the large server IBM Z15, and after countless years of development, it is the most mature technique for frying tea. Back in his yard, he made himself a cup of tea with freshly fried tea leaves. Taking a sip, he realized that his previous judgment was correct. In addition to the excellent quality of this tea, it also had a subtle aura. For him, on the second level of qi refining, this inscrutable spiritual energy has no effect on his body or cultivation. But if the tea, which is rich in weak spiritual energy, is given to ordinary people, it will be of great benefit to the body. He has packed 3 cans of this kind of tea. There are not many leaves that can be picked for 20 square meters of camellia. In addition, 3 cans can be produced after frying, which is a very high yield. It's a waste for me to drink it. Li Shiming shook his head and drank his tea. He spit out 3 cans of tea in a box and walked towards the office area of the government office. Congratulations to Xuesi. He met Professor Zhou from Nanling House in the government office. Professor Zhou smiled and said to him that Xuesi was his name. Li Shiming returned a salute inexplicably, not knowing where the joy came from, and Professor Zhou didn't explain anything to him. Professor Zhou is of the 7th grade and is in charge of educational affairs in Nanling Mansion. When I came to Li Wenyuan's place, as soon as I entered the door, I saw the rare happy smile on Li Wenyuan's face. Shiming, I was about to call you, so come here. Li Wenyuan beckoned to Li Shiming to sit down. Father, why are you so happy? Li Shiming asked after sitting down. Tomorrow is the day when the list will be released, but today's results of Chiu Wei have been delivered. Li Wenyuan replied with a smile. Ordinary candidates, even if they belong to the powerful family, cannot know the results of the rankings in advance. Because the results of the test papers will be released the day before the rankings are released, and they will be sent to the government office. Except for the chief examiner and the deputy examiner, only the professor and the prefect can see the results, and no one else knows the results in advance. The ranking will be released on time tomorrow morning, and the results will not be announced until then. Baby, this is the middle. Li Shiming understood why Li Wenyuan was happy, he said with a smile. To be honest, if it weren't for the influence of Yuanshan's emotions, Zhongju was a kind of obsession of Yuanshan, and he wouldn't be very excited about Zhongju in his heart. After he came into contact with Xiu Xian, worldly affairs had much less influence on him. At first, he also relied on the data stored on the large server IBM Z15, and the idea of changing the world and making a great cause turned into a yearning for cultivating immortals in the presence of immortals in this world. In order to avoid suspicion, the examiner did not make you Jie Yuan. You got Ye Yuan because your father influenced you. Li Wenyuan said happily with regret. Chapter 21. Prepare. Father, it is already a blessing to get Yayuan, how dare you ask for too much? Li Shiming said to his father Li Wenyuan with a smile. He also understood that, with the exam papers of Chiu Wei, if there were no other factors, he would have no problem taking the first place to solve the yuan. Listening to the meaning of Li Wenyuan's words, because of his status as the prefect of the prefecture, the examiner took into account the matter of avoiding suspicion, and changed the original Xie Yuan that belonged to him to the second Ye Yuan. I've seen your answer, and Jie Yuan is more than a step behind you. Li Wenyuan shook his head and said. Li Shiming is of course aware of this, not to mention the meaning of the scriptures and pasting the scriptures. It is the final strategy article, and it is also an article of the champion of the previous life. It is normal to suppress all the candidates by using the essay of the champion for autumn. Originally, you participated in this autumn festival just because I wanted you to have one more autumn experience, which will help you in the autumn 3 years later. I didn't expect that you were only 15 years old and you were going to leave home for Zhengdu, and I couldn't leave. Nanling Mansion will accompany you. Li Yuan then said worriedly. This is also the trouble of happiness. He participated in the spring festival at the age of 15. If he really wanted to become a Jinshi after the spring festival, then it was considered auspicious in the current dynasty. As a father, he was happy but worried about the boy leaving home. Father, I'm not a child anymore. Li Shiming said quickly. He didn't want to affect his plans to go to the central capital because of his father's worries. I don't want to stop you from participating in the spring festival. This time I will contact the naval officership when you go to Zhengdu. In addition, I will bring a team of escorts, Xichin and Mo Yan, to the old house where Zhengdu lives there. In the meantime, I will write a few more letters to you and visit a few uncles on my behalf. Li Yuan spoke a little ramble, without his usual majesty. But Li Shiming felt his father's sincere feelings for him. He integrated the memory and feelings of his original body. For him, Li Yuan was his father in this world. By the way, this is the tea I made myself. It feels pretty good. You drink it, and I'll come back too. Because the atmosphere was a bit wrong, Li Shiming changed the subject and pointed to the 3 tea tins he brought, standing up and saying goodbye. Li Yuan looked at the figure of Li Shiming leaving, shook his head slightly and took a tea can. He didn't believe that Li Shiming could make any good tea. But this is a piece of my son's mind. He took a little tea and brewed it. A smoky aroma of tea penetrates directly into the heart and spleen. Li Yuan is a tea lover. How could he not smell the quality of this tea? He picked up the cup and took a sip. The taste was mellow and slightly sweet, and the aftertaste was fragrant, but he couldn't tell what kind of tea it was. Just after taking a sip of tea into the stomach, a warmth spread from the stomach to the whole body. He only felt a sense of refreshment from his sedentary body, and his mind was also clear. Even if he didn't understand why this tea was, he knew that this tea was not ordinary. Drinking a cup of clear tea is like soaking your whole body in warm water and falling asleep again. After your body is extremely relaxed, you will feel full of vitality. He hurriedly put the other 2 cans of tea together with the opened one, and carefully put them in the cabinet and locked them. This kid, don't say it clearly. With a smile on his face, he couldn't help complaining. Li Shiming had no mother since he was a child, and he was the one who brought it up. Seeing that the child now has such good things and still thinking of himself as a father, he is extremely happy. Li Shiming returned to the yard. He thought about going to the central capital. It won't be long before he leaves for the central capital. He needs to consider his own safety after leaving Li Yuan's protection. In Nanling Mansion, his identity was a natural protection, but after leaving Nanling Mansion, even with the protection of guards, he could not feel at ease. The head of Mr. Wang, who he had seen before, Shi Shiming, who was killed by him with nitroglycerin, and 2 immortals whose whereabouts are unknown. In the short days he came to this world, he encountered so many horrors exist. Of course, now, if he encounters Chief Wang's head again, he will have some ability to deal with it. But if he encounters an immortal again, how will he face it? Although it was said that it was not very likely to encounter immortals, but according to the frequency of his encounters with immortals, he did not feel that the chances were small at all. Thinking of this, he took out the long sword magic weapon from Shi Shiming from his storage bag. When he first got the long sword magic weapon, because he had too little spiritual energy in his body at that time, he didn't do any research on the few magic tools he got. He carefully observed the long sword artifact. The long sword artifact was made of iron. However, when he passed the observation and light tapping into the large server IBM Z15 through his five senses, he analyzed that this kind of iron is completely different from ordinary iron. Internal structure. With his current lack of knowledge about immortality, he cannot make accurate judgments with the help of the large-scale server IBM Z15, and can only analyze this step. He tried to slash a stone with a long sword, and the long sword left an incision 10 centimeters deep on the stone. He didn't use a lot of strength. It can be seen how terrifying the sharpness of this long sword weapon. www.novel.com. If it is placed anywhere, this long sword weapon can be regarded as a magic weapon. He tried to introduce a little spiritual power again, and immediately the light of spiritual power appeared on the long sword magic tool, feeling that the middle long sword magic tool seemed to be alive, with an indescribable charm. Li Shiming once again slashed at the stone with a long sword that shone with spiritual energy. This time, with similar strength, he easily cut the stone in half, and he didn't even feel the obstruction from the stone. He looked at the stone that was cut in half in shock. If it was cut on a person, even if the person was wearing armor, the result would be the same. Putting away the long sword, he decided to equip the long sword with a scabbard to wear with him. This thing is a big killer. Although he didn't learn any swordsmanship on the second level of chi refining, but with his body's reaction, strength and speed, and holding a long sword in his hand, even if he encountered a strong man, he could kill him unexpectedly. He thought about defense again, and took out the white robe that he obtained at the same time. The white robe has similar spiritual power fluctuations as the long sword magic weapon, and it is also a magic weapon. With the previous experience, he introduced a little spiritual power into the white robe, and a faint white shimmer flashed on the white robe. He didn't dare to test it with a long sword, but took a pair of scissors and cut and stabbed at the white robe, only to find that they were all blocked by the white robe. He guessed that the white-robed magic weapon should be a defensive magic weapon. Of course, before he actually came into contact with the world of immortals, all the tests were based on worldly knowledge. The accuracy of this judgment cannot be guaranteed, but at least he can use these two instruments. The white robe is decorated with a little decoration, and it can be used as a Confucian shirt. The long sword is hung around the waist. This is a classic dress for many literati. Chapter 22 Pollution. The next morning, Li Shiming felt the vortex of spiritual energy in his chest and sighed helplessly. He didn't practice the 5 elements breathing technique yesterday, so he just wanted to see if he could restore the spiritual energy consumed in the body with his own recovery. As a result, after a night, the spiritual power in his body showed no sign of recovery. In addition, he also discovered something more serious. In the past, when he had the spirit gathering plate, he couldn't feel it when he practiced the 5 elements breathing art every day. Since the spirit gathering plate could not be activated, he was unable to practice the 5 elements gathering chi art for 2 days. But it was because he didn't practice the 5 elements breathing technique for the past 2 days, and his body lacked the nourishment of spiritual energy, and he felt that his body was polluted. And the source of the pollution is his daily food. It's not that the food is poisonous, but the mundane food without spiritual energy, for the body that has been baptized with spiritual energy, it is filthy. Of course, this kind of pollution is not serious, but he has been polluted for a long time, and under the double influence of his lack of spiritual energy to practice the 5 elements concentrating chi art, his cultivation base will not be improved. I am afraid it will decline. It's not that he has no spiritual energy. In the computer room space, there is a strong spiritual energy. It's just that the spiritual energy in the computer room is rootless water, and it will be less if you use it a little bit. He originally planned to use the aura in the computer room space as a reserve for emergencies. Now it seems that he will use these auras to solve the current urgent tasks. First of all, he has to solve the problem of food. There is no spiritual energy food. Even if he uses the spiritual energy in the computer room to cultivate, it will only take a little more time. In Fundamentals of Lingzifu and Shi Shiming's practice notes, there is a method of how to grow spiritual rice. But it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. To grow spiritual rice, you need a spiritual field. There are also ready-made methods for making lingtian, but I have never heard of those materials, let alone purchase them. He also understands that with his current situation, he doesn't dare to buy anything that is sold. He is a second-level chi refining person who doesn't even have the power to protect himself. He dares to exchange the magic weapon or book in his hand for the materials of the spiritual field. It is estimated that even the belt bone will be swallowed by the monk. Naturally, it is not feasible to use the spiritual field. He thought of the advanced planting methods in his previous life. Although spiritual rice is a spiritual crop, it can be grown by non-ordinary cultivation, but he can also be regarded as a means of spiritual planting. The spring breeze of rain can make spiritual rice grow. Anyway, nothing happened recently. He began to use his consciousness to enter the large server IBM-Z15 and search for planting-related information in the vast database. Li Shiming had forgotten that this morning was the day when the Autumn Festival was released. It is estimated that he was the only one who was indifferent to this matter among all the candidates. Congratulations, young master, you are able to hold Ye Yuan. The young servant Mo Yen shouted outside the study. Originally, the good news was supposed to be done by the yamen, but Li Shiming lived in the back garden of the house, and Mo Yen took the good news and delivered it after he got the news. Sichin, give Mo Yen 2 taels of silver, all the servants will be rewarded. Li Shiming was disturbed by his thoughts, so he reluctantly instructed Sichin. Young master, you've raised people. Sichin didn't have his calmness and said with a jumping smile. I see, you go and make Mo Yen quiet, take the reward and play elsewhere. Li Shiming waved his hand to calm the excited Sichin and said. Sichin didn't understand Li Shiming's attitude towards Zhongju, but it didn't affect her happiness, so she jumped out of the study. Li Shiming refocused on the database of the large-scale server IBM Z15, which contains a lot of information about agriculture. In the past life, the florist's family was ahead of the world in the cultivation of rice. Among them, there was a great druid like Yuan Lao, who pushed rice to an unprecedented height. It's just that his time and conditions are limited, so it's not realistic to cultivate a better and stronger rice in a short period of time. What he needs most is to plant spiritual rice first, and then he can consider other things on this basis. In the comparison of a large number of materials, he found a method with the highest feasibility, that is, soilless cultivation technology. Soilless cultivation technology, especially for rice, is already a relatively mature technology. Li Shiming finally chose the technology of planting rice in a plant factory environment. The reason for choosing this technology is that this method can maximize the use of space. You must know that the space of the computer room is not large, except for the area that has been used. The remaining area that can be used is only 70 square meters. 70 square meters of space is still too small to be used for growing rice. But if a plant factory environment can be formed, then multi-layer soilless planting can be formed. In terms of the 4-meter height of the computer room, in addition to the bottom layer being the seedling layer, 4 layers of planting space can be formed above. In order to maximize the use of the computer room space, Li Shiming removed the ceiling of the computer room space. The ceiling is to place the central air conditioner, UU reading www.uukaungshu. Common multiple sets of LED cold light lamps, needless to say the central air conditioner. In the absence of external equipment, the only remaining air outlet is a decoration, it is better to remove it. Previously, Li Shiming used his consciousness to enter the computer room space and had no need for lighting. Under the perception of consciousness, the computer room space without light had no effect on consciousness. However, to create a plant factory environment in the computer room space, light is needed to form photosynthesis. Fortunately, the electricity is readily available, and you only need to connect the electricity to turn on the LED cold light. There are a lot of LED cold light lamps. When the computer room is designed, the LED cold light lamps are covered all over the top to form a shadowless effect. The LED cold light lamps are distributed, which is enough for the multi-layer plant factory. This saves him a lot of time. You must know that although you have the technology to make electric lights, and you have the ability to control the micron level in the computer room space, it still takes a lot of time to actually make a light bulb. For the next few days, Li Shiming mostly stayed in his study, except to visit his teacher. In just a few days, he spent hundreds of taels of silver to buy a lot of the materials he needed. In his computer room space, a set of shelves made of wood with 5 floors up and down has been built. On the wooden shelves are trays made of glass. These glass colors are very messy, but in this day and age, any variegated tray is an expensive treasure. The glass tray is made of sand. If he wants to make transparent glass, he needs better quality silica sand. He doesn't want to make money with glass, but only needs the stability of glass. The color does not affect the use. Of course, this is also related to the fact that he got a lot of gold and silver from the storage bag, so he doesn't need to think about silver. Chapter 23 Lingji. Li Shiming took out a bag of spiritual rice seeds at a time. He did not use a small amount of spiritual rice seeds for experiments first, but took out half of the spiritual rice seeds at once. With the support of a large number of soilless rice planting technologies, coupled with the almost omnipotent perception and micron-level control of consciousness in the computer room space, if this will fail, he will have no other way to grow spiritual rice in a short time. Now every day that passes, his body is more seriously polluted by mundane food. He needs to plant a batch of spiritual rice as soon as possible to solve the current trouble. Ling rice seeds are placed in the prepared solution, which is a seedling solution prepared according to the optimal ratio. His consciousness was focused on the spiritual rice seeds, and he didn't dare to relax at all. Ling rice seeds are in the seedling liquid and begin to absorb the nutrients in the seedling liquid, and the embryos of Ling rice seeds are getting bigger in the seed shell. However, he also sensed the powerlessness of the spiritual rice seeds. If they were allowed to grow like this, perhaps the buds and embryos of this batch of spiritual rice seeds would not even be able to break open the seed shells, so the spiritual rice seedlings would not be formed. Li Shiming mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and then used his consciousness to draw the rune of the spring wind and rain art in the computer room space. A 20 square meter spiritual rain began to fall, and all the falling spiritual rain was captured by his consciousness and sent into the seedling liquid of the bottom cultivation layer of the planting frame. With the Lingyu of the spring breeze and rain, the seeds of Ling rice seemed to have gained vitality, and the buds and embryos broke open the seed shells one after another. Li Shiming recorded the data in the large-scale server IBM Z15 while observing the changes in the seeds of Lingdao. The spring breeze Huayuju fills the seedling liquid with spiritual rainwater that is extremely beneficial to plants, and because he collects all the spiritual rainwater in the seedling liquid without any waste, the effect continues to play a role. According to the method of the normal spiritual planting husband, most of the spiritual rain of the spring breeze and rain art will be absorbed by the soil, and only a small part of it will really have an effect on the plants. It's not because of Ling Jifu's ignorance, but in countless years in this world, planting has never been inseparable from the soil. This is the rigidity of thinking, and it is a level that the spiritual plant husband of this world has never considered. Of course, there are also important reasons. Without absolute mastery of the nutrients needed by plants, how can we come up with a method of soilless planting? The mastery of various nutrients required by plants involves the research of various sciences such as botany and chemistry. This is not a problem that a single person can solve. The reason why there are so many science and technology in the previous life is that it has developed step by step from the foundation. Through the efforts of the whole world for hundreds of years, the technical achievements in the database of the large server IBM Z15 have been obtained. The spiritual rice seedlings continued to grow. After 2 days, the spiritual rice seedlings were moved to the planting racks on the upper 4 floors. In order to perform the spring breeze and rain transformation art, Li Shiming invoked some spiritual energy in the computer room space and practiced the 5 elements breathing chi art to restore the spiritual energy in his body. In order to save the aura of the computer room space, he practiced the 5 elements breathing technique. As long as the spiritual energy was restored, the supply of the aura in the computer room space would be stopped. There is no way. Spiritual plants must grow in an environment with sufficient spiritual energy. Fortunately, the soilless planting technique used has multiplied the effect of the spring breeze Huayu art, which reduced the number of times he used the spring breeze Huayu art, and greatly reduced his consumption of the aura in the computer room. As for the other two spiritual planting spells, Dingjin Ju and Earth Spirit Ju, in order to save the consumption of spiritual power, he did not learn it. The function of Gangjin Ju is to kill the spiritual insects that are harmful to spiritual plants. Some of these worms are extremely small, but very destructive, and they are very resistant to various drugs, so that only through Gangjin Ju accurate elimination will not affect the spiritual plant. The Earth Spirit Art is a spell to add aura to the spiritual field. After a season of planting, it is necessary to use the Earth Spirit Art to readjust the spiritual energy of the spiritual field. However, since Li Shiming uses soilless planting, the Soil Spirit Art is not useful, and in the computer room space, there is no possibility of spiritual insects appearing, that is, the existence of spiritual insects. His consciousness in the computer room space is higher than any spell is more effective. In the computer room space, there is his consciousness to monitor the growth of Ling rice, so that Ling rice plants receive the best care. He regulates the optimal light quality, light intensity, and photo period, as well as other environmental and nutritional elements, which significantly increases the photosynthesis rate of crops, induces early flowering and promotes rapid crop growth, and greatly shortens the growth cycle of Ling rice plants. According to the planting knowledge left by Shi Shiming, the maturity period of Ling rice is 2 months. In the computer room space, the spiritual rice plants can receive photosynthesis at 12 hours a day, and he constantly adjusts the brightness of the LED cold light through perception, so that the spiritual rice plants are always in the best growth environment. It only took 25 days, and the spiritual rice plant had reached the maturity stage. UU reading www.uukunsha.com. Li Shiming also found that planting spiritual rice in the computer room space did not reduce the total amount of spiritual energy in the computer room space, but increased it a little. During the growth of spiritual rice, part of the spiritual energy is produced through photosynthesis. This part of the spiritual energy is very small for a spiritual rice plant, but the entire 70 square meter and 4-story planting racks add up to let him feel the increase in the concentration of spiritual energy. It was even possible to supplement the aura consumed by using the spring breeze and rain art once a day, so that after 25 days, the concentration of the aura in the computer room increased instead of decreasing. Of course, the spiritual energy in the computer room is only enough for planting, not for his daily cultivation. These past few days, Li Shiming has lived a secluded life, shutting himself in his study every day, and outsiders thought he was preparing for the spring festival. So no one bothered him. Even his father, Li Wenyuan, issued orders both inside and outside the mansion not to disturb him in his studies. Today is an important day. After 25 days of hard work, countless days and nights, Li Shiming only slept for a short time every day, focusing all his consciousness on the growth of Lingdayami. He succeeded, and all the spiritual rice was ripe. His consciousness sensed the golden yellow spiritual rice that was bent over, and the joy of harvesting excited him. For a month, he cut down on eating, but it also deposited a lot of impurities in his body. He is just waiting to get rid of the pollution of ordinary food, and spiritual rice is his hope. Having experienced the feeling that his whole body is transparent, fresh and clean, he can't stand his current body. Such a polluted body will feel a little obscure when invoking spiritual power in the body. I believe that if this continues, he will even be able to invoke spiritual power. Affected. Chapter 24 Reward. Li Shiming used his consciousness to collect Lingdao and recorded the data. At present, there are no conditions to optimize Lingdao, but it does not mean that it cannot be in the future. It takes a month for each season of Lingdao to record the data once more, which is equivalent to saving a month of time. The average number of tillers per plant is 60, and the comprehensive yield of the single-layer cultivation frame is 0.65 kilograms per square meter. This season's spiritual rice was planted, and he obtained a total of 364 caddies of spiritual rice, nearly 2.5 stone of spiritual rice. Looking at Ling Daemi, there was a look of contentment on his face. His consciousness wrapped the spiritual rice, and selected the spiritual rice with the fullest and strongest vitality. These spiritual rice will become the seeds for the next season, and continue to produce more spiritual rice for him. He is even more happy that this kind of output, even if there is no increase, is enough for his own consumption, and there is still a lot of excess. Although there is an extra portion of Lingdao rice, it cannot be eaten by ordinary people. The spiritual energy contained in the spiritual rice is gentle to the cultivators in the qi refining stage, but it is highly poisonous to ordinary people. Ordinary people will burst their bodies when they eat spiritual rice, so he doesn't plan to share it with others. In order to avoid the overflowing aroma of Lingdao rice, even cooking with Lingdao rice is carried out in the computer room space. He used a pound of spiritual rice, plus the spiritual rainwater produced by the spring breeze Huayu technique, to make a pot of spiritual rice. Li Shiming took the spiritual rice out of the computer room, and suddenly an indescribable aroma of rice rushed to his face, and a touch of soft spiritual energy spread with the heat. He ate quickly, for fear that the spiritual energy in the spiritual rice would be lost too much over time. Although he hadn't eaten enough in recent months, he still only ate a quarter of the spiritual rice and couldn't eat any more. He overestimated his appetite. 1 caddy of Lingniao rice and water made a large pot of Lingnian rice. In addition, the feeling of fullness that soon came after lingering rice was eaten, let him know what to cook every time. Desired amount of rice. The amount of spiritual rice he needs in a month will not exceed 7.5 caddies, which is still judged by the amount of food he has been hungry for the past month. I believe the actual amount will be less. In this way, he can save more than 350 caddies of spiritual rice every month. Let's save it first and see when we can sell some. Li Shiming thought about it for a while, but did not stop the cultivation of spiritual rice. Lingdao rice is the only material he has at present that can be traded with other immortal cultivators. Although he has no trading partner yet, it is necessary to prepare in advance. The second season's spiritual rice planting doesn't need to be as troublesome as the first season. With complete planting data, he just needs to pay attention to it regularly. His consciousness entered the space of the computer room, and he found a wooden box that reserved a small part of the space. Inside the wooden box are 2 rows of iron guys protected by soft cloth. Each iron guy is the size of a fist, and each row has 5 pieces. This is a self-protection weapon prepared by Li Shiming. The first row is a white phosphorus bomb. The white phosphorus bomb is very harmful. After it touches an object, it burns continuously until it goes out. Therefore, when it touches a human body, the flesh will be damaged, penetrate and then go deeper into the bone. The second row is the thermite bomb. The power of the thermite bomb is very powerful. The explosion of this kind of incendiary bomb is by no means a simple matter of emitting high temperature and producing new substances. The specially treated thermite bomb can release a high temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius, and its dazzling light is enough to blind the eyes of people who are not prepared. At the same time, steel targets hit by thermite rounds usually melt rapidly. This is actually not difficult to understand. After all, a simple thermite reaction will melt elemental iron, let alone a thermite bomb? The 2 extremely powerful bombs are the most powerful life-saving weapons that he can make with the materials on hand. After studying the defensive power of the white-robed magic weapon, he lost interest in making weapons such as guns. Because ordinary guns can't break the defense of the white-robed magic weapon at all, and stronger guns are not something he can manufacture in a short time. Far less practical than white phosphorus bombs and thermite bombs, at least these 2 bombs are the most likely to hurt immortal cultivators. As for the small wooden sword, he couldn't use it at all. He tried it once and almost drained the spiritual power in his body. The problem is that even if all the spiritual energy in the body is drained, the wooden sword cannot be mobilized. The wooden sword's demand for spiritual power is like a bottomless pit, and it is not something he can control at the second level of qi refining. So he knew that the small wooden sword was stronger, but it was not as practical as the long sword for him. Li Shiming sensed the spiritual power in the computer room space again. He thought about it while running the 5 elements breathing chi art while exporting the spiritual energy from the computer room space. CC's aura was absorbed into his body, and when it was running in the body, the impurities accumulated in recent months were discharged along the pores. When the 5 elements breathing technique was completed, he felt the lightness and transparency of his body again. In fact, there are not many impurities discharged from the pores. It only took more than a month before and after, and he controlled his food intake. So he didn't have an unacceptable stench on him www.mtlnovel.com, but he still asked Sichin to prepare a bath and wash it well. The white-robed magic weapon is quite good, it is not stained at all, and it does not need to be changed. Shiming, tomorrow the official ship will stop at the dock, and I won't send you off. In Li Wenyuan's study, he looked at Li Shiming and said solemnly, "The things that should be prepared have been prepared long ago, and the greetings that should be said have been called. The chicks always have to leave the nest. Father, I put some tea leaves in the library, you have to take care of yourself after I leave," Li Shiming said with his head lowered. He had a feeling that after leaving Nanling Mansion this time, he didn't know when he would be able to return. This time, he explained that he was going to participate in the Spring Festival. In fact, he was going to find Xianlu. He was not sure about this, so he didn't say it now. In the future, if there is Xianlu, he will inform Li Wenyuan by letter. So even if his spiritual energy was tense, he still used the spring breeze and rain technique many times to create tea leaves with weak spiritual energy. Shiming, you have grown up and have your own secrets. I won't ask you, but you must remember to pay attention to safety. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Li Wenyuan hesitated for a while, but didn't ask anything. It is confession. He had drank tea leaves roasted by Li Shiming, how could he not know the speciality of the tea leaves? Looking at his body now, he felt as if he had regained his youth for 10 years. Every time I drink that tea, I can feel the changes in my body's gain. Of course, as I drink more tea, this feeling becomes less and less obvious. This kind of magical tea, plus Li Shiming's accident of Asian dollars in the autumn, these things happened far beyond his expectations, and he knew that there must be some reason. But no matter what happened, Li Shiming was his son, and he would not investigate his son's secrets. Chapter 25 Trade. Fellow Taoist, please stay. Li Shiming was walking slowly onto the official boat when he heard a voice behind him. If it wasn't for the government-run pier, surrounded by officers and soldiers, when he heard this suddenly, he almost took out a white phosphorus bomb from the computer room and shot it behind him. Hearing this familiar sentence in the world of immortal cultivation made him feel extremely bad. He turned his head and looked at the speaker. The speaker was a round-faced man in his 30s who was wearing a green robe. Li Shiming's eyes swept across the round-faced man's waist, and he immediately understood why the other party called him a Taoist friend. A storage bag could be seen on his waist. This round-faced man turned out to be an immortal cultivator, and the immortal cultivator he imagined would not ride an ordinary boat. Not only do immortal cultivators say that they can fly in the sky, but they should also be able to walk like flying, and they won't look down on slow official ships. I don't know what's going on. He didn't call the other party a Taoist friend. Sichin, Moyen, and the 4 guards were not far away. The name of the Taoist friend was really strange. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Fanny Yang. I have the predestined fate to take this boat together, so I came here to say hello. The round-faced man replied with a strange look in his eyes. Fanny Yang was of course strange. Obviously Li Shiming was wearing a low-grade defensive robe and a low-grade longsword magic weapon on his waist. There was a faint bulge at the back of the waist, which should be a storage bag. Doesn't this dress clearly tell others that you are a monk? Besides, Li Shiming still has undisguised spiritual power fluctuations. Fanny Yang was very puzzled as to why he was afraid that people would know his cultivator's identity. Li Shiming has met brother Fan. Since we have a predestined relationship, why don't we have a cup of tea together? Li Shiming saw that the other party's attitude was very good, and he had to be on the same boat, so he told his name. This is the first time he has dealt with immortal cultivators after he has successfully cultivated qi, and he is very willing to communicate with Fanny Yang. Harassing. Fanny Yang answered with a smile as he had this in mind. The two walked on the official ship and came to the third floor of the official ship. Half of the third floor was Li Shiming's residence for more than 10 days after that, and the other half was Fanny Yang's residence. It can be seen from this that Fanny Yang's identity is extremely difficult. The two sat down. Li Shiming didn't let Si Qin and Mo Yen come to serve him. He took out the tea leaves from the storage bag and poured the rainwater from the spring breeze into rain that he had previously kept into the kettle. Fanny Yang did not speak, watching his movements, but the expression on his face showed that he was very happy. Li Shiming put a cup of tea in front of Fanny Yang and made a gesture of please. This tea is considered the ultimate in the world. Fanny Yang took a sip and said with enjoyment. In these secular days, Fanny Yang has long eaten up the spiritual food in the storage bag, and now he has been using Bigu pill to maintain it. Bigu pill can only fill one's stomach, and in addition, Bigu pill is still a little expensive for monks in the early stage of qi refining. This tea is nothing in the world of immortals, not even the edge of spiritual tea, but in the world, being able to taste tea with spiritual energy, and the water in which this tea is brewed also has spiritual energy, it is really rare. Fellow Taoist Li, forgive me Meng Lang, I smelled the smell of lingmi from my fellow Taoist. I wonder if you can sell me some of your lingmi. Fanny Yang didn't shy away from anything, and directly stated his thoughts. Li Shiming was slightly startled when he heard what he said. He sniffed his body, but he didn't smell any special smell. I have practiced scent-related spells, and I am very sensitive to smells. Please rest assured, fellow Taoist, I will buy it at the market price, and I won't let fellow Taoists suffer. Fanny Yang explained with a smile when he looked at him. I do have lingmi. I don't know how many friends you want? Li Shiming entered the computer room consciously and prepared the white phosphorus bomb. None of the immortal cultivators he met before were easy to talk to, and almost never put mortals in their eyes. Even among immortal cultivators, meeting was killing. This made him have a strong sense of vigilance towards the world of immortal cultivation. Do you have 100 pounds in your hands? Fanny Yang's eyes lit up and he asked quickly. The reason why he took the initiative to greet Li Shiming was because he knew that Li Shiming smelled of lingmi. He has no idea of robbery, which has something to do with his strength. From the fluctuations of spiritual power revealed by Li Shiming, he can judge that Li Shiming's strength is the second level of qi refining. And he himself has the strength of the second level of qi refining. In addition, Li Shiming has defensive magic tools and attack magic tools on his body, and Li Shiming's age shows that Li Shiming has a background. Yes, but I also have a request. Fellow Taoist, tell me about the world of cultivating immortals. Li Shiming agreed after a little thought, and made additional requests. The trip just happened to be boring, so I should go. Fanny Yang said with a smile when he heard this was the condition. Li Shiming mobilized his spiritual power on the storage bag, reading www. The storage bag uukunshu.com only contains spiritual rice and a small amount of spiritual water and tea leaves. Now he no longer eats worldly things, he drinks only spiritual water, and he eats spiritual rice. Although I lost my appetite, everything was worth it compared to my body being polluted. A rice bag appeared on the table. Fortunately, it was on the third floor, and there was no third person present. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of the rice bag would have shocked ordinary people. Fanny Yang didn't even need to check it. From the aura emanating from the rice bag, you could tell that the quality of the rice was good. Fellow Taoist Li, I'm welcome. I've been out for a while, and I've already run out of food. Fanny Yang said with a smile and put away the rice bag. With a wave of his hand, 100 luminous stones appeared on the table, and then he took out a book and placed it on the table. I didn't expect the quality of Taoist friend's spiritual rice to be so good. I took advantage of 1 spiritual stone and a pound, and this book of breath conditioning will be given to Taoist friend, he said with a smile. He gave the breath-holding technique. Of course he didn't choose it at random. Li Shiming's spiritual power fluctuates unobstructed and unobstructed, so it can be seen that he has never learned the breath-holding technique. In the world of cultivating immortals, the breath-holding technique is not an important technique, and most sect cultivators will learn it. Fanny Yang's book, The Art of Restraining Breath, didn't come from the sect, but he got it unexpectedly and used it to sell his favor. Fellow Taoist. Li Shiming suppressed his fast heartbeat and praised with a smile. He recognized the 100 luminous stones, which were the same kind of stones that consumed the spiritual energy on the spirit gathering plate. It turns out that this is the spirit stone. It seems that the Xiaoxian world uses spirit stones as currency. The breath-holding technique was an unexpected gain. No wonder he saw that Fanny Yang did not have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual power. It turned out that he had practiced such a spell. Chapter 26 Communicate. After a successful transaction, Li Shiming and Fanny Yang became warmer. Fellow Taoist went to Zhengdu to attend next year's Immortal Promotion Conference, right? Fanny Yang asked after drinking a sip of tea. Li Shiming did not expect that the first news that Fanny Yang said was this. He didn't deny it either, but smiled and continued the tea for Fanny Yang. As long as you are innocent, it is not difficult for you to join the sect through the Immortal Ascension Conference with your age at the 2nd level of Qi refining, but you must explain the origin of your practice and go through the investigation of the sect. Fanny Yang thought his judgment was right, he continued. Li Shiming thought about it for a while. His practice 5 elements breathing Qi was obtained from Wei Yuan Escort Bureau, and he also obtained it from his own garden. There is no need to worry about this matter. Even if the sect has any means of asking the heart, he can frankly admit where he obtained the 5 elements breathing technique. If you want to come to Taoist friends, joining the Tianhai sect is the first choice. This is also the choice of most people with spiritual roots. How do you still need to test your spiritual roots at the Immortal Ascension Conference, but you can practice at this age? The 2nd level of Qi, I think it will not be bad if you come to Lingzhen. Fanny Yang said here, thinking of something and couldn't help but be a little ecstatic. This is the first time Li Shiming has heard of Lingzhen. All he knew before is that cultivating immortals requires talent, and this talent is Lingzhen. How does the spiritual root judge whether it is good or bad? Is there any other way besides the Ascension Conference to test the spiritual root? He immediately asked. Of course, the fewer the spiritual roots, the better. The single spiritual root and the double spiritual root are both geniuses, but the proportion of those who possess the spiritual root is very small, followed by the 3 spiritual roots. This part of the monks is the main force in the cultivation world. Of course, there are more 4 or 5 spiritual roots, and most of the spiritual roots found are these 2. The 4 spiritual roots are better, and there is still a chance. The 5 spiritual roots are the waste spiritual roots. As for detecting the spiritual root, there is actually another method. If you can sense the spiritual energy of the fire element when you practice the fire element, then you have the spiritual root of the fire element. It's just that the exercises are not something you can try casually, especially when you are laying the foundation. You may destroy the foundation if you are not careful. Fanny Yang introduced in a deep voice. Li Shiming only now realizes how lucky he is. He only had one type of exercise, the 5 elements concentrating Qi Ju, and he obtained the spirit gathering plate and entered the door, successfully condensing the spiritual Qi vortex. If he had known earlier that the exercises could not be practiced casually, it is estimated that he might not have the courage to practice the 5 elements breathing technique. In addition, he guessed that he had at least 3 spiritual roots, because when he was cultivating the 5 elements breathing technique, he sensed 3 kinds of spiritual Qi. If fellow Taoist enters the Tianhai sect, he will have to take care of one or two. I will be like this in my whole life. Fanny Yang sighed softly. A fellow Taoist is a disciple of the Tianhai sect? Li Shiming learned of Fanny Yang's origin. I'm just a handyman disciple who was sent to the world to buy some worldly supplies. Fanny Yang revealed his identity. Li Shiming didn't look down on the other party. The handyman disciple was also a disciple of the Tianhai sect. Besides, a handyman disciple must have some kind of background to be able to go out to buy a task. Purchasing tasks are generally fat poor, both worlds are like this, and if you want to come to the immortal cultivation world, there will not be much difference. I don't know if Fanny Yang hasn't communicated with his comrades for a long time, or if Li Shiming's age reassured him. Except for some particularly secret things, he told Li Shiming everything he knew about the world of immortality. Li Shiming also knew the time of next year's Immortal Ascension Conference, which will be held in early October. After the first exchange, he did not go back to the cabin to open the spirit gathering disc. On the one hand, the opening of the spirit gathering disc is not only possible with the spirit stone, but also needs to be studied how to activate it. With the spirit stone in hand, how to activate the spirit gathering plate is a matter of time. On the other hand, he learned from Fanny Yang that magical instruments that can gather spirits are extremely precious. Of course, he did not directly ask Fanny Yang about the spirit gathering pan, but asked in a side-by-side manner how to gather spiritual chi to speed up his cultivation, and learned about various methods of gathering spirituality, among them the spirit gathering pan. The spirit gathering plate is very expensive, at least for the monks in the chi refining period. After Li Shiming learned about it, he naturally wouldn't try to activate the spirit gathering pan on the official ship. On the same floor, the official ship was separated by wooden boards, which could not stop the aura fluctuations caused by the spirit gathering plate. He wouldn't use the spirit gathering plate to test Fanny Yang's humanity. Humanity can't stand the test. In the evening, he leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. The canal the official ship traveled had a special name, Xianjian Canal. It is said that the Xianjian Canal was cut by a powerful man with a sword. When he first heard the name, he thought it was just a legend. After a period of sailing, he discovered the special features of the Xianjian Canal. The Xianjian Canal is a straight river, unlike normal rivers that turn according to the terrain. Looking forward from where he was standing, he could see the place where the sky disappeared. The canal was completely straight. The aroma of Lingni came from the nose. www.mplnovel.com. It seemed that Fanny Yang was using Lingni. Li Shiming smiled. He was extremely lucky to meet a cultivator like Fanny Yang. Although he could not perceive Fanny Yang's strength, he could judge from Fanny Yang's behavior that his strength was not strong. Especially when Fanny Yang talked about the 5 spiritual roots, the sadness in his eyes could not be concealed. Li Shiming guessed that Fanny Yang might be the root of the 5 spirits, so when he was in his 30s, he was only a handyman disciple. It is inaccurate to judge the age by the appearance of a monk. Even if a monk does not practice the exercise of keeping youth forever, the speed of aging is much slower than that of ordinary people. Li Shiming had a Confucian shirt on top of the low-grade robe, and the low-grade long sword around his waist was also put into a storage bag. This is Fanny Yang's suggestion. In the world, no one can recognize the magic weapon, but after arriving in the central capital, because the central capital will hold the Immortal Ascension Conference, many monks will go there, and some monks may kill people to steal treasures. Although low-grade robes and low-grade long swords are very low-level magical tools, they are still extremely rare for loose cultivators, and killing people for 2 low-grade magical weapons is worth it. Li Shiming recalled the contents of the breath-holding technique in his mind. Due to the lack of spiritual energy, he did not even practice the first Gangjin art and earth spirit art. But the breath-holding technique is different. It is a spell that can hide the fluctuation of one's own spiritual energy. According to Fanny Yang, Li Shiming's spiritual power fluctuates in the eyes of a monk, like a candle in the dark, and can be sensed from a distance. In the world of immortality, there are indeed many monks who allow the fluctuation of spiritual power, but those monks have the strength to protect themselves and are not afraid of the leakage of their own spiritual power fluctuations. Instead, he used spiritual power fluctuations to warn monks with ulterior motives to reduce his own troubles. Chapter 27 Old House. The breath-holding technique is said to be a spell, but it is not a real spell. It is a method of controlling spiritual power. Use special runes to lay out a net in the body to hide its own spiritual power, and hide its true spiritual power fluctuations. The breath conditioning technique does not require the cooperation of intentions. As long as the drawing of the rune is completed, it can be used. Li Shiming was not worried about the complexity of the runes. He scanned the breath conditioning technique into the large server IBM Z15, and then read it repeatedly with his consciousness. It only took a few minutes for him to memorize all the runes of the breath-holding technique. He used the spiritual power in his body to draw the rune of the breath-holding technique under his skin. He didn't feel any trouble, and the complex patterns were drawn by him without a single mistake. He felt that the aura vortex in his body trembled slightly, and the aura vortex seemed to be blocked by something. After successfully activating the breath suppression technique, Li Shiming frowned slightly. Feeling bound by the breath-straining technique was not good. In addition, as long as the spell is cast, or the spiritual power is invoked to a certain level, the effect of the breath restraint spell will be destroyed. In front of a monk whose strength is far beyond his own, the effect of the breath-holding technique is also very limited. However, the breath-holding technique was obtained for free, so it would be nice if it could be effective, and he didn't ask too much. "Hey, fellow Daoist's breath-holding technique has been practiced?" Fanny Yang asked in surprise when he saw Li Shiming when he felt his stomach and walked out of the cabin door. How could he not be surprised? It only took a while for Li Shiming to practice and apply the breath-holding technique. Although cultivators are nourished by spiritual power, they are far superior to ordinary people in many aspects, especially in memory, but spell runes are notoriously complicated. No matter how low-level the breath-holding technique is, it is still a spell. How many days did it take me to learn the breath-holding technique? Fanny Yang asked himself in his heart. He doesn't remember a little thing from a long time ago, but the study time will not be less than a month. Looking at Li Shiming standing beside the railing, he had mixed feelings in his heart, and the lingmi he just ate was no longer fragrant. Many thanks to fellow Daoist. Li Shiming bowed and thanked. Fanny Yang became more enthusiastic, and to make good friends with his future talented classmates should take advantage of the fact that he has not yet started to gain momentum. He still has some background in the sect, but due to his own poor talent, the forces behind him are extremely limited in helping him. If you want to live a better life in the sect, you must make more friends. This is his code of conduct. He doesn't have much ambition. With his aptitude, he has been like this all his life. He needs to earn more resources and build a family of his own in the secular world. All these must be supported by strong friends. Li Shiming spent 12 days on the official ship, and he and Fanny Yang became friends after getting along these days. "Li Daoyu, Zhengdu is here, let's part here, hope Zongmen will see you again," Fanny Yang said to Li Shiming before he landed. "Fan Daoyu, there is a chance to see you again," Li Shiming said in return. Fanny Yang's figure jumped out towards the river bank, a talisman light flashed, and his figure became nothing and disappeared. Although Li Shiming is also on the second level of qi refining, he doesn't have this skill, and he is also carrying a servant girl and a lot of luggage, so it is impossible to be so dashing. I don't know if Fanny Yang did it on purpose or not, but it made him yearn for it. The official ship stopped at the pier, and Li Shiming disembarked with his entourage. "Master, the carriage from the mansion is here to pick you up," the little servant Mo Yen shouted in surprise. Following the direction of his fingers, Li Shiming saw an old carriage. If it wasn't for the markings of the fourth-rank Li mansion on the carriage, he would never have imagined that the carriage in the central capital would be like this. Thinking that this place is the central capital, the fourth rank is really nothing. He just sighed in his heart, but he didn't have any requirements for the carriage. Salute to the young master, I'm manager Zhang of the old mansion in Zhengdu. The coachman greeted him. When he got into the carriage, he realized that he seemed to be wrong. The decoration inside the carriage was no worse than the carriage in Nanling Mansion, and the old appearance was just a cover. I brought a lot of luggage, which filled the back of the carriage. Except for Li Shiming, who brought the piano, Mo Yan and the 4 guards all followed the carriage. Sichin opened the car window and looked at the capital of the summer with curious eyes. Steward Zhang, how long until the old mansion? Li Shiming wasn't interested in the prosperity of the central capital. What he wanted most now was to return to the old mansion immediately. During these 12 days, he borrowed the computing power of the large-scale server IBM Z15, and repeatedly calculated the activation method of the spirit-gathering disk. Combined with some of the information he got from chatting with Fanny Yang, he was quite sure to activate the spirit-gathering pan. He waited for a full 12 days, but he did not use the 5 elements breathing art to improve his cultivation. Master, you'll be there after crossing the street in front. Manager Zhang heard Li Shiming in a hurry, and added a whip while responding to make the carriage go faster. As the carriage accelerated, the 4 guards and Mo Yan also trotted. This is the old house? Li Shiming asked aloud while standing in front of the Scarlet Gate. The Vermilion Gate seems to be not small, but in the regulations of Daxia, this is the system of a small family, and it is not like the mansion of a 4th-rank official at all. Of course, Li Wenyuan lived in the yamen of Nanling Mansion all the year round, but no matter what, such a gate is still a bit shabby. The door opened, and Steward Zhang bowed to invite him in. There were 3 servants lined up on both sides of the door. The 2 men and 1 woman were not too young. Together with Zhang Guancher's old house, there were only 4 people in charge. The old house is a yard with 3 entrances. After entering the main entrance and passing through the hanging flower gate, you will come to the inner courtyard. There are east and west wing rooms on the left and right, the main room on the opposite side, and a patio decorated with flowers and plants in the middle. Master has written a letter to arrange for you to live in the main room. Manager Zhang reminded softly. Mo Yan sent the luggage to the main room. Li Shiming had no objection. As the master, his father Li Wenyuan didn't live here, so it was reasonable for him to live in the main room. More importantly, there are left and right ear chambers next to the main room, and a rear cover room at the back, which is surrounded on all sides, suitable for 4 guards to protect. Of course, the reason why Li Shiming likes the main room is that the space inside is large enough to facilitate his cultivation. Steward Zhang, no one is allowed to enter the main room without my instructions. Just tell Sichin if you have anything. Li Shiming explained to Director Zhang in a deep voice and walked into the main room. Everything in the room is clean, there is no expensive furniture, but the first application is complete. Mo Yan took the servants to the main room, and the Sichin sent them away and started to pack up. No one can help with these things, only the piano can do it. Originally, the only maid was the cook. Chapter 28 Reboot. Li Shiming closed the door of the study. The study was in the main room, and some books were placed on the bookcases in the study. The books here are all ordinary books, and there are no classics passed down by the family. The books needed for the exam are still in the box that I brought, and I will have time to pack them out tomorrow. Of course, he didn't need those books, but he still had to put on a pretense in order to hide from the public. He eagerly took out the spirit-gathering plate and deducted the 4 spirit stones without spiritual power from the spirit-gathering plate. He took out 4 new spirit stones and carefully placed them in the 4 grooves of the spirit-gathering plate. Looking at the complex patterns on the spirit-gathering plate, he recalled in his mind the best plan he had researched for 12 days. Li Shiming stretched out a finger, and the light of spiritual power flashed on the finger. The fingers continuously swiped on the spirit-gathering plate, and the spiritual power in the 4 spirit stones was guided into the spirit-gathering plate and flowed in the spirit-gathering plate. Activating the spirit-gathering pan is actually not complicated. All formed magic circles only need to grasp the direction of the flow of spiritual power, and then they can be activated smoothly. This is from Fan Yang's explanation. Li Shiming has been using the Juling Pan for a month, and he has already downloaded the video of the Juling Pan in the large-scale server IBM Z15 memory. This allows him to find the most likely energy route connecting the spirit stone and the spirit gathering plate even if he does not understand the working principle of the spirit gathering plate. When the light on the spirit gathering plate flickered and formed a range of light, he realized that he had succeeded. Li Shiming excitedly looked at the spirit gathering plate that was activated in front of him. With the spirit gathering plate, he could continue to practice the 5 elements breathing technique, and he also had enough spiritual power to learn the rest of the spells. Even planting spiritual rice can be more generous, and you can perform the spring breeze and rain technique a few more times. He sat on the top of the spiritual gathering plate, and the 5 elements concentrating chi started to operate. Following the spiritual power circuit of the second layer of the exercise method, he quickly entered the deep-level cultivation. An hour later, when he opened his eyes, he could feel the increase in spiritual power in his body, making him want to cry happily. It is only after he loses it that he realizes the rarity of what he has obtained. In the days without spiritual energy, he is afraid that one day he will fall from the second layer of chi refining to the first layer of chi refining. It's not impossible. He can be stable on the second level of chi refining or the spiritual rice he eats every day. If there is no spiritual rice as food, the mundane food will make his body repel spiritual power, and his realm will slow down. Why did Fan Yang only guess that Li Shiming had spiritual rice on him when they met for the first time, and immediately asked if he could buy it, because the monks depended on spiritual food? Li Shiming didn't have too much emotion. He moved the spirit-gathering disc into the computer room with a slight movement of consciousness. He didn't try to turn off the operation of the spirit-gathering disc. Now that he has 100 spirit stones in his hand, and since he has a way to earn spirit stones, he doesn't need to care about the consumption of 4 spirit stones per month. The computer room space also needs aura. The richer the aura, the better the growth of Lingji. Especially since he wants to grow spiritual plants higher than spiritual rice in the future, the requirements for the spiritual environment will be even higher. Master, when will you eat? He opened the door of the study, and Sichin immediately asked. Let the kitchen bring it, you don't need to wait for the meal. Li Shiming ordered casually. Sichin bowed in response. She was a little unhappy. For some reason, the young master didn't want her to serve a dinner recently, which made her very disappointed. Li Shiming would not pay attention to the girl's petty temper. He didn't want to appear too special, at least before showing his cultivator status to his family. He still wanted to be an ordinary person. Every time he eats, he puts away the food and pretends to have finished his meal. In fact, his food is only Niling. After taking a shower, he went back to the bedroom. 12 days on the official ship, and when he came back, he was cultivating. His spirit was a little tired, so he didn't think about other things. In the darkness of the night, Sanjin's yard had no lights, and went into a deep sleep like all the people nearby. It's dry, be careful with candles. The percussion of tuck, tuck, tuck and the voice of the watchman were faintly heard in the darkness, and it was now the third watch. Li Shiming, who was sleeping, moved his ears slightly, and suddenly opened his eyes. Since he doesn't need to think about saving electricity, even when he is sleeping, he has opened the connection between his 5 senses and the large server IBM Z15. Just now, the large server IBM Z15 issued a warning, and a series of beeps exploded in his ears. This is the alert program he made for himself, to prevent the large-scale server IBM Z15 from alerting him if there is an abnormal situation outside his body when he is sleeping or cultivating. He didn't move, kept his body in a sleeping position, but his ears were collecting tiny sounds. He heard the sound of pedaling tiles, and at the same time, a scene of wearing soft-soled boots on the toes on the ground appeared in his mind. This is the real-time analysis result given by the large server IBM Z15. He found the location of the Nightwalker www.mhlnovel.com just above the main house. The night walker's movements were extremely light. If it weren't for the surveillance of the large server IBM Z15, Li Shiming would not have been able to detect the night walker so early. Li Shiming's eyes moved with the walking of the night pedestrian on the roof. He didn't know whether the night pedestrian was passing by or came to him specially. When the night walker left the roof and went down the outer wall, the sound of the silk clothes rubbing against the outer wall made Li Shiming make sure that the night walker came for himself. Li Shiming was extremely puzzled. He hadn't even started visiting his father's old friends. How could someone know that he lived in the old house and what kind of hatred he would have, so he sent someone over when he first entered the central capital. He doesn't think that the Nightcrawler will have any kindness. The most likely thing is to assassinate him. There was a slight piercing sound from the window paper, and a real-time analysis picture of the large server IBM Z15 appeared in Li Shiming's mind. The night pedestrian was piercing the window paper with a bamboo tube. Poisoning, or incense? Without needing to confirm which of them, he immediately stopped breathing. In fact, with the strength of the second layer of qi refining, most of the world's poisons and incense are ineffective against him. The only thing that can poison a cultivator is the poison with spiritual energy. It's not that Li Shiming looked down on this night walker. If the other party can get poison with spiritual energy, then the other party doesn't need to be so careful. A touch of smoke was blown into the bedroom. After waiting for a while, a short dagger was inserted through the crack of the window and opened the bedroom window. The night pedestrian jumped into the room from the window, and the almost silent landing made Li Shiming's heart tighten. Judging from the movements made by the night walker, this person is a martial arts master. Although Li Shiming is a cultivator on the second level of qi refining, he has very few combat methods. Chapter 29 Assassinate. Li Shiming maintained steady breathing, just like when he slept. Maybe other people want to simulate the breathing when sleeping, and there will be some flaws. With the help of the large server IBM Z15, his breathing is completely the same as the breathing when sleeping. The night walker has a lot of experience, and he didn't see that Li Shiming was pretending to be asleep. Yi pedestrian took 2 steps lightly to the side of the bed, and the short dagger in his hand flashed a cold light and stabbed towards Li Shiming's chest. Li Shiming also moved, and a low-grade long sword weapon suddenly appeared in his hand. Due to the introduction of spiritual energy, the low-grade long sword artifact shone with a strange spiritual brilliance. The low-grade long sword magic weapon was swung out from under the quilt, and the quilt was first cut open. It is not wise for a monk on the second level of qi refining to fight close to a martial arts expert, but whoever called Li Shiming on the second layer of qi refining is just a jerk. Even with the low-grade magic weapon in his hand, he only knows how to inject spiritual power, but he doesn't know how to truly exert the power of the low-grade magic weapon. If it weren't for the inadvertent calculation, he would have taken out the talisman long ago. However, he was not completely unsure. When the night walker stabbed him, he was already wearing a low-grade robe, and even if he was stabbed, it wouldn't hurt him. At such a close distance, moves are not important. Li Shiming's physical fitness on the second level of qi refining can be brought into full play. With his low-grade long sword, he didn't have any moves at all, only one quick. When the night walker was about to find the danger, a sword light swept the night walker's arm and chopped off both of the night walker's arms. Ah! The night pedestrian let out a shrill scream, which immediately alarmed the outside. Li Shiming didn't stop, and he swung the low-grade long sword in his hand for the second time, this time swept across the legs of the night pedestrian. There is no doubt about the sharpness of low-grade instruments when they are blessed with spiritual power. He almost didn't feel the hindrance of the low-grade long sword to cut the human body, so he cut the night traveler into a human stick. Facing the martial arts master, he adopted the safest method to make the night walkers completely lose their resistance. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he wanted to find out who was in charge from the night walkers. Since the bedroom was locked by Li Shiming, the piano, who heard the sound, hurriedly knocked on the door. Instead, there were 4 guards, 2 of them jumped in from the open window, the 2 of them pulled the piano aside, and broke into the door directly. "Master, are you all right?" The two guards who entered the house first saw the night walker lying on the ground and asked with concern. The bedroom door was broken open, and two other guards entered. Seeing that Li Shiming got off the bed well, he couldn't help putting down the big stone in his heart. If something really happened to the young master, they would not know how to deal with it. "Master, it's our dereliction of duty." The guard headed by the four guards bowed and said. Since it was the first time they entered the old house, they were going to start their rotation tomorrow. Who would have known that something would happen that night? Take care of his injuries, take him to the back room, and wait for me to interrogate him, Li Shiming commanded in a deep voice. He didn't blame the four guards. He was a master. Even if the four guards were on duty at night, it would be difficult for him to find him. "Yes, young master." The guard stepped forward and used Jinchuan medicine to apply medicine to the night walker. As long as the bleeding stopped, the injury would not die in a short time. Mo Yen, Director Zhang, and the rest of the servants came. Li Shiming even saw the kitchen knives and clubs in the hands of the servants. "Steward Zhang, keep the bedroom as it is, and arrange another place for Sichin to live." Li Shiming instructed Steward Zhang, and patted the frightened Sichin on the head to comfort him. "Sichin, it's all right. This is Zhengdu, not Nanling. The best way to deal with this kind of thing is to report to the official. Since it is decided to report to the officials, the crime scene must be preserved." "Master, I'm with you." The tears in Sichin's eyes couldn't stop flowing, but he insisted. "Go and rest, there are some things you can't watch," Li Shiming said with a smile. When he walked out of the main room and walked towards the back room in the dark, there was no emotion in his eyes. If he was still an ordinary person, this time, he would be unable to escape the fate of being killed. He needs to know who is behind him, who wants to harm him. In his memory, Yuanshan's memory of Zhengdu is very vague, and Yuanshan is still too young in Zhengdu. In the back room, the night pedestrian was tied to a wooden chair. Yi pedestrian's mask was pulled off, revealing a face in his 50s with a big beard. "You go out first," Li Shiming ordered in a deep voice. "Master." The leading guard had more to say, but after seeing his emotionless eyes, his heart froze, and he quickly bowed and led the other three guards out of the room. The guards were very horrified by what happened today. It could be seen that the young master was not as simple as a Confucian scholar who was powerless. Just by looking at the young master's ability to cut off Yi pedestrian's arms and legs without changing his face, one can see the determination and ruthlessness of the young master. Although the bearded man lost his hands and feet, he was still able to stay awake under such a serious injury. At this moment, he opened his eyes wide, trying to see Li Shiming in front of him. He can't forget what happened just now. Yu reading www.uukunshu.com's dazzling sword light, that sword made him feel unable to dodge. Feeling the pain from his arms and legs, he just wanted to die immediately, not live as a crippled person. "Kill me," the bearded man asked to die. "It's not that easy to want to die," Li Shiming said lightly. At this time, his consciousness was rummaging in the database of the large server IBM Z15. If Beard knew what he was rummaging, his desire for death would be even more urgent. He read article after article, and he read all torture methods from ancient times to modern times. Due to time constraints, many torture methods were unavailable. He took several needles and pierced the most intense pain nerves in the bearded body. The piercing of a few needles made the bearded body tremble involuntarily, and the pain exceeded the pain in the hands and feet. The wounds on the hands and feet were treated with gold wound medicine, and the pain was relieved a lot. The most intense pain-sensing nerves selected from past life and modern medicine can produce pain that exceeds the limit that human beings can bear. Ah! Ah! Please, kill me, let me die. The big bearded screamed again. The four guards outside couldn't help but look at each other. What kind of pain would it take to make such a scream? "This is the beginning. Tell me your name, who ordered you to come?" Li Shiming asked lightly. He did not choose those particularly cruel punishments, mainly because he himself could not bear the scenes. Beard ignored Li Shiming. He just kept screaming loudly, wanting to vent the pain caused by the pain by screaming. Chapter 30 Interrogation. Li Shiming shook his head. He took out a few copper wires and connected one end to the needle. Then he stood behind the beard, so that the beard could not see his movements. The other end of the copper wire was put into the computer room by him and connected to the output end of the uninterruptible power supply. His actions made Beard's pain intensify, and Beard's scream became louder. Li Shiming sneered. His consciousness controlled the uninterruptible power supply in the computer room space, and output high-voltage electricity at the output end connected to the copper wire. The bearded scream stopped abruptly. It wasn't that he didn't feel pain anymore. On the contrary, the pain was amplified to an indescribable level. High-voltage electricity, at least in the mundane world, has never appeared. The pain-sensing nerves are connected with high-voltage electricity, and the pain produced is never tasted by anyone in this world. The high-voltage electricity released by Li Shiming lasted only 2 seconds, but these 2 seconds were like a long journey for the bearded man. When the high-voltage electricity stopped, the only thing left of the beard was the sound of heavy breathing. The bearded man hated his body a bit, otherwise he would have fainted long ago. Even if he died, he didn't want to try the feeling just now. I'm recruiting. He opened his mouth wide and tried to say 2 words. Li Shiming was thinking about another shot, but who would have known that the bearded man was so unbearable that he couldn't stand the electric shock? Li Shiming also simply pulled out all the needles inserted into the bearded body. He wasn't worried that the bearded man didn't say it. The reporter needed to go in the morning, and he had one evening to try it slowly. Of course, there is another reason for pulling out a few needles. He found several papers on lie detection. Through his 5 senses, the large-scale server IBM Z15 can analyze and judge the beard's heartbeat, micro-expressions, pupils, etc., so as to determine whether the beard is lying. My name is Pei Xinlu. The bearded man slowed down and said his name first. After saying the name, he looked at Li Shiming's expression and found that Li Shiming had no indication. He knew that Li Shiming did not know the name. He thought that Li Shiming was also a martial artist. If he was a martial artist, he would definitely have heard of him as one of the top 10 masters in the central capital. I was ordered by Mr. Li Wenfeng and Li to take your head. The bearded man did not hide anything, nor did he dare to hide it. Li Shiming's methods frightened him. What kind of official is Li Wenfeng? Li Shiming asked when he found out that the bearded man called Li Wenfeng as Master Li. It's the long history of the Shun Palace. The bearded man said everything he should and shouldn't say. He gave up thinking, and Li Shiming could answer any question he asked. No matter how unfamiliar Li Shiming was with Daxia's situation, he still knew some important news. Prince Shun is the 3rd prince and an important competitor for the throne. The long history of Prince Shun is a 3rd-rank official. Although the power of the long history of Prince Shun's mansion is not as strong as that of the prefect of Nanling Mansion, his rank is 2 levels higher. If Prince Shun can become the emperor, this long history of Prince Shun's mansion will be able to enter the cabinet directly. When Li Shiming thought of Li Wenfeng's name, he couldn't help thinking of his father Li Wenyuan, who was also a literary generation with the surname Li. Take care of him and report to the officer tomorrow morning. He turned and left the room and instructed the guard. The next morning, Dali Temple took over the case, and Li Shiming received Mr. Hu, Xiaoqing of Dali Temple, at his home. I've seen Uncle Hu. In the living room, Li Shiming bowed and salutes the younger generation. The reason why he is called Uncle Hu is because this Dali Temple Xiaoqing master, who was one of several friends Li Wenyuan asked him to visit. Brother Li has cultivated a good son, and he is about to take the big exam at a young age. Master Hu said with a smile as he lifted up Li Shiming. It's just a fluke. Li Shiming said modestly. Since it is my own family, I will tell you the truth. This Pei Xinlu has a good reputation in Zhongdu. The power of someone who can invite him to take action is difficult to shake. I hope you will not be too impulsive. After this time, no one will dare to shoot at you again. Master Hu said while suppressing his voice. Li Shiming already knew who the force behind it was, but he didn't say it. He has his own ideas. If he is really helpless, then he really needs the help of the government. But he is barely a cultivator, and it is not difficult to deal with people of the world. Even if the opponent is strong, he can't stop a talisman. Of course, he also heard the meaning of Lord Hu's words, Pei Xinlu's guilt can be settled, but it will be difficult to dig further down. My father told me that if you run into trouble in Jiangdu, ask Uncle Hu for help. I'll listen to you. Li Shiming said with a smile. Okay, since you believe me, I will try my best to help you. Master Hu put his mind at ease and assured with a smile. He had no choice but to come here this time. After hearing that Li Shiming had been stabbed, the scalps of officials at all levels in Dali Temple to the ministers of the temple were all exploded. Although Li Shiming is only a Juren, but this is a 15-year-old Juren, and he has already heard it. With Li Shiming Chiuwei's writing level, as long as he doesn't make a big mistake in the big exam, he will definitely be a Jinshi. Moreover, many officials in Jiangdu are well aware that if Li Shiming is able to become a Jinshi, his ranking must be very high, because the emperor likes auspiciousness. This kind of real auspiciousness cannot be ignored by any examiner. Putting these aside, Li Wenyuan's relationship in the central capital also directly affected the attitude of Dali Temple. The purpose of Mr. Hu's personal visit is to stabilize Li Shiming no matter how the case progresses, so that there can be no problems with this auspiciousness, which is very likely to be the beginning of next year. In addition, Dali Temple probably guessed who the ambassador was for what Master Hu didn't say. Regardless of whether there is evidence or not, the Dali Temple will warn the other party that Li Shiming had an accident in the middle of the school before the exam, and he was just causing trouble for the Dali Temple. After sending Master Hu away, Li Shiming recruited Manager Zhang. Master. Manager Zhang bowed and saluted. Do you know Li Wenfeng? Tell me about him. Li Shiming asked. The reason why I asked Manager Zhang first was that he had no other relationship in China, so if he wanted to investigate, he had to start from his own home. When Manager Zhang heard the name, hesitation appeared on his face. Can't you tell? Li Shiming then asked in a deep voice. Master, Li Wenfeng is your second uncle, but the master broke away from there a few years ago. Manager Zhang had no choice but to answer. This news surprised Li Shiming. He thought about many possibilities, but he didn't expect Li Wenfeng to be the original second uncle. My uncle asked a killer to assassinate his nephew. It seemed that he encountered a big family ethics drama. Li Shiming is not in the trouble of being in it, but is in the perspective of a bystander who is aloof. Because he is a cultivator, sooner or later, he will be transcendental. In addition, the feelings he inherited from his original body are only with his father Li Wenyuan, and there is no such second uncle. Chapter 31 Spell. In the hall of Prince Shun's mansion, Prince Shun sat on the throne and looked at Li Changshi, who was bowing to the side with a dull expression. I'm very disappointed with the trouble you caused and lost Pei Xinlu for nothing. Prince Shun said in a deep voice. It's the lower official's fault, who would have known that there were masters hidden beside the little beast. Li Wenfeng knew Prince Shun's temper and bowed his head. Pei Xinlu is dead, the news from Dali Temple. This time Dali Temple is suppressed. If there is another next time, it will come to the father's side. You will not have a second chance to take action. Prince Shun said lightly. Said. He didn't care about Li Wenfeng's assassination, but about Pei Xinlu's death. The Dali Temple side didn't want to make things bigger because of a little Li Shiming. Although the impact of this incident is not small, as long as Li Shiming does not really die, the incident can be controlled within a certain range. So Pei Xinlu died on the way back to Dali Temple. The external explanation of Dali Temple was that Pei Xinlu committed suicide. This explanation is very reasonable. The masters who lost both arms and legs will be very miserable even if they survive. How could those enemies of Pei Xinlu let Pei Xinlu go? But Prince Shun knew that this was a gesture of favor from Dali Temple to him, and it was also a warning, and the matter was over. Otherwise, based on Dali Temple's experience in dealing with criminals, how could Pei Xinlu have the opportunity to commit suicide, or that Pei Xinlu's death was not suicide at all? Xiaoguan has caused trouble for the prince. Li Wenfeng still lowered his head and replied. I don't like Li Wenyuan either. Use the relationship with the palace to make trouble for that kid, let's go. Prince Shun waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Li Wenfeng exited the hall. His eyes were full of killing intent, but he also understood that the best chance was lost, and it was impossible to attack Li Shiming again. He just wanted to take revenge on Li Wenyuan, and it was impossible for him to take his future in for the junior Li Shiming. The reason why he took action on the first night of Li Shiming's arrival in the central capital was precisely because the news of Li Shiming had not spread, and the influence of Li Shiming's death that day was the least. When Li Shiming visited Li Wenyuan's friends, especially after he became a jincher after taking the big test, the consequences of trying to use assassination would be even more serious. Officialdom has its own rules, which can be suppressed and framed, but not assassinated. If everyone uses assassination, the officialdom will not be in chaos. Li Shiming received the news that Pei Xinlu had died not long after he sent off the Shaoqing of Dali Temple. His face was sinking like water. It seemed that his father's relationship in Zhongdu was unreliable. Perhaps Shaoqing of Dali Temple was his father's friend many years ago, but people always change. He didn't expect Dali Temple to be fair, but Dali Temple didn't even intend to try this case. The murderer died and the clues were interrupted. It was really clean. From Director Zhang, Li Shiming heard the grudge between his second uncle Li Wenfeng and his father. Manager Zhang didn't know the details, but he only knew that Li Shiming's mother was in contact with the second uncle. For this reason, Li Wenyuan broke with the family and took Li Shiming to Nanling Mansion. Li Shiming had a famed killing intent on his body. When his soul came to this world, he was already highly vigilant against the strange world. When encountering something that threatens oneself, this kind of high vigilance will turn into killing, especially if it has the power to kill. Just like when he was in Nanling Mansion, the threat of the chief guard Wang and the possible hidden dangers of Shiming when the cultivator was solved, Li Shiming solved it in the most direct way. Li Shiming came to the study, and after the Sichin brought tea, he exited the study and stayed outside the study. Li Shiming's consciousness entered the computer room and opened the document of Gung Jinju in the large server IBM Z15. If the spring breeze of the rain is Ling Zifu's signature basic spell, then the Gang Jinju is one of Ling Zifu's few attacking methods. His first spell was the spring breeze and rain, because he took a fancy to the spell's ability to call the wind and call the rain. This was the immortal method he imagined. At that time, he also did not expect that the spring breeze and rain magic would consume so much spiritual power, so that he had no spare energy to learn the rest of the spells. Now that the spirit gathering disc is reactivated, he can finally learn new spells. This time he is more practical, he needs the attacking spell of the monk. Talismans are more convenient than casting spells by himself, but there are too few talismans in his hand. Before he finds the monks in the central capital, he can't waste talismans at will. The talisman was his last life-saving means, and he would not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. With the experience of learning the spring breeze and rain art last time, he wrote down all the precautions of the Gangjin art, and practiced drawing the complex Gangjin runes without using spiritual power. Through the comparison of the large-scale server IBM Z15, after practicing the drawing of the Gangjin runes without the slightest error, he began to think about the meaning of the Gangjin Ju. The function of the Gangjin Ju is to kill the pests that infringe on the spiritual plants. These pests are all spiritual insects, and metal spells do the most damage to them. Gangjin Ju is not very powerful among the spells, but it is the most flexible and easy to control. www.novel.com. Gangjin Ju sends out a small Gangjin needle, which can kill pests with the greatest amount of power. To reduce the damage to the spiritual plant. Of course, the power of the Gung Jinju is not large, and that is also relative. Compared with those spells that focus on attacks such as Frost Arrow and Fireball, Gung Jinju lacks the freezing effect of Frost Arrow and the scorching effect of Fireball, and at most it adds a little sharpness. Gung Jinju is the lowest level of magic. It only emits a small Gung Gold needle. Even if it is a little sharper, its power will not increase much. However, the Gung Jinju is an attack spell, and the attack cannot be resisted by the world. If there was a Gung Jinju last night, he would be able to deal with it more easily, and a worldly expert like Pei Xinlu would be able to get rid of it with the Gung Jinju. But if you want to learn the Gung Jinju, the biggest problem lies in the meaning of the Gung Jinju. Fortunately, if the meaning of the spell is to sense correctly, it will make the monk who learns the magic sense. Putting it on other cultivators, if you want to successfully realize the meaning, it will take a long time to slowly realize it with the time of water grinding. However, Li Shiming sorted out the videos of small sharp weapons in the large server IBM Z15, and then used his 5 senses to put himself in an immersive environment, in order to deceive his body to achieve the meaning of Gung Jinju. After many tests, a video of a metal bullet flying in the air and penetrating several targets made him feel the sensation. With his fingers, he drew the Gengjin rune in the void in front of him. This step was completed very easily, and then he loaded himself with the sense of induction. Gengjin Fu culture penetrated the floor tiles under the feet for a golden light, leaving a very small hole. Chapter 32 Block the Way. There is a special connection between Li Shiming and the Gengjin needle, which allows him to control the direction of the Gengjin needle. However, because he activated the Gengjin art for the first time and borrowed the meaning of the bullet, the straight line speed of the Gengjin needle was too fast. When he wanted to control it, the Gengjin needle had already penetrated deep into the ground and lost its forward momentum. He was surprised to find that only 1/10 of the spiritual energy was consumed in the body this time, far less than when he used the spring breeze and rain art. You must know that he is on the second level of chi refining, and he will use up 1/3 of his spiritual power when he casts the spring breeze and rain art once. Li Shiming wondered in his heart, it was obviously the lowest level of magic. Why did the spring breeze and rain transformation use 1/3 of his spiritual power, while the Gengjin Ju only used 1/10 of his spiritual power? Although he has several guesses, he doesn't know which one is accurate. This is the disadvantage of not having a teacher. Li Shiming is ready to make persistent efforts. The spiritual power in his body is still enough to learn the next spell, Earth Spirit Art. The function of the Earth Spirit Art is to adjust the spiritual energy in the spiritual field. In his opinion, this spell is the most useless. But Soil Spirit Art is a basic spell that normal spiritual planters must learn. If you want to plant a spiritual field, you must reuse the Earth Spirit Art to adjust the aura in the spiritual field after each planting, so as to facilitate the next time. Plant normally. It didn't take long for him to study the Earth Spirit Art. Using the aerial video of the Earth, he realized the meaning of the Earth Spirit Art. It's just that when he used the Earth Spirit Art, the spiritual power consumed by him was similar to that of the spring breeze transforming rain art, and he used up 1/3 of the spiritual power at once. Fortunately, he didn't need to use it for a short period of time after he learned the Earth Spirit Art, otherwise he would have another big consumer of spiritual energy. After coming out of the study, his aura was a little different, but he was different from before entering the study. From this moment, he has the attacking spell of a cultivator, and he really has the means of self-protection that he can usually take. Gung Jinju is not like a talisman. He can use his spiritual power 10 times, and after 10 times, he can continue to use his spiritual power. When Sichin saw the smile on the young master's face, her mood improved a lot. Sichin, prepare gifts, ask Mo Yan to prepare the car, I'm going to visit my father's friends. Li Shiming waved his hand and instructed. Thinking about it, after the assassination last night, the news of his coming to Central Capital has already spread. Regardless of whether his father's friends are reliable or not, he will visit them so as not to be rude. When Sichin was ordered to leave, his fingers drew complex spiritual power runes in the void, and a Gangjin needle that was hard to see with the naked eye appeared later. With the foundation of his first use, he controlled the Gangjin needle to shuttle in the air. The control range of the Gangjin Ju is not large, about 5 meters around the body, which is also his maximum sensing range on the Gungold needle. But this does not mean that the attack distance of the Gangjin Ju is only 5 meters, but that the Gangjin needle can only fly in a straight line after leaving 5 meters. The straight line attack distance of Gangjin Ju can be as far as 30 meters. And he has also tried the lethality of the Gangjin Ju. Whether it is a tree or a rock, he can easily penetrate it. The small Gangjin needle is as invincible as a weapon of magic, but unfortunately the Gangjin needle itself is too small. If it misses the key point, it is difficult to cause serious damage to the cultivator. The reason why it is said to be a monk here is because the Gangjin Ju is a spell, and the gold needle contains the spiritual power of a monk. Gangjin needles contain very little spiritual power, and their influence on monks is limited, but they are fatal to ordinary mortals. When Li Shiming got into the carriage, he used the breath conditioning technique to hide the vortex of spiritual energy. At this time, 40% of the spiritual energy remained in the vortex of spiritual energy. As a junior, it doesn't take long for him to visit these elders. It doesn't matter if he sends gifts or even sees the elders himself, as long as he does what he wants. After coming out of the last house, he breathed a sigh of relief. Each of Li Wenyuan's friends is an official in the central capital, ranging from the 5th to the 2nd. The one who just walked out is the 2nd rank officer. He didn't even see him, he just gave him a gift. Regarding this point, he doesn't care at all, he has no intention of career. Mo Yen, take a detour to Wanfu Street. Li Shiming instructed Mo Yen in a deep voice. Yes, young master. Mo Yen responded aloud. This time, Li Shiming only brought Mo Yen. Although Mo Yen came to the central capital for the first time, he did his homework and drove the carriage without going wrong. Mo Yen also knew that Wanfu Street was not on the way, but a long detour, but if the young master ordered him, he would not object. The carriage entered Wanfu Street, and Li Shiming opened the window to observe Wanfu Street. Wanfu Street, you can tell who lives in this street by hearing the name. This is where all the palaces are located. Although this street is extremely wide, it is not lively. There are no shops on both sides of the street, all of which are mansions separated by high red walls. Prince Shun. When he saw a plaque, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, with a hint of killing intent. For him, the second uncle Li Wenfeng is the long history of Prince Shun's mansion, so everything must be done with Prince Shun's will. Prince Shun's power was monstrous, but he couldn't scare the monk Li Shiming. He came here this time to investigate Prince Shun's mansion and prepare for the next move. Master, someone is blocking the way. He felt the carriage suddenly stop and heard Mo Yan's report. Li Shiming couldn't help but be startled. Although he was observing Prince Shun's mansion, with his 5 senses, he did not perceive anyone in front of the carriage. He opened the door of the carriage and saw the man standing in front of the carriage. The man was wearing a blue Taoist robe, he looked to be 40 or 50 years old, and he had a storage bag around his waist. When the man saw Li Shiming's appearance, he had a strange look on his face, and with a wave of his inkstone, he fell onto the carriage. Mo Yen! Li Shiming exclaimed in surprise. Although Mo Yen is a servant, he is also one of the few people he has come into contact with the most in this world. Don't worry, little friend, he just fell asleep. The man said with a light smile. I don't know why my servant is being restrained? Li Shiming asked calmly. He knew that the opposite was a cultivator, but as far as he knew, Daxia was within the scope of Tianhai sect, and Tianhai sect forbade cultivators to do things in Daxia. This is the central capital, not far from the imperial city, how could there be monks blocking the way? I'm Gu Jia, the cultivator of the Tianhai sect, and I need to check your identity. Gu Jia revealed his identity. His eyes swept across Li Shiming's whole body, making Li Shiming feel as if he was not wearing clothes, the rune condensed in the body by the breath conditioning technique. As the eyes spread out, Li Shiming's spiritual power fluctuations on the second layer of qi refining were revealed. His inspection method was extremely domineering. No matter whether Li Shiming agreed or not, Li Shiming's details were completely exposed in front of him. Chapter 33 Garrison. My name is Li Shiming. I came to Zhengdu to participate in the Spring Festival, and at the same time I am going to participate in the promotion conference next year. Li Shiming did not dare to make any changes. He honestly reported his identity and the purpose of coming to Zhengdu. Where did your cultivation base come from? Why do you linger near the imperial city? Gu Jia asked in disbelief when he heard that he was here to attend the Immortal Ascension Conference and also to attend the Spring Festival. I found a book in the back garden of the Nanling Mansion. I practiced according to the cultivation method in the book. I came to the imperial city just to see it. Li Shiming replied with a 90% falsehood. Nonsense, you can't even get started without a spiritual qi environment. How can you reach the second level of qi refining? Gu Jia's face sank, a pressure fell on him, and he shouted in a deep voice. Li Shiming only felt that his whole body was heavy, and his body could not help but become shorter, almost lying on his stomach in the carriage. 2 months ago, 2 immortals went to Nanling Mansion to investigate a case, and then left inexplicably. At that time, the 2 immortals lived in the mansion. I found some spiritual stones in the room after the 2 immortals left. I used the spiritual stone to cultivate the spiritual vortex. Li Shiming explained quickly. Gu Jia was stationed in Daxia, so he naturally knew that there was a monk requesting assistance in Nanling Mansion. Comparing before and after, you can see that Li Shiming's words are generally true. How did you get the name Lingshi? Gu Jia's eyes flashed, and he found the loophole in Li Shiming's words and asked. I met cultivator Fanny Yang from Tianheizong, and he told me a lot about the world of immortality. Li Shiming replied. You still know Fanny Yang? Gu Jia said in surprise, then he withdrew his coercion and said with a smile, I will investigate your matter, but you don't have to worry. As long as you don't lie, it will be very important for you to participate in the Ascension to Immortals. The conference is good. Thank you for your mercy. Li Shiming sighed in relief, straightened his body and cupped his hands. Didn't Fanny Yang tell you that monks can't approach the palace casually? Gu Jia waved his hand to stop his salute and asked. Li Shiming couldn't help but shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't tell Fanny Yang that he was coming to the palace. How could Fanny Yang think of saying this? He also understood why he was stopped by the powerful cultivator Gu Jia. It turned out that he was sent to the door. Do you have a grudge against Prince Shun? Gu Jia asked suddenly. Li Shiming didn't know how to answer this question for a while. He didn't dare to deceive Gu Jia. There's nothing to say about this, it's just a prince in the world. Gu Jia said with a big smile. From his words, Li Shiming could hear his disdain for the secular royal family. It's just that Li Shiming couldn't understand. Since he looked down on the secular royal family, why should he still be stationed here? Last night, I was assassinated by an assassin sent by Prince Shun's mansion. Li Shiming knew Gu Jia's attitude, so he answered without concealment. Ha ha. Gu Jia laughed again, as if he had heard something ridiculous. Yes, it sounds ridiculous to Gu Jia. The secular Prince Shun sent an assassin to assassinate a cultivator. Even if the cultivator was only on the second level of qi refining, it was extremely ridiculous. The funny thing is, of course, Prince Shun. Gu Jia thought about it. If Prince Shun knew that the target of assassination was a cultivator, he probably wouldn't even sleep peacefully. You can't do it near the palace. Besides, if you have other means, try not to use your spiritual power. If something goes wrong, it won't be under my control. Gu Jia said nonchalantly after laughing. Li Shiming was stunned. He didn't expect Gu Jia to help him. Thank you, senior. He bowed and thanked. Don't call me senior, we are all in the qi refining period. You call me Taoist brother, and when you join the Tianhai sect, you will have to call me senior brother. Gu Jia waved his hand and said. He was old and mature, and he heard that most of Li Shiming's words were true, and it was easy to investigate. As long as Li Shiming has a clean net worth, and Li Shiming has attained the qualification of the second level of qi refining after practicing alone for more than 2 months, it is not a problem to join the Tianhai sect. On this point, Gu Jia and Fanny Yang have the same view. The monks who can be assigned to the secular world are either monks with extremely poor talent like Fanny Yang, or half-aged monks like Gu Jia. There is no room for improvement in this life. The task of coming to the secular garrison is not dangerous, and you can get rewards in the enshrined of the royal family. Such monks all have one characteristic, that is, they hope to make friends with talented seedlings, and even invest. Cultivators always have to care about their old feelings. No matter whether this kind of care is for others to see, or to stabilize their own Taoism, after the monks have successfully cultivated, they will thank the monks who have helped them. Thank you, Brother Taoist, for your guidance. Li Shiming changed his title. Little friend, come back first, and contact me in a few days. Gu Jia waved at Mo Yen while saying that. Then his figure disappeared inexplicably, and there was no one in front of the carriage. Li Shiming was secretly shocked, but he kept watching, but he didn't see how Gu Jia left. If there is a conflict www.novel.com, he probably doesn't even know how he died. He reluctantly threw his consciousness into the computer room space. There were 5 white phosphorus bombs and 5 thermite bombs in the box, but he couldn't even move it before. Even if the white phosphorus bomb and the thermite bomb were taken out, they couldn't be thrown, and they could only perish together. He is not sure about the death, but Gu Jia's speed is too fast, and he can't see it clearly. In this case, the probability of wanting to blow up Gu Jia is too low. Young master, someone is blocking the way. Mo Yen said to himself when he woke up, his mind was still a little unclear. What about people? He quickly realized that there was no one in front of him, and exclaimed. Don't yell, go back. Li Shiming ordered in a deep voice without explaining to him. Mo Yen was driving the carriage, and from time to time he looked back at the place just now. His mind was very confused. It seemed that the previous thing had happened, and it seemed that nothing had happened. Li Shiming sat in the carriage, thinking about Gu Jia. Unlike Fanny Yang was just a chance encounter on the road, and I don't know how long it will be before we meet again. Gu Jia is based in the central capital, and most importantly, Gu Jia is also connected to the Ascension Conference. If it is only related to the Ascension Conference, Li Shiming must have a good relationship with Gu Jia. The only thing he was able to take out, besides spiritual rice, was spiritual tea. He doesn't really want to take out Lingdao, because Gu Jia will know that he can't grow Lingdao as long as he investigates his past. The 100 kilograms sold to Fanny Yang can also be explained as an accidental acquisition, but it is somewhat difficult to explain if he takes out a lot of Lingmi. Although Lingcha is fake Lingcha, it is the best thing he can come up with in the end. Chapter 34 Visit. Before Li Shiming went to visit Gu Jia, on the morning of the 3rd day, Mo Yen delivered a letter of worship to him. Seeing the name of Gu Jia, the royal enshrined on the invitation, Li Shiming hurriedly asked manager Zhang to open the middle door, and he quickly walked out to greet him. I've seen Taoist brother. Sure enough, it was Gu Jia who stopped his carriage that day, who was standing outside the gate. He bowed and saluted. Gu Jia came alone, still wearing that blue Taoist robe, looking very ordinary. As for how Gu Jia found this place, Li Shiming is not surprised at all. Gu Jia, who can mobilize the royal power, is extremely easy to find someone in the Dasha area, let alone in the central capital. Li Xiaoyu, we meet again. Gu Jia smiled and nodded. Li Shiming welcomed Gu Jia into the hall, and at the same time waved away the others. Li Xiaoyu, the investigation on you has been passed, and the reasons and origins of your cultivation are well documented. Gu Jia first told Li Shiming the news after sitting down. Daxia's intelligence system is more complete than Li Shiming imagined. The big and small things that happened in Nanling Mansion will be collected and stored in Zhengdu by special personnel. Gu Jia obtained the information from the Nanling Mansion a few months ago. According to Li Shiming's description and the time of the events that happened in the intelligence, he made a one-to-one correspondence with what Li Shiming said. In particular, the ancestor of Wei Yuan escort did indeed have a cultivator. It is not surprising that the cultivator returned to the secular world and left behind his descendants. According to the information, the head of the Wei Yuan Security Bureau was hunted down by the monks, and he was indeed hidden in the garden of the Nanling Mansion. Li Shiming was lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the hidden monks. Afterwards, two cultivators from the same sect worked together on a mission and left Nanling Mansion with one death and one wounded. This was also confirmed by the sect. It can only be said that Li Shiming's immortal fate is very good. After obtaining the cultivation method, he also obtained the resource spiritual stone for cultivation. Gu Jia didn't care about the cultivator's inheritance that Li Shiming got, it was just the inheritance of a loose cultivator. Compared with the little benefit of the loose cultivator's inheritance, he is more interested in Li Shiming's future. "Brother Dao, can I join the Tianhai sect?" Li Shiming hurriedly asked after hearing the news. The little friend has a clean family and is born in the sphere of influence of the sect, so joining the sect is not a problem. Gu Jia gave a clear guarantee. Li Shiming was overjoyed. If it wasn't for the celebration of Immortals Conference next fall, he would not want to participate in the Spring Festival. "Hey, your tea is a bit special." Gu Jia looked at his excited look, took a sip of tea with a smile, and then said in surprise. As a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining, he disliked Li Shiming's tea leaves, but this spirit water was produced by the spring breeze and rain. In the secular world, this spiritual water is very precious. Stationed in Zhengdu, Zhongmen distributes spiritual stones every month, and living materials need to go back to Zhongmen to buy them every once in a while. Brother Daoist drank it out. "I made it with the spring breeze and rain art," Li Shiming said with a smile without concealing his own magic. Whether it is fake spirit tea or spirit water for making tea, after Gu Jia investigated his experience, he would guess the origin of these things. It is better to admit it directly, maybe it will be able to add points for joining the sect. Little friend actually learned the spring breeze and rain technique? Gu Jia was a little surprised. Spring breeze and rain is not a powerful spell, but the speciality of this spell is that it is the entry-level spell of Lingzifu. He guessed in his heart that the inheritance left by the ancestor of the Wei Yuan escort was probably a spiritual inheritance. He couldn't blame him for guessing. He couldn't imagine that Li Shiming could get a second inheritance in the secular world. Now he has no last thought about that inheritance. The inheritance of Lingzifu was put into his hands, and he needs to have Lingzifu's talent to be able to comprehend it. "I don't have a choice. It took a lot of time to learn that spring breeze and rain technique." Li Shiming pretended to be helpless. "Little friend, when you enter the sect, you will know how important it is to master 100 arts of immortality. This will reduce a lot of difficulties in your path," Gu Jia said with a smile. He valued Li Shiming's future even more. After Li Shiming entered the sect, at least during the qi refining period, because of this skill, he would be more stable than other monks. Only those who have experienced it will know how important stability is in the world of immortal cultivation. Gu Jia thought about many of his acquaintances, those cultivators who were more talented than him and stronger than him, but in the end, they went out to perform tasks and became history. If he hadn't also had a craft that could reduce the number of dangerous missions he performed, he wouldn't be alive now. This is the address for participating in the Monk's Square Market. The Square Market is open 3 times a month. Since UU reading www.uukangshu.com will hold the Immortal Promotion Conference here next year, many monks will come to join in the fun. The number of monks will increase a lot, and there may be some good things. However, you must pay attention to safety when participating in Fang market, and you must hide your face. Gu Jia took out a picture and put it in front of Li Shiming and said, "This is his investment. This market is a chi refining stage for scattered cultivation, and he often visits it. Of course, in such a loose cultivator market, it is extremely rare for him, a cultivator in the late stage of chi refining, to see things, but he will sell some unused items through the market. Most of the cultivators in this market are loose cultivators in the early and middle stages of chi refining, and among them, there are not many monks in the middle stage of chi refining. The fact that this square market can appear is actually related to the cultivators stationed by Tianheizong. The square market has a sign of the cultivator stationed by Tianheizong, and the cultivator can get some extra money from it. Especially the items that came out of the hands of the sect cultivators made the loose cultivators willing to come to this market to try their luck. Gu Jia introduced this square market to Li Shiming in order to let Li Shiming really get in touch with the world of immortal cultivation. The security of this square market is relatively high, and it is suitable for a cultivator like Li Shiming in the early stage of chi refining. Brother Gaoi, I have nothing to thank. Here is some water collected by the spring breeze and raining art. Since the Taoist brother can still see it, please accept it. Li Shiming put away the picture and prepared a large one. Wine Ling Shui said. Originally, he planned to send it along with the fake spirit tea, but he found that Gu Jia didn't like the fake spirit tea. I'll be disrespectful. Gu Jia rudely put away a jar of spiritual water with a smile. The value of Ling Shui is not high, but it is practical for Gu Jia. With Li Shiming's identity and strength, being able to come up with Ling Shui is beyond his expectations. Chapter 35 Plan. Before leaving, Gu Jia also told Li Shiming that Prince Shun would go to the Baoan temple outside the city to pray tomorrow. Li Shiming naturally knew what he meant by telling him the news, and it was because the other party was selling favors to him. After sending Gu Jia away, Li Shiming was thinking about a protected person without cultivating methods without leaving a trace. In the large server IBMZ 15% database, there are too many ways to kill mortals. All he has to do is choose. Choose a method that meets the requirements and is the most effective. With the help of 190 CPU enhanced brain thinking speed, a plan soon came into being. He gave Mo Yen some instructions, and then returned to the study to look at the pictures Gu Jia left. This map shows the location of Fang Market and how to enter it. In fact, almost all Fang markets have similar access methods. The Fang market restricts mortals, not to restrict the entry of cultivators. Gu Jia knew that Li Shiming was a newcomer, so he gave it to him along with the method of entering Fangshe, which was extremely thoughtful. Fangshe is not in Zhengdu City, but 20 miles north of Zhengdu City. Li Shiming frowned slightly. It was unrealistic to go to Fangshe by horse or carriage. His current physical fitness is extremely strong, but he has never tried to run long distances. Even if he can run like this, it is equivalent to telling other monks his own weakness. It seems that the primary light body amulet needs to be used. Li Shiming muttered to himself. He only has 11 elementary light body talismans, but when he thinks of going to Fang Market, he may be able to buy talismans from Fang Market. It is not unacceptable to use up 1 or 2 elementary light body talismans. The next opening time of Fang City is 5 days later. The first thing to consider is the issue of Prince Shun and Li Wenfeng. Li Wenfeng's situation is not difficult to inquire about. Mo Yen has heard about Li Wenfeng's mansion, which is some distance away from the imperial city and is not within Gu Jia's protection. If you want to kill Li Wenfeng at any time, as long as you don't use cultivator methods and leave no trace of spiritual power, Gu Jia can stare at him and close his eyes. Even Li Shiming suspected that he had used his spiritual power, and Gu Jia had a high possibility of sheltering him. Of course, if he did, then he would owe Gu Jia even more, and he didn't want to owe too much. At the east gate of Zhengdu City, a team of freshly dressed and angry horses left the city. This is exactly the team that Prince Shun traveled with, a total of 3 carriages and 50 cavalry guards. On the luxurious carriage in the middle is Prince Shun, and beside the carriage, there are 4 horse-riding masters for protection. With such a security configuration, as long as you don't encounter a large group of soldiers and horses, you can deal with it calmly. Even if you encounter a large group of soldiers and horses, you can persist until reinforcements arrive. Prince Shun's trip can be said to be foolproof, at least everyone in their line thinks so. The cavalry are well trained, and the entire team maintains an unhurried rhythm. The 4 cavalrymen probed back and forth and acted as scouts. This was a typical military style. Li Shiming left the city earlier than Prince Shun. He also went to Baowen Temple to repay his vows. When Prince Shun set off, he was returning to the city from Baowen Temple. There are also a lot of people in his group, 4 guards, Sichin and Mo Yen. Outside the city is a straight road with a carriage driving in the middle. "Master, there is a royal convoy ahead, should we move out of the way?" A guard spotted the flag of the convoy in front and quickly reported. When carriages meet on the road, they usually need to be avoided according to their grades. Li Shiming didn't even have a rank here, so naturally he had to avoid the royal team. "Let's go to the side of the road and keep going." Li Shiming had observed the convoy through the car window long ago, and he instructed in a deep voice. "It's not the emperor's trip, and there's no clean street. The carriage only needs to move out of the middle lane." Just as the carriage moved aside, an inconspicuous flat stone fell to the ground from the bottom of the carriage. In the sound of the wheels touching the ground, no one, including the 4 guards, found the flat stone. Prince Shun's team paid no attention to the carriage that opened the road, and kept the previous speed and moved forward. It's the carriage of the prefect of Nanling. Li Wenfeng, who was sitting beside Prince Shun, saw the familiar mark, and he couldn't help but be surprised. How could he forget the mark of the prefect of Nanling? If he hadn't suppressed his eldest brother, how could he have been so reused by Prince Shun, and how could he have become a long-standing official of the 3rd grade? Don't let your hatred fascinate your eyes, there will be a chance to deal with him in the future. Prince Shun waved his hand and said. He picked up a glass of wine, and his face didn't change because he heard the news from Li Shiming. Little Li Shiming is too different from him. If it weren't for Xiang Rui, he was afraid of causing the dissatisfaction of the father and the king, and cleaning up Li Shiming was just a casual matter. He didn't want to affect his elegance because of a little bug. He was someone who wanted to do big things. He wanted to be the emperor of Daxia in the future. The 2 carriages passed by, and Li Shiming saw Li Wenfeng. He had seen this person's portrait from manager Zhang before, and with the blood relationship, he recognized Li Wenfeng the moment he saw him. Li Shiming looked at Li Wenfeng with a smile on his face. He never thought that Li Wenfeng was also on Prince Shun's carriage. Thinking about it, it is also very reasonable for Li Wenfeng and Prince Shun to travel together as the long history of Prince Shun's mansion. At this time, Li Wenfeng also saw Li Shiming through the car window and the smile on Li Shiming's face. Li Wenfeng only felt a chill in his heart, and all the hairs on his body stood up. He clearly knew that Li Shiming was a weak scholar, but in his sense, Li Shiming was like a beast looking at weak prey. Li Wenfeng wanted to express his feelings, but he thought of the masters accompanying the carriage and 50 cavalry soldiers. This kind of strength made him feel a lot at ease. The windows crossed, the 2 carriages separated, and Prince Shun's team walked nearly 100 meters. Li Shiming's carriage was about 200 meters away from Prince Shun's carriage. Prince Shun's team arrived at an area with flat stones on the ground, and the cavalry who opened the way didn't care about the stones on the ground. As long as it's not a particularly large rock, it won't affect the team's progress, so naturally, it won't be bothered. If such flat stones have to be cleared, then this road will not go forward. When the carriage that Prince Shun was riding drove past the flat stone made a click sound, and then a little flame ignited. As soon as the flames appeared, they sparked even bigger flames. The flames were white, with a pungent smell, enclosing the entire carriage. Chapter 36 Dispel Revenge. The flat stone is a disguise, with the world's most advanced timing system and several chemicals including white phosphorus inside. The timing system is driven by a mainspring and consists of multiple sets of gears. When a certain time is reached, the timing system will trigger the fusion of potassium chlorate and phosphorus, causing a small dose explosion. The explosive power of potassium chlorate and phosphorus is not large, but it is enough to ignite a large amount of white phosphorus mixture mixed with various chemicals. The white phosphorus mixture in the flat stone was made according to the proportion of military white phosphorus bombs. If he was not worried about the power being too large, Li Shiming would have used the white phosphorus bombs he had produced. The white phosphorus bomb was too powerful. He used the large server IBM Z15 to perform calculations and obtained the dose of white phosphorus mixture that destroyed a carriage. After seeing Prince Shun's carriage, he calculated the arrival time of Prince Shun's carriage. As long as Prince Shun's team did not change the speed, this time could be accurate to about 1 second. In the carriage of Prince Shun's carriage, Prince Shun was chatting with several close officials when he suddenly felt an exclamation from outside. Later, Prince Shun found that the whole carriage was enveloped by a strange white flame. In just a split second, the white flames penetrated from the bottom of the carriage, the front, rear, left, and right sides of the carriage, penetrating the heavy wood and cowhide body. This carriage is specially made. The thick and extremely dense wood, coupled with the treated cowhide, can even block the armor-piercing arrows shot by the strong bow. But in front of the white phosphorus mixture, he couldn't even hold his breath, and he was burned through. The white flames fell on everyone in the carriage. In front of the white flames, they were all dead regardless of their status. Li Wenfeng thought of Li Shiming's pair of eyes. It seemed that those pair of eyes let him know who burned them to death. The 4 closest masters didn't even have time to use their powerful skills, and their bodies were stained with white flames. They instinctively wanted to extinguish the white flames on their bodies, but these white flames could not be extinguished with hands. The white flame is like a gangrene attached to the bone. When it gets on it, it penetrates through the clothes, burns on the skin, and burns inward continuously. The 4 masters couldn't care less about the prince, and they fell to the ground by the warhorse that was also stained with white flames. The 4 warhorses instinctively wanted to use the ground friction to extinguish the flames on their bodies. The 4 masters also learned to roll on the ground when they saw the performance of the warhorses. But all of this is useless work. If the flame of the military white phosphorus mixture is extinguished so well, it is not the terrifying weapon of the previous life. "Hurry up and save the Lord," the cavalrymen who were farther away shouted loudly. They ignored the 4 masters who were screaming on the ground. These cavalry were the guards to protect Prince Shun. When something happened to Prince Shun, they couldn't survive. So they frantically tried to pull Prince Shun out of the carriage that had turned into a white fireball, but anyone who came into contact with the white fireball would fall to the ground on fire and die. After losing the lives of more than 10 cavalry, the white flame quickly weakened and disappeared soon after. After the white flames burned, only a mass of ashes remained, including the car and several people in the car, all turned into coke in the flames that should not belong to this world. The cavalry did not calm down until this time, and looking at the carriage that could no longer be saved, they understood that Prince Shun was impossible to live. "Master, there seems to be a fire in the back," a guard reported to Li Shiming. "Don't bother, let's go," Li Shiming ordered in a deep voice. The guards also know that this is the central capital, so he can ignore his own business or try his best to leave it alone. The water here is too deep. Through the rear window, Li Shiming saw a red firework explode in the air, forming a special pattern. Then, just as his carriage was about to enter the city gate, there was a deafening sound of hooves from the city. The guards at the gate quickly pulled Li Shiming's carriage aside, and not long after the carriage pulled aside, a group of cavalry passed through the door. "Immortal Master Gu, the widow has something to ask for." In front of the courtyard gate of the imperial palace, the great Xia Emperor Jin Gung, wearing a bright yellow imperial robe, bowed to the courtyard gate and said, "Jin Gung has no one here except his personal eunuch, otherwise he must be shocked that he, as an emperor, would be so respectful and polite to someone. "Your Majesty is here, please come in." Gu Jia's voice came from the courtyard, and the courtyard door opened automatically. "Wait here." Jin Geng instructed the beside him and walked into the courtyard alone. Gu Jia was sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard, looking at the book in his hand. When he saw Emperor Jin Geng come in, he just put down the book in his hand without even getting up. "Xianshi Gu, my 3 emperors encountered an attack 5 miles outside the East City." The method of attack was extremely strange. It looked like the method of an immortal teacher. I also asked Xianshi Gu for help. Jin Geng did not have the air of an emperor at all. Bowed and said, "He is very clear about his position in his heart. In the world, he is the emperor www.mplnobel.com and the emperor above 10,000 people. But this does not include the immortal master, not to mention that the immortal master in front of him is the immortal master of the Tianhai sect. If it wasn't for the suppression of the immortal master of the Heavenly Sea sect in the palace, where would the years of great summer come from? Every emperor who takes the throne will know an important message, that is, the immortal master stationed in the palace must be respected." Gu Jia was not surprised to hear the news. He informed Li Shiming of the third prince's trip. With Li Shiming's strength at the second level of qi refining, if even the third prince can't solve it, he doesn't need to be called a cultivator. "Your Majesty, wait here for a moment, I'll come when I go." Although Gu Jia knew what happened, he still had to show his due attitude. He patted his hand on the storage bag, and a blue light appeared, carrying his body into a rainbow. From the imperial palace to the east gate of the central capital, it would take half an hour to walk normally even on a fast horse, but he was flying away, and it only took him a moment to reach the scene of the incident. At this time, the scene was blocked by guards wearing Ming armor. Gu Jia stopped some distance from the scene of the incident, took out a token and showed it before approaching the scene. When he saw the ashes that had been burned into a ball, Gu Jia initially thought it was the work of the monk. Because ordinary fire is very difficult to burn a carriage and people like this, it requires extremely high temperature to do it. However, when he got close to ashes, he realized that he was wrong. There was no trace of spiritual energy here, and it was definitely not the cultivator's means. He somewhat admired Li Shiming. No matter what means Li Shiming used, it was worthy of praise to achieve this effect. It seemed that Li Shiming's favor could not be received. Gu Jia shook his head and turned to leave. This is not what the monk did, so it has nothing to do with him. Chapter 37 Fong City. Li Shiming's figure galloped fast, with blue light flashing above his legs. Although he is also considered a cultivator, no matter whether it is the spring breeze and rain, Dung Jin Zhu, or the earth spirit art, he can't give him the feeling that his body is far beyond that of ordinary people. After using the basic lightweight talisman, his speed was like that of a car in his previous life. The problem is that even if he builds the car, he can't reach the speed of the primary light body on such rough roads without smooth roads. His feet touched the ground lightly, and his body floated forward. Under the action of the primary light body talisman, every step of his body seemed to be carried by the air. He can easily jump over a 10-meter high drop, and even a river that is not very wide, he can use the momentum to step on the water several times to pass. The distance of 20 miles will soon arrive. Li Shiming didn't look like he used to at this time. Even his father Li Wenyuan and the piano player who knew him the most would not be able to recognize him. He was wearing a black hooded robe, with an all-black mask on his face. These are not the most important disguises, and his body shape is also very different from before. He used the soft material and the micron-level manipulation power of consciousness in the computer room space to suppress the camouflage items. In the boots on his feet, there is a 5 cm heel pad, shoulder pads to increase shoulder width, and pads to simulate muscles on the chest and back. This set makes him a real strong man. Chinese. The material on his face was made by chemical means, which changed his face shape, and then used base makeup to repair the marks. Li Shiming doesn't know if there is any disguise technique in this world, but the makeup technique in the previous life is probably not much different from the disguise technique, and both can make people change their faces. He had to be careful. This time he was going to Fangshur to get in touch with other monks. He didn't want to let the cultivator know his origin and find himself because of his carelessness. Li Shiming stood still, the blue light on his legs remained, and a primary light body amulet could last for an hour. This is it. Comparing the terrain in front of him with the map given by Gu Jia, he knew that he had found the right place. It looked empty, just a mountain wall, and even when he touched it with his hands, it felt like a stone wall. Once again, he saw the magic of monks. Ordinary people, even monks who don't know what to do, could not find the existence of Fangshur even if they stood in front of Fangshur. Of course, Li Shiming was only at the second level of qi refining, and he looked at things from the perspective of the second level of qi refining. He mobilized the spiritual power in his body, and his fingers drew a special pattern. Just as the spiritual pattern appeared in the void, the stone wall in front of him swayed, and there was a gap for one person to enter. Without hesitation, he stepped into the gap one step at a time, looked back, and found that he could see the outside scenery from the inside. Li Shiming didn't observe too much. He needed to try his best to show that he was a veteran, not a newbie. After seeing Fangshur, he was very disappointed. Although the way to enter here is very magical, it is not as lively as he thought, and there is no so-called fairy family atmosphere. You can see the whole Fangshur at a glance. Fangshur is a trail with a length of more than 100 meters. There is a small stall every few meters beside the trail. I don't know if he came early, or if there are not many stalls in the market. There are only about 10 stalls here. There are more than a dozen monks walking between the booths, which is not much different from the number of booths. Some of these monks also hide their faces, and even some of the stall owners hide their faces. The stalls that hide their faces are all laid out with a piece of cloth on the ground, while those that do not hide their faces have at least one table with merchandise. Gu Jia has said that if there are excess resources, they can be sold to the stall owners here, or they can find an open space to sell them. However, if you set up a stall to sell here, you need to hand over 10% of the income. Most of the time, it is better to sell directly to the stall owner here. Li Shiming used the breath-holding technique to the extreme, hiding the vortex of spiritual energy in his body. Walking to the first booth, he looked down at the items on the wooden table. The most striking thing on the wooden table is a vertical sign with the word "How" written on it, and a rune pattern next to it. The items sold here are all related to talismans. There is only one type of talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman pens. 100 pieces of talisman paper with a blue-yellow surface on the surface are in a stack. There are 3 talismans, the barrels are engraved with complex patterns, and the bristles have faint spiritual power fluctuations. There are the most talismans, because each type of talisman requires different talismans. Li Shiming had seen this from Introduction to Runes. If he had the materials, he could configure such runes. In addition, there are some ready-made talismans, but only one of each type is placed. Li Shiming saw the primary light body amulet, primary fireball talisman, primary ice arrow talisman and primary earth armor talisman. Reading www.ukanshu.com. These are the ones he owns and knows, and there are several others that he has not seen and cannot identify. The stall owner was an old man. The old man squinted slightly, as if he was asleep, and ignored Li Shiming, who was standing in front of the stall. Li Shiming has needs for talisman paper, pens, and talisman ink. With these 3 things, he can try to draw talismans by himself. However, he didn't buy it right away. Now that he bought talisman paper, talisman ink, and talisman pens, he could only try to draw a talisman called primary Gingjin talisman. Because the most basic requirement for drawing a talisman is to draw it according to the spell mastered by the talisman. He also needs to take a look at the square market. He doesn't know the purchasing power of spirit stones, and he doesn't know how many things he can buy with the number of spirit stones in his hand. After walking through the square market, he can decide on the items that must be purchased. He walked towards the second booth, which was also a booth with a wooden table, and there was the same sign on the table that said Deng. It seems that Hao from the first booth and Deng from the second booth are just like the signs of secular shops. There are 5 magical instruments on this table, including swords and shields. Judging by the fluctuation of spiritual power, they are all low-grade instruments. Li Shiming didn't stop at this booth too much. He was not bad at the magic weapon, but the method of using the magic weapon. He didn't dare to ask about the method of using magic tools here. That would not mean telling the monks here that he was a rookie who didn't even know how to use magic tools. The stall owner of this stall is a middle-aged man. The stall owner's eyes swept over him from time to time, seeing that he didn't mean to buy, so he didn't speak. But the gaze of the stall owner made him very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the other party did not intend to use any means to investigate. Chapter 38 Sell. Old Lu, why is this lingmi expensive again? 2 lingshire is a pound, why don't you grab it? In the quiet market, a voice broke the silence. Li Shiming looked in the direction of the voice, it was 2 stalls. Hearing lingmi, he approached over there, not too close, and stopped 5 meters away. The rest of the cultivators who were watching the fun were similar to him. They stood and watched from a distance, and no cultivator approached. There were also monks who heard the quarrel, but turned around and pulled away. Li Shiming could see clearly that the sign on the wooden table of the booth had the word Lu written on it. Lingji seeds. When he saw the items for sale on the table, his eyes lit up. There is only one kind of spiritual seed in his hand, that is spiritual rice. Simply planting spiritual rice can provide himself with enough spiritual rice. The space in the computer room is extremely limited. At present, all the free space is used to plant spiritual rice. If spiritual plants with higher value are used, the income can be increased to a greater extent. However, there was a cultivator negotiating with the stall owner at this time, and it was not easy for him to come forward. Go grab it, lingmi is at this price, do you want it? The cultivator known as Lao Lu raised his brows slightly. Didn't you return 1.5 spirit stones and a pound a few days ago? The monk standing in front of the booth complained a few words. Spirit rice is a must-have item and must be purchased. He also understands that this square city is the only square market nearby, and the one that can produce lingmi is the Lu family where Lao Lu lives in front of him. The price of the 2 spirit stones is that we killed the spirit plant insect tied in time. Otherwise, let alone the 2 spirit stones, it would be a problem if there is any surplus spirit rice to sell. Lao Lu said helplessly when he mentioned the price. Regardless of the fact that Lingzifu was very profitable, as long as you buy a spiritual seed, you can plant a piece of spiritual field. But in fact, Lingji has a lot of troubles, which Li Shiming also saw in Lingzifu Foundation and Shi Shiming's practice notes. Ling Tian is extremely attractive to spiritual insects who are interested in spiritual rice. Some of the spiritual insects can even drill through the defensive circle from the soil and enter the spiritual field to destroy. Most of the scattered cultivators do not have a strong defensive array, so the harm of spirit insects is even more. Especially when encountering a wave of spiritual plant insects, the so-called spiritual plant insect wave is a large-scale attack on the spiritual field after a large number of certain spiritual insects. Normally, spirit worms sneak in and destroy, and the damage is relatively small. The spirit plant worm tide is different. Countless spirit insects attack the spirit field regardless. If the defense is proper, only part of the spirit plant will be lost. If there is a problem with the defense, then the spirit plant and even the spirit field will be destroyed. Of course, Li Shiming had no trouble in planting spiritual rice in the computer room space. Come here for 10 pounds. The cultivator hesitated, took out a cloth bag from his waist, and poured out 20 spirit stones. Looking at the cultivator's painful appearance, it seems that the spiritual stone in his hand is not rich. However, Li Shiming discovered that the cultivator did not take out the spirit stone from the storage bag, but an ordinary cloth bag. Sure enough, the cultivator took 10 caddies of lingmi from Lao Lu, took it in his hand, and left. This is the first time you have come here. My old Lu is a foolish old man in Zhongdufang City. He is notoriously fair. The Lingmi sold is the best within 1,000 miles. Old Lu turned his gaze to Li Shiming. Introduced with a smile. Old Lu, you are not the only one selling Lingmi in 1,000 miles. The stall owner not far away said. All of a sudden, the cultivators who knew Lao Lu burst into laughter. With the laughter of the monks, Li Shiming felt that these monks were not much different from ordinary people in terms of transactions. Fellow Taoist Lu, what kind of spirits do you have here? Li Shiming asked in a low voice. Old Lu glanced up and down at Li Shiming. What Li Shiming wanted to buy was a spirit seed, which surprised him. You must know that spiritual seeds need a spiritual planting husband to plant. As the previous stall owner said, only the Lu family has a spiritual planting husband in a large area nearby, and there are spiritual fields for planting. The spirit seeds on his booth are just pretending. Otherwise, there is a kind of Lingmi on the booth, which is really ugly. I have Chui Lingqiao seeds here. Chui Lingqiao is the favorite food of herbivorous beasts. This is the seed of soil ginseng, and this is the seed of cloverleaf. Although old Lu was surprised, he still pointed at the table. The seeds on the side of the road. Li Shiming shook his head involuntarily. Chui Lingqiao is not as good as ling rice. As for soil participation in cloverleaf, only soil ginseng is the elixir that he has mastered the spiritual planting method. The problem is that if he really wants to cultivate unearthed ginseng, who will he sell it to? The square market in front of him is very small. Although he did not visit it completely, he almost knew the situation of the items sold here. The 6 booths with tables are fixed booths, and the rest of the booths are sold by the monks themselves. Perhaps it is uneconomical to sell these items at the fixed booth, or perhaps the fixed booth does not accept these items. Anyway, there are very few kinds of items that can be sold and purchased in this market, so Li Shiming doesn't want to buy soil ginseng seeds anymore. He originally thought that there would be relatively high-grade elixir seeds here, but when he came here, he realized that he thought too much. I wonder if fellow Taoist Lu collects spiritual rice here? Li Shiming asked after thinking for a while. Since he didn't buy seeds, he would sell some spiritual rice, and he would have more spiritual stones to buy other things. Of course I have collected lingni here. 1 lingzhi is 1 kilogram, how much is needed? Old Lu replied in a low voice. Li Shiming didn't speak, he just looked at Lao Lu. Old Lu's face was slightly red, thinking of the buyer's shout just now. It seems that the person in front of him heard it. Fellow Taoist doesn't know, the cost of buying this spiritual rice from a distance is 1 spiritual stone and 1 pound. I didn't lower the price at all. Lao Lu explained with his hands spread out. 100 caddies of spiritual rice, 120 spiritual stones, trade now. Li Shiming said softly. Taoist friends have said that I will give this face to Taoist friends. If you have lingni in the future, remember me Lao Lu. Lao Lu didn't insist, he still made a profit at this price, and he was also worried that Li Shiming would set up a stall. The price of lingni may be depressed. When Li Shiming touched his waist, there was an extra cloth bag, and he put the cloth bag on the wooden table. Lao Lu opened the cloth bag, and a spiritual force penetrated into the cloth bag. He specializes in the art of surgery. He quickly checked the quality of the spiritual rice, and the smile on his face became even brighter. These are 120 spirit stones, you can keep them. He took a small bag of spirit stones and placed them on the table. Although Li Shiming didn't have the means of Lao Lu, he knew the spirit stone by touching it with his hand. He swiped his hand in the small bag, nodded and put away the bag. The transaction process between the two was very fast, and even so, many monks saw it. Chapter 39 by Li Shiming has about 192 spiritual stones that he can use, and he wants to set aside the spiritual stones for next month's cultivation. He walked to a booth selling books, and the sign on the booth was Zhang. The book here can only be opened one page, and if you turn one more page, you will buy it at the price. The stall owner Zhang saw that Li Shiming was trading with Lao Lu and knew that this was a potential customer. Li Shiming said immediately after standing. Li Shiming took a book with "Lightning the Body Art" written on it. When he opened the first page, there was an introduction to lightning body art, but there was no real content. Light body art is a general-purpose spell, and this general-purpose spell is described in the introduction on the first page. Li Shiming did not know the specific meaning of universal spells, but since it is universal, it should be a spell that all monks can learn. He put the lightning technique in his hand, and read the other books: Fire Bullet, Exorcism, Sound Transmission, Freezing. Fellow Taoist Zhang, how many spirit stones are there in light body art? Li Shiming pointed to his hand and asked. All the secret books here are the 10 spirit stones. The stall owner Zhang replied in a deep voice. Li Shiming had his own calculations in his mind. None of the books here are exercises, but all spell books, and those that can be sold publicly will not be powerful spells. A copy of the 10 spiritual stones of such a practice method, that is, the value of 10 caddies of spiritual rice, is not too expensive for him. But he is very clear that he must not show the atmosphere. This is not the world, but the world of immortals. Both Fanny Yang and Gu Jia told him about the dangers in the world of immortals, but he didn't want to attract attention and lead to death. 1 copy of the 5 spirit stones, I want 3 copies. Li Shiming countered. Fellow Taoist, the price is not repaid like this. You choose 3 copies of the 20 spirit stones. If it hadn't been opened today, I wouldn't have sold it so cheaply. The stall owner Zhang said reluctantly. Li Shiming didn't bargain. He took 20 spirit stones and put them on the table, picked up 3 books, and left the booth. The stall owner Zhang put a smile on his face instantly. While putting away the spirit stone, he took out 3 more books to make up. Li Shiming really wanted to buy all of them, but he only bought 3 copies because he didn't want to appear too rich. For a newbie like him, all 5 spells are useful. He walked to the temporary booth, and there were all kinds of things here, all kinds of strange things. There were also some books, but he didn't read them. From the experience of buying the secret book just now, it can be judged that the person who sells the book will not let you read more, and you cannot judge the authenticity of the secret book without seeing the content. Li Shiming would rather trust fixed booths than these temporary booths. In the temporary booth, he also saw people who exchanged secular calligraphy and painting treasures for spirit stones, but he didn't know what kind of monk would exchange spirit stones for those things. Ha! He was walking past a temporary booth, and when he saw something on the side of the booth, he couldn't help but slow down. That's the root of the plant, and the 2 branches that were cut off on the side. What caught his attention was the faint aura on the roots and 2 branches of the plant. Of course, in this market, most of the items had aura. But the plants with spiritual energy are spiritual plants. How could they appear here? There are traces of fire at the fracture of the root of the plant, and the same is true for the 2 branches. I don't know if the roots and branches have been disconnected for a long time, or because of other reasons. The state of the roots and branches is very bad. Fellow Taoist, how do you sell this? Li Shiming lowered his body and asked, pointing at Lingzigen and 2 branches. I picked it up and took the 5 spirit stones. The stall owner covered his face with a cloth and replied in a muffled voice. 5 spiritual stones are not expensive. If the spiritual plant is in good condition, let alone 5 spiritual stones, I am afraid that the price can be multiplied many times. Li Shiming didn't know if he could save it, but he could try 1 or 2 of the 5 spirit stones. It is estimated that this stall owner also thinks so, and will set the price at this exact level. Li Shiming took 5 spirit stones and put away the roots and 2 branches of the spirit plant. Having reached the end of the market, he turned around and quickened his pace. This time, the purpose was very clear. It was the first booth at the entrance. Fellow Taoist, how do you sell the talisman paper? Li Shiming asked in a deep voice. A stack of 10 spirit stones. Hao's squinted eyes became bright, and his voice was a little old. Give me 2 stacks, how can I sell this talisman? Li Shiming did not counteroffer. He observed that many monks came to this booth to buy talisman paper, and the transaction time was very short, which showed that the price was fixed. The red rabbit pen made of the tail hair of the red rabbit, 30 spirit stones. How many spirit stones do I want for these rune ink materials? Li Shiming then asked. 10 spirit stones of talisman ink material. The owner of the stall Hao answered quickly. Li Shiming took out the spirit stone, and the stall owner Hao also pushed the items to him, and the deal was concluded. He turned around and left Fengshe. As soon as he left Fengshe, he took a primary light body amulet to inspire him, and galloped away into the distance with both feet. He did not return to the central capital directly, but chose a detour. His 5 senses were fully activated, all 190 CPUs of the large server IBM Z15 were enabled, and UU reading www.uukanshu.com was constantly analyzing the information from his 5 senses. Suddenly, his forward momentum turned into a change of direction. From the analysis of the large server IBM Z15 just now, there was a problem with the attitude of a bird flying from the forest ahead. Birds flying has the difference between autonomous flight and frightened flight. There are articles on this aspect in the database of the large server IBM Z15. With the bird's flying posture, there is an 80% chance that there is someone in the forest. And this place is not a normal road. Unless you have the blessing of the primary light body amulet, it is difficult to walk on this steep and uneven mountain. The 2 figures in the forest looked at the figure that Li Shiming was turning to, and had no intention of chasing. They could see that Li Shiming was simply a rookie. Although Li Shiming really wanted to show his savvy in the market, Li Shiming showed too many flaws. Li Shiming seemed to be careful, but in fact, many cultivators were already moved. First of all, he has a storage bag, which is very noticeable. He always thought that the storage bag was a magical tool for every cultivator, but he didn't know the suffering of loose cultivators, and he never really had contact with loose cultivators. The second is the calmness he showed when he passed the booth selling the magic tools, which was a kind of contempt for the magic tools on the booth. An experienced cultivator could immediately tell that Li Shiming was carrying a magic weapon, and the quality of the magic weapon was better than the magic weapon on the booth. In the end, it was his shot. Although there were only 100 spirit stones in and out, the rookie state he showed before was enough to make some cultivators feel free. Li Shiming thought about the map in his mind. There were not many roads going down the mountain in Fengshe. He needed to go down the mountain as soon as possible. After leaving here, he could run freely. Chapter 40 Combustion. Li Shiming, who blessed the primary light body amulet, flew between the mountains and rocks. This downhill road was the last road analyzed by the large-scale server IBM Z15. If he could jump off a cliff of unknown height without hindrance, he would have many options. But he is a little rookie at the 2nd level of chi refining, and he is not even a beginner in how to use spiritual power, and he does not have the ability to jump from a height of more than 100 meters. On the surface, he wasn't embarrassed, and he couldn't tell that he was running away. That was because he could spot the ambush ahead of him every time. Sometimes it's a reminder of a disturbed little animal, and sometimes it's an inconspicuous imprint on the ground. Li Shiming stopped again. He found that 50 meters ahead, a small pebble broke away from its original position, revealing a small trace of dampness. This indicated that someone had been there not long ago, and his eyes continued to scan the surroundings. Most of the cultivators who participated in this market were cultivators in the early stage of chi refining, and to some extent, they were not able to leave no traces, and more or less they would always leave some traces. Li Shiming was annoyed in his heart. He did not expect that the world of immortals would be so dark. He just exposed a little wealth, and was targeted by unknown number of monks. This is still a relatively safe market that Gu Jia provided him, which shows how dangerous the world of immortal cultivation is. In fact, Gu Jia does think that Fong Market is extremely safe here. Part of the existence of Fong Market is that all the monks in Fong Market follow the rules together, that is, you can't do anything in Fong Market. The other part is based on the prestige of the Tianheizong Zhengdu garrison point. Gu Jia is also a cultivator in the late stage of qi refining. Naturally, no one dares to provoke him in the market, and every cultivator tries his best to please him. Of course, if Li Shiming reported Gu Jia's name, then at least no cultivator would dare to attack him so blatantly. Li Shiming found the cultivator's hiding place, and when his eyes fell on a big tree, 2 cultivators turned from behind the tree. The 2 monks have the same clothes, and their faces are very ordinary, but their eyes are extremely sharp. After Li Shiming discovered their hiding place, they walked out directly. It doesn't matter if they can't ambush and attack, Li Shiming's strength is too weak. One of them is at the 3rd level of qi refining, and the other is at the 4th level. Hand over the storage bag, we'll let you go. The cultivator on the 4th floor of qi refining said in a deep voice. Li Shiming was 60 meters away from him, but his voice came clearly into his ears. Li Shiming naturally couldn't hand over the storage bag, although there was not much in his storage bag. Most of the valuable items were placed in the computer room space. He knew very well that even if he handed over the storage bag, the monk opposite would not let him go. He quickly analyzed and calculated his winning percentage in battle. Obviously, with the ability of a cultivator, his winning percentage was not even 1%. All he can use is 2 primary earth armor talismans, 5 primary fireball talismans and 5 primary ice arrow talismans. The power of these rudimentary talismans should be the normal attack method of the monks in the early stage of qi refining, but the spiritual power fluctuations of the 2 monks on the opposite side were much stronger than his, especially the spiritual power fluctuations of one of the monks made him feel heart palpitations. This is still more than 60 meters away. If it is close, he is afraid that he will not be able to stand firmly. Li Shiming entered the computer room consciously and took out a thermite bomb from the box. The 2 monks on the opposite side moved forward slowly, holding the speed-boosting talisman in their hands, which would activate immediately after a certain distance. In that case, it would be difficult for Li Shiming to escape from their hands. They didn't want Li Shiming to escape. Although all the roads were blocked by monks, Li Shiming probably had a hard time escaping. But Li Shiming was killed by other cultivators, and the spoils were not theirs. According to the news, this is a rookie. The 2 monks want to use words to divide the rookie's heart and try to kill the rookie with one blow. Li Shiming grabbed the thermite bomb with both hands, and leaned his arms back along his waist, and his waist and arms gathered spiritual power. This is his superficial application of spiritual power. When the spiritual power is transferred to the arm can explode several times its own strength. His parabolic movements, from posture to force transmission, are all research results of sports papers in the large-scale server IBM Z15 database. This action can transfer the strength of the whole body to the thermite bomb to the greatest extent. The body is like a trebuchet, and the arm is the swing arm of the trebuchet. Smash you all to death. The thermite bomb flew towards the 2 monks, and Li Shiming shouted. After the thermite bomb flew out, his consciousness entered the computer room space again, and he took out a large soft thing made of starlight to cover him. The 2 monks saw the thermite bomb he threw, and there was no spiritual power fluctuation on the thermite bomb. In the eyes of a cultivator, something without spiritual power fluctuations cannot pose any threat to a cultivator. UU reading www.uukunsha.com. Even the 4th level qi refining cultivator unleashed a burst of spiritual power, trying to smash the tossed thermite bomb. The thermite bomb made by Li Shiming has 2 explosion modes. One is a timed explosion, which requires him to use his consciousness to operate in the space of the computer room, and the device for timing explosion is hidden inside the shell of the thermite bomb. The second is that it explodes after being impacted. This is determined by the instability of the thermite bomb itself. At the same time, there are several unstable chemical substances in it. Any impact will cause the unstable chemical substances to generate a lot of heat energy. So at the moment when the spiritual power of the fourth layer chi refining cultivator hit the thermite bomb exploded. The explosion sound of the thermite bomb is not too loud, and the most terrifying thing about the thermite bomb is not the impact of the explosion, but the terrifying flame. This is a kind of incendiary bomb, designed to create fire. In the sound of boom, a group of flames was centered on the position of the thermite bomb, and a radius of 40 meters was completely surrounded by flames. Before the two cultivators heard the explosion, their eyes were blinded by the strong light generated by the thermite bomb. The blindness was caused by the cultivator's ability, and they could be recovered with a single operation of the spiritual power. But what followed was flames. These flames were not ordinary flames. The aluminum material in them made the temperature of the flames as high as nearly 3,000 degrees. After the two cultivators were blinded, they wanted to step back for the first time, and at the same time, they exchanged the speed-up talismans in their storage bags with defensive talismans. Their reactions were fast, but the thermite bomb was swallowed faster, and the two monks were engulfed by flames. The screams stopped after 2 seconds, and the flame of the thermite bomb disappeared after a few seconds, leaving pungent white smoke on the scene. Chapter 41 Reward. Li Shiming was protected by starlight, and he had a tingling feeling in his scalp. Since it was decided to manufacture white phosphorus bombs and thermite bombs for self-protection, and they were dealing with monks, the finished products of white phosphorus bombs and thermite bombs were made with the greatest power he could make. Made. He thought very clearly. If the power is small, the explosion range cannot cover the speed at which the cultivator escapes, so what is the role of this self-protection weapon? But another problem arose. After being too powerful, he couldn't throw the thermite bomb out of the range of the explosion with his power. That is to say, once the thermite bomb explodes, it is very likely that it will contain itself. Then he needed a means of surviving the flames of the thermite bomb, and he found the most feasible method in the large server IBM Z15. Starlife is a fireproof material developed by a man named Maurice Ward, but the original Starlife was lost with the death of the inventor, but later researchers used several daily necessities in life to recreate it. A similar Starlife material was made. Starch, baking soda, glue, these three materials are combined to become a new Starlife fireproof material. As for the effect, Li Shiming has already tested it in the computer room space. Li Shiming, who was lying on the ground like the stuffing under the dumpling skin, had a gas mask on his face. While counting the seconds in his heart, he listened to the voices outside. 15 seconds after the sound of the explosion, he lifted the Starlife material on his body, and he saw that the surface of the dough-like cake was already charred black. Luckily, the big bread protected him very well, and he didn't suffer any burns. But the heat and thin oxygen in the air, coupled with the toxic smog, made this area unsafe. The effect of the primary light body amulet on his body has not disappeared. After putting away the Starlife material on the ground, he came to the two corpses in a flash. His eyes saw the storage bags on the waists of the two corpses, but he did not expect that these two monks had storage bags. Although the two storage bags have some burn marks, they are not damaged. It seems that the storage bags themselves have some kind of defense mechanism. Consider the original storage bag, found after the nitroglycerin explosion, also undamaged. This is not the time to study this. He put away the two storage bags, and don't need to think about the rest of the body. Under this fire, all were severely damaged. Li Shiming exerted strength on his feet, and his figure quickly ran down the mountain. The cultivators in the explosion and Wogangfang City all noticed that some cultivators were heading towards the direction of the explosion, while some cultivators changed directions and left the city. Among them, the monks who participated in the ambush of Li Shiming were extremely horrified. They knew who was ambushing in that direction. He also knew that the monks in ambush could not cause such a big movement. This is not a problem that the fourth-level chi refining monks can't do, but even if they can do it, they won't do it. The monks who participated in the ambush all depended on Fang City to survive. If Fang City was considered an unsafe place by other monks, the number of monks who dared to come to Fong City would be reduced. There are fewer monks in Lifeng City, and the monks living nearby cannot sell the things in their hands, so even if they succeed once, they cannot make up for this loss. Li Shiming ran with all his strength, and when he saw the north gate of the central capital, he felt relieved. His outfit is too weird, so he changed all his clothes before entering the city, but he didn't take off the disguise. After walking around the city, when he came out of an alley again, he changed back to Li Shiming, a scholar, with a Confucian shirt fluttering, no longer the same as before. No matter who, when they saw him, they would not associate him with that strong monk. Height, figure, and face are all different, at least in the eyes of low-level cultivators, they can't tell the difference. Li Shiming returned home, looking at the 2 storage bags in front of him, a helpless, wry smile appeared on his face. After experiencing this danger, he truly realized the horror of the world of immortals. He decided not to go to Fengshi, at least before joining the Tianhai sect, he would not be in danger again. Picking up a storage bag, after the spiritual power was injected, he sensed the contents inside. A low-grade longsword instrument, there is a small Hao mark on the hilt of the low-grade longsword instrument. Is that Hao? Li Shiming thought of the first stall in Fengshi, the old monk stall owner. The sign on the booth said Hao, which is not a particularly common surname. Li Shiming would not believe it if he had no connection with the old monk at the booth. Such a marked low-grade magic weapon cannot be used unless it is far away from here. Then there was a large stack of talismans, the number of which exceeded Li Shiming's expectations. Taking out the talisman, he found that the talisman paper used in all the talismans was blue-yellow. This kind of talisman paper had more characteristics, so he could recognize it at a glance. This kind of talisman paper is the talisman paper sold by the old monk Hao, and these talismans should also be made by the force of the old monk Hao. www.novel.com. There are more than 50 primary light body talismans, more than 30 elementary fireball talismans, more than 30 elementary frozen talismans, 15 elementary earth armor talismans, and 2 intermediate fireball talismans. This is the first time that Li Shiming has seen so many talismans, and he also knows that if he really uses talismans to fight against a monk of such a wealth, his original talismans really can't be used. There are more than 120 spiritual stones in the storage bag, as well as a few clothes, gold and silver and other mundane things. Li Shiming had not been cultivating for a long time, and he had more than 100 spiritual stones on his body, and this cultivator only had more than 120 spiritual stones in his storage bag. In comparison, this cultivator was probably very poor. He opened another storage bag, and the first thing he saw was a low-grade longsword of the same style, and even the word Hao was the same. I have time to visit Brother Gu and ask about the cultivator forces around you. Li Shiming muttered to himself. The number of talismans in this storage bag is less, but the quality has improved a lot. There are 5 intermediate fireball talismans, 1 intermediate earth armor talisman, and the rest are more than 40 primary talismans. Li Shiming paid special attention to the intermediate earth armor talisman, which is a defensive talisman, and a talisman that can withstand damage. There are 350 spirit stones, a pile of talisman ink materials, 12 stacks of talisman paper, all of which are blue-yellow talisman paper, and an aura-filled talisman pen. Li Shiming took out the talisman. This talisman was much stronger than the chitta pen he bought. Although it didn't reach the level of a medium-grade magic weapon, it was considered the top among low-grade magic tools. In the last storage bag, there is also a practice notebook. It seems that many cultivators like to write practice notes. This is the second book he got, and he found 2 out of 3 storage bags. Chapter 42 Remind. Li Shiming sorted the items into his own computer room space, and the space inside the storage bag was very small, that is, about a cube. He now needs to deal with the spiritual plant he bought back, which is the most important thing. A spiritual plant with only roots left has a low chance of surviving, and if you wait any longer, there will be no chance at all. In the computer room space, his consciousness was placed on the root of Lingji and the 2 branches. There were no leaves on the branches, only 5 raised buds. With these, he couldn't tell what kind of spiritual plant it was. Anyway, it was not mentioned in the book Lingzifu Foundation. No matter what kind of spiritual plant it is, based on the size and shape of the root, it is estimated to be a shrub. Li Shiming found the soilless nutrient solution configuration of shrubs and the grafting technology of shrubs from the database of the large-scale server IBM Z15. He first made a sterilizing solution by chemical means, and cleaned the roots, especially the fractures. The roots were then placed in the soilless nutrient solution of the shrub, and the roots were irrigated with this spring breeze of rain. Then the two branches were grafted on the root fracture by grafting. With the environment of the computer room space, through conscious manipulation, Li Shiming can create a sterile environment for Lingji. After doing these things, whether the spiritual plant can survive or not depends on the will of God. Just as he was about to study the newly acquired spell, footsteps came from outside the study. "Sichin, what's the matter?" Li Shiming asked with a frown. He had already instructed him not to be disturbed at home when he was in the study. "Master, Gu worshipped in the parlor." Sichin replied softly. "I'll go right now." Li Shiming quickly put away his belongings, stood up and left the study. Everyone in the family has been confessed by him, and if Gu is enshrined here, he does not need to pass the message, "Please enter the mansion first." He didn't want to let the dignified sect cultivator wait outside the mansion as he did last time. "I've seen Brother Gu," Li Shiming said enthusiastically after seeing Gu Jia. "I'm relieved to see that little friend is here." Gu Jia saw that Li Shiming was safe and replied with a smile, and after Li Shiming sat down, he continued, "Today something happened in Fangshi, and 2 monks from the Hao family were killed. Don't go to Fang Market for a while." Gu Jia received a message from thousands of miles, and a powerful cultivator appeared in Fangshi. He killed 2 Hao cultivators in a row outside Fangshi and left calmly. If there is a powerful cultivator doing things in Fang City, it is normal for him to collect the spirit stone from Fang City to come forward to solve it, but things outside Fang City have nothing to do with him. But thinking that he only told Li Shiming about the city, for fear that Li Shiming would meet the powerful cultivator when he went there, so he came to explain it. "Thank you for telling me. In fact, I don't have any extra spirit stones in my hand. I just went to Fangshi to see it. Since it's so dangerous, I won't go," Li Shiming said with a look of shock on his face. "When I go to Fangshi next time, my little friend can go with me," Gu Jia said after thinking about it. "Brother Gu, the Hao family you mentioned just now, is the Hao family very powerful?" Li Shiming asked curiously. "What kind of big power is the Hao family? It is barely considered the lowest cultivator family, the strongest is only the 6th level of qi refining. As far as I know there are 7 monks in the entire family. Oh no, now there are 5 monks left. They make talisman paper as the main business, and a small amount of primary talismans are produced for sale." Gu Jia replied with a slight contempt. "Are there many immortal cultivating families like Zhengdu?" Li Shiming continued to ask. "That is, 5 forces that can be regarded as immortal cultivators, and the rest are scattered cultivators who live alone. The spiritual energy near the central capital is thin, and the strength of the monks living here will not be very strong. The powerful forces are in areas with more spiritual energy," Gu Jia explained with a smile. Li Shiming knew the situation near the central capital, and when he thought about it, he could hardly cultivate without the spirit gathering pan. Those places that are far away from people may be better, but I am afraid that the concentration of aurite is very reluctant. The monks occupying this kind of place are almost like living in the secular world. It is strange how strong their strength can be. He also asked Gu Jia some questions about the use of spiritual power, which were extremely important to him. Gu Jia seemed to be very optimistic about him and answered all his questions in detail. Of course, Li Shiming didn't ask too secretive questions, most of them were ordinary aura applications. After Gu Jia left, Li Shiming showed excitement on his face. The questions Gu Jia answered for him benefited him a lot. Li Shiming stood in the center of the room and patted the ruler on the table. When this palm was shot, he mobilized the spiritual power in the aura vortex and excreted it out of the body along the palm of his hand. There was still a distance of 1 meter between his palm and the ruler. The spiritual power from his palm turned into a gust of wind and blew the ruler away from the desk. When the ruler left the desk, it turned into small pieces of wood and scattered on the ground. Li Shiming looked at his palm in amazement, knowing that he did not use any magic in this palm. It was completely formed by using spiritual power. It turns out that the cultivator does not need to use spells at all. www.mplnovel.com. The spiritual power possessed by himself has extremely strong lethality. In addition, injecting spiritual power into the legs is not as fast as the blessing of the elementary lightweight talisman, but it can also increase the running speed several times. Of course, these methods of using spiritual power are the lowest level, and only by using spells and instruments can cultivators exert the greatest power of spiritual power. Take the magic weapon as an example. Each magic weapon is drawn with a rune magic circle, which forms a special effect. When using a magic weapon, it is necessary to use spiritual power to activate the magic circle of the magic weapon, which is the correct use of the magic weapon. As for how to recognize and activate the rune formation, it can't be explained in 1 or 2 sentences, and you need to go to the sect to learn. Although Gu Jia is optimistic about Li Shiming's future, he is not Li Shiming's master, and he will not impart specific knowledge. Being able to make some suggestions has already given Li Shiming a lot of faith. Li Shiming hadn't really come into contact with the world of immortality, and he didn't know that knowledge in the world of immortality was invaluable. If Li Shiming does not enter the Tianhai sect, it is impossible to impart this kind of knowledge to him. Why is there a big gap between the strengths of sect monks and loose cultivators? Although there are differences in equipment and spells, there is also the reason for the lack of basic knowledge of loose cultivators. May not be the same. In the next few days, Li Shiming was learning new spells while paying attention to the situation of the spiritual plant in the computer room space. The 3 secret books of lightening the body, fire bombing and exorcism were purchased with 20 spirit stones. After his repeated attempts, he used a large number of video pictures in the large server IBM Z15. Using the 5 senses as the playing the device, I finally realized the meaning of the 3 spells. Chapter 43 Experiment. Outside Zhengdu City, Li Shiming stood at the foot of a hill. He is here to experiment with spells. There is no problem in using spells like Jin Gung Ju with small fluctuations in spiritual power in Zhengdu City, but it is absolutely impossible to use firebombs. Gu Jia was stationed in the central capital just to maintain the tranquility of the central capital, and cultivators were not allowed to do things within this range. Although Li Shiming has contacts with Gu Jia, he will not act rashly because of it. Besides, although Zhengdu City is big, there is no place for him to really experiment with the lightweight technique. The light of spiritual power lit up on his fingers, and he drew the rune of lightening the body art. Using the primary light body talisman and using the light body talisman by yourself are 2 different experiences. The primary light body talisman is like solidifying the light body rune containing spiritual power in the talisman, and only a small amount of spiritual energy is required. Power can activate the primary light body charm. And to use the lightning art, you need to use your own spiritual power, so that the spiritual power can draw a light-bodied rune. Activating the primary light body talisman can be completed with just 1 breath, and to use the light body talisman depends on the speed of drawing the light body rune. Li Shiming used the lightning technique, and when a blue light appeared on his legs, he felt that his spiritual power was consumed by about 1/10. It seems that the spiritual power consumption of the light body art is still at an acceptable level, but the speed of the execution is too slow. It took more than 5 seconds. This is the first time that he has fully performed the lightning technique in the true sense. He still deliberately slowed down the casting process. I believe that with more practice, the speed of performing the lightning technique can be reduced to less than 2 seconds or even faster. With strength on his feet, he ran towards the top of the mountain. In the process of flying, he sensed the difference in speed. After being blessed by the elementary light body talisman, his speed was about 100 kilometers per hour. And his self-casting lightweight trick made the speed reach 120 kilometers per hour, and the 20% improvement was very important in the pursuit. Why is this so? He said to himself, standing on the top of the mountain, puzzled. His realm is only at the second level of chi refining. The speed at which the primary light body amulet improves may be related to his realm, but he is only a few days away from the previous blessing of the primary light body amulet, and there is no difference in strength. Is it a question of intention? He asked himself and answered. He can be sure that his intention to use the lightning technique is different from that of other monks. Because the meaning of lightening the body means that he is in a high-speed open-top sports car, IBM Z15 makes him immersive through the five senses, and it also makes the lightning Jew feel. There is no convertible sports car in this world, there is no such intention. Is it possible that there are many possibilities to cooperate with the spell? He asked again. Everything he thought about should be answered after joining the sect or having a master. However, with the help of IBM Z15, he can simulate countless scenes, and these scenes can be substituted into them through the five senses. These scenes can be video pictures existing in the database, or movie animation clips, or even design scenes using IBM Z15 according to your imagination. With the help of the powerful computing power of IBM Z15, 190 CPUs are used to forcibly render it into a near-real scene, such as the unrealistic feeling of pictures or animations. Li Shiming called up a scene of horse racing, which is a top-level horse racing scene. With the feeling of a knight, he experienced the feeling of racing with the fastest horse in his previous life. At the same time, the lightweight rune formed by the collection of spiritual power on his fingers sensed, as long as he fuses the meaning he realized at this time with the light body rune, he can display the lightweight formula. Without any hesitation, the new lightweight technique was displayed, and the original cyan light on his legs was replaced by a new cyan light. He opened his legs and ran towards the foot of the mountain. He soon realized that the spiritual energy consumed this time was the same, but the speed was much slower, similar to the speed of using the elementary lightweight talisman before. Perhaps this meaning is the correct meaning of the world's lightweight trick, and the meaning of a roadster is a different one. After experimenting with the lightweight technique, he still has 4/5 of the spiritual power in his body, and he can continue to experiment with other spells. The next experiment was the firebomb technique, which was the simplest meaning. After finding a random explosion scene and immersing yourself in the scene, I sensed the corresponding meaning. With the fusion of will and the fireball rune, a small fireball was fired. Li Shiming felt that he should be able to slightly adjust the direction of the fire, but he was somewhat overwhelmed. Thinking about it, it is very likely that his realm is too low, and the second layer of chi refining cannot control the firebomb. The small firebomb flew more than 30 meters away and hit the tree trunk. The firebomb exploded at the moment of contact with the tree trunk, and the tree trunk with a thick bowl was blown into two pieces. Isn't this thing just a grenade? Li Shiming couldn't help comparing the power of the firebomb technique. When he came to the broken trunk, Yu read www.uukaungshu.com and found that at the broken trunk, there was a fiery red spiritual energy burning towards the bottom of the trunk. It seems that the firebomb is not only the power of the explosion, but also the continuous damage after hitting the target. Compared with the Jinggung-ju, the firebomb is more powerful and has a larger attack range. The target of Jinggung-ju is a small hole, while the target of firebomb will explode, affecting a small area. In addition, the spiritual power consumed by the firebomb technique is also 1/10. He has a guess that this spiritual power consumption is very likely related to his spiritual roots. However, since his spiritual roots are not even sure of himself, this guess can only be guessed. Today's task was completed, and he turned around and headed towards Zhengdu City with the help of the lightning art on his legs. And while he was running, a copper coin was suspended in his palm. This is exorcism. Among all the spells mastered, the learning of exorcism is the same as other spells, and there is no difficulty. The meaning of exorcism is very well integrated. Just imagine an invisible hand to be able to sense the expelling rune. But exorcism is the most useless spell, at least for now. The objects that can be driven by exorcism is more than 10 pounds of weight. This weight can't even drive a low-grade long sword. Small objects within 5 meters. Luckily, a cast of exorcism lasts for a long time. In addition to the consumption of spiritual power during the casting, the spiritual power consumed to maintain the expelling state depends on the size of the object and the frequency of moving the object. With these kinds of spells added, Li Shiming felt that he could be regarded as a real monk. Chapter 44 Oil. Li Shiming saw that there was a village ahead, and it was still early. He cancelled the blue light on his legs, slowed down, and returned to his normal state. This is a village close to the central capital, but since it is mostly mountainous, it can be seen that the village is very poor, and the houses are all thatched adobe houses. Six Sun's family is really pitiful. 2 acres of land have been destroyed by the magic water. How can his family live? As soon as he entered the village, he heard some villagers talking. Who said no, let alone Liuzi's family, the fields of the neighboring families can't be guaranteed. Another villager lamented. Farmers live on their fields, and losing their farmland means losing their livelihoods. Old man, I don't know what this magic water is, can you take me there to see it? Li Shiming's heart moved, and he bowed to the old man who was talking. The old man looked up and saw Li Shiming, who was wearing a Confucian shirt. He quickly bowed down and did not dare to speak. A few villagers on the side also bowed their heads, showing their humility as much as possible. At least those who can wear Confucian shirts are scholars. This kind of identity is not something that ordinary farmers can come into contact with on weekdays. The closer you get to the central capital, the more peasants know how terrifying the powerful are. Li Shiming's Confucian rituals frightened the old man. If he spoke with a downward attitude, it would make the old man more at ease. Although Li Shiming has a fusion of memory and emotion, he still has the mentality of equality in his previous life. Old man, can you show me the magic water? He asked repeatedly, helplessly. Little old man can't afford it, my son wants to see the magic water, I will lead the way. The old man only reacted at this time, bowed his body and replied helplessly. The old man is not young, but his legs are very flexible, and he took Li Shiming to a farmland outside the village. This farmland is a low-lying land, about 10 mu or so, and the surrounding ground is full of large and small stones. It can be seen that this farmland was cleaned up by the villagers from the gravel. The soil quality of the more than 10 acres of farmland is very poor, and the production will not be good. On the right side of the more than 10 acres of farmland, there was a large area of thick black liquid gushing out from the ground in the middle of 2 acres of farmland. Before he came to the black liquid, he smelled a strong smell. It's oil. Li Shiming thought to himself. When the villagers mentioned the magic water, he thought of this possibility. Oil is not useless in this world. The raw material such as kerosene oil is oil, but kerosene oil is a secret at any time, let alone farmers, even most scholars do not know oil. For the villagers, the land where oil appears will be polluted by oil, thus losing the ability to plant, which is like a natural disaster that destroys their lives. But for Li Shiming, oil has a completely different meaning. With oil, there are many things, such as diesel, gasoline and plastics. Oil is known as the blood of the industry. With either diesel or gasoline, he can create a more efficient generator, and many of his ideas can go on. Old man, thank you for leading the way. Li Shiming took a tael of silver and handed it over and thanked him. After the old man took the silver with trembling hands, he turned and left the village. He didn't need to come forward to buy this place. When he got home, he instructed manager Zhang to handle the matter. The owner of the more than 10 acres of farmland heard that someone wanted to buy it, but he did not object at all, but thanked Date for his agreement. Of course, Li Shiming's price was very high, which was enough for them to buy the same amount of fertile land. A day later, the first 2 barrels of oil were delivered to a residence outside the city, also purchased for storage. The extraction of oil in the computer room space cannot form a scale, but the advantage is that under the micromanipulation of consciousness, with the most primitive equipment, several basic substances can be extracted. The quality of the oil produced in that village is good, with 40% of diesel oil and 20% of gasoline produced. In the days after Li Shiming, every day was very busy. Every day, most of the spiritual power is used for spellcasting practice, in order to speed up the spellcasting speed. Because among the basic conditions for making talismans, the more skilled you are, the faster you are, and the more helpful it is to make talismans. Refining oil is very polluting. He has to go to the dwellings outside the city for refining every day. In the process of refining oil, he constantly discharges toxic waste gas out of the computer room space, so as not to affect the growth of spiritual rice and unknown spiritual plants. In addition, he also needs to pay attention to the growth of unknown Lingji. I don't know if he is lucky, or whether unknown Lingji should not die. Under the nourishment of the spring breeze and rain every day, unknown Lingji's spiritual roots and grafting techniques have survived. In the future, we will see when the spores on the branches of Lingji can grow. Only with leaves can Lingji truly have the basis for survival. Manager Zhang didn't know what the young master wanted for the black, foul-smelling black water. He obeyed the order and ordered a truckload of people to transport the black water to the dwellings outside the city every day. He was also impatient. It didn't take long for the spring season next year, but the young master didn't seem to pay much attention to the spring season. As a servant, he couldn't persuade him, he just hoped that the young master could wake up in time. Li Shiming, who was worried by manager Zhang, was decommissioning the original steam engine. A brand new diesel generator replaces the steam engine and the original generator. www.plnovel.com. The power generation is larger and more stable. Part of the diesel oil extracted from petroleum is stored in 2 empty storage bags and placed in the engine room space, so as to save the engine room space as much as possible. Don't look at the space in the storage bag as only 1 cube, but it only takes up a small amount of inconspicuous space in the computer room. Most of his current computer room space is occupied by Lingdaemi. With IBM Z15, uninterruptible power supply, diesel generator, electric arc furnace, and unknown Lingji cultivation space, there is not much space left. More diesel oil was put underground by him in the residences outside the city as a reserve resource. Even if the oil in the fields is extracted now, there is no need to worry about the diesel consumption next year. I believe that after arriving at the sect, he can find a way to use the spirit stone to convert it into electricity. This is actually mentioned in the introduction to runes, but with a simple description, he can't create a spirit stone generator. Li Shiming had a lot of gold and silver in his hands, and Mo Yen was not idle during this time. Since he was going to enter the sect in the future, gold and silver would be useless, so he used the gold and silver to let Mo Yen buy a large amount of various ores. Ores without spiritual energy have not received due attention in this world. Many ores that are extremely rare in Li Shiming's view are regarded as ores with impurities in this world. Perhaps the existence of the immortal civilization has suppressed the civilization of this world. The most important thing in this world is still gold and silver, which can be used as currency. Once all kinds of ores arrived in Li Shiming's hands, they were processed in an electric arc furnace, smelted and decomposed into various metals. Day by day, he accumulated more and more resources. Chapter 45 Tab. Red lanterns hang all over the corridor outside the study. Today is Li Shiming's first new year in this world, and he has been in this world for more than 3 months. If he hadn't seen manager Zhang lead someone to hang up the red lantern, he wouldn't know that the new year is coming. The new year reminded him of another world, his relatives and friends in that world, where he could never go back. In this world, the only person who could influence him was his father, Li Wanyuan. At this moment, his father, Li Wanyuan, was not by his side. The strong sense of loneliness made him want to find something to distract his thoughts. He took out a rune from the computer room. This talisman is called Shuling Pen, which is much stronger than the talisman he bought. This is the talisman used by the cultivator of the Hao family, and it is naturally better than the talisman sold by the Hao family. There is a blue-yellow talisman paper and a small plate of talisman ink on the desk. The talisman ink was prepared by him. The talisman ink prepared with consciousness in the computer room space, its quality is of course the highest level of talisman ink material. This talisman is a special talisman for the primary light body talisman. He bought some in the market, and found a lot of talisman materials in the storage bag of the Hao family cultivator, which was enough for him to use for a long time. The principle of making talismans is to solidify the formed spell runes through talisman paper. There are many accidents in this process, such as the tiny and undetectable potholes on the talisman paper, the uneven mixing in the talisman ink, the subtle abnormal fluctuations of the monk's own spiritual power, the flow rate of the spiritual power when it is transmitted through the talisman pen, the fusion of the spiritual power and the talisman ink process, and so on. It can be said that making talismans is a process with many accidents. According to the notes of the cultivator of the Hao family, if 10 of 100 talisman papers are successful, one can be called a junior talisman master. From this, we can see how difficult it is to make talismans. Without a lot of practice and resource consumption, it is impossible to train a qualified talisman master. In addition, it takes time to cultivate a talisman master. It must be known that no matter whether the talisman is made successfully or not, it is equal to one spell casting, which will consume the cultivator's spiritual power. Like Li Shiming, with all his spiritual power, he can only use the lightning technique 10 times. Even with a 100% success rate, he can only make 10 elementary lightning talismans, and then he needs to recover his spiritual power. In addition to the need to restore spiritual power, making talismans also consumes a lot of energy, which is more difficult to restore than spiritual power. In fact, no cultivator dares to consume too much of his spiritual power and energy at one time, which will make the cultivator lose the power of self-protection. After this period of hard practice, the IBM-Z15 was used to optimize the spellcasting process again and again, allowing him to stabilize the time to perform the lightweight technique within 1 second. With the analysis and calculation of IBM-Z15, it is his current limit to perform the lightweight technique in 1 second. If you want to increase the speed of casting spells, you need stronger and more controllable spiritual power. Li Shiming opened the connection with IBM-Z15's 5 senses, he stabilized his mind, and slowly introduced his spiritual power into the Snow Spirit pen. There was a soft light on Shuling's pen, and his spiritual power passed through the rune formation on Shuling's pen and merged with the rune and ink on the tip of the pen. At the same time, he wrote a light rune on the rune with the intention of an open-top sports car, and then he drew a stroke, and the light on the rune flickered brightly and darkly. Then the talisman paper exploded under his hands, and the scattered spiritual power overturned the items on the desk. Fortunately, it was a non-lethal talisman like the primary light body talisman. Even if it failed, it would not have any destructive power. If you draw a primary firebomb charm, you need to always pay attention to the explosion of the charm during the drawing process. That kind of explosion is extremely dangerous, and you will hurt yourself if you are not careful. Li Shiming stopped, his consciousness connected to the IBM-Z15, and he started to play back the video process just now. His playback was received through the 5 senses, as if he had returned to the drawing just now, and all the senses were fed back to the 5 senses through the IBM-Z15. He found out the reason why the talisman paper exploded during the drawing process. It was because the amount of talisman ink in a stroke drawn by the Shuling pen increased slightly. The solution is also very simple. The spiritual power in the Shuling pen must be divided into a trace to control the rune ink, so that the rune ink can be left on the rune paper exactly as required. After the second failure, the third failure, and the 5th failure, the plan he made for himself was to practice only 5 times a day. His spiritual power also needs to use the spring breeze and rain technique, and this work cannot be interrupted every day. The remaining spiritual power is to prevent accidents, and if the talisman saves spiritual power, it also needs spiritual power to stimulate. Although Li Shiming has only practiced 5 times, he has gained a lot. He has studied Introduction to Runes and the notes of the monks of the Hao family, which have recorded a large number of possible mistakes in the drawing process. But what he recorded needs to be tested by practice, and he has gained valuable experience after repeated failures. He has the biggest difference from other monks. Other monks failed to draw talismans. They only knew that they failed in a certain place, and they did not know the specific reasons. But through the video of IBM Z15, he felt the wrong process again and again, which made the same mistake never happen again. Li Shiming took out a self-made pocket watch and checked the time www.mplnovel.com. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. His consciousness entered the computer room space and made a bowl of spiritual rice. In the study, he filled his stomach with spiritual rice. If outsiders saw the New Year's Eve, he ate a bowl of rice and didn't even have any vegetables, they would think he was very frugal. But if this bowl of spiritual rice is replaced with gold, it can probably be replaced with gold of the same volume as the spiritual rice. This is still the case if a cultivator is willing to change it. Sichin didn't come to invite him to dinner. Li Shiming explained something to her not long ago, and several visits from the royal family to enshrine Gujia made her accept the fact that the young master started to cultivate immortals. It is precisely because of this that Li Shiming has a quiet time that is not disturbed. He does not have to worry about being affected by sudden interruptions during cultivation, or making talismans and other important moments. A bird flew into the window and landed on the desk in front of Li Shiming. Xianyao's smart eyes looked at Li Shiming, as if confirming, and then Xianyao's body turned into a talisman. Li Shiming recognized this little bird. It was a 100-mile letter, a means of communication between monks. Corresponding to the Bailey Messenger Talisman are the Chenli Messenger Talisman and the Wanli Messenger Talisman. The farther the distance is, the higher the quality and the more expensive the price. To use the Bailey Messenger Talisman, you need to know the exact location and aura of the other cultivator. It belongs to point-to-point message transmission. If the receiving cultivator is not there, the Bailey Messenger Talisman will stay until the spiritual power is consumed to a certain extent and self-destruct. Under normal circumstances, the 100-mile letter symbol can exist for 2 days, and ordinary communication is enough. Li Xiaoyu, there is a gathering of cultivators on the 3rd floor of Tianshui Pavilion. I will show you the same fellow. The signature is Gujia. This is an invitation from Gujia. Gujia mentioned it before, but he never thought that the cultivator gathering would be held on New Year's Day. Chapter 46 Reunion. Tianshui Pavilion is the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Jiangdu. It is full of friends every day, especially during festivals. It will become a gathering place for powerful people. There are the most exquisite decorations here, famous calligraphy and paintings can be seen everywhere, and all kinds of rare ornaments are dizzying. Today's Tianshui Pavilion is different. The big shopkeeper of Tianshui Pavilion is standing outside the door, clenching his fists and salutes all the guests, saying sorry. Although the disappointed guests were very unhappy, no one would feel comfortable returning home on the first day of the new year, but they knew more about the forces behind Tianshui Pavilion, and no one dared to make trouble in Tianshui Pavilion. What made the guests most curious was who could have such a large amount of energy to cover the entire Tianshui Pavilion. To know which prince arrives at ordinary times, it is just a private box. Mo Yen, you go back first. Li Shiming got out of the carriage and instructed Mo Yen, who opened the curtain for him. He didn't notice the commotion at the entrance of Tianshui Pavilion. It should be said that on this day, the entire Jiangdu city is extremely lively, especially this street with a very heavy commercial atmosphere. Young master, Tianshui customers are not accepting foreign customers today. He walked to the door, and the big shopkeeper bowed and said. Li Shiming was stunned for a moment. He didn't mean to meet on the 3rd floor. No matter how unfamiliar he is with Tianshui Pavilion, the grade of Tianshui Pavilion can be judged by just looking at the appearance of the building. I have an appointment with someone on the 3rd floor, he said with a smile. Master, please come in. The shopkeeper put on his most sincere smile and made a gesture of invitation. Then he turned to the man beside him and instructed, "Take the sun up." The shopkeeper is a sophisticated man, so he didn't doubt Li Shiming's words at all. Although he didn't know who the party on the third floor was this time, he did know who was the one who booked this floor. Li Shiming walked into the Tianshui pavilion under the eyes of everyone outside the door, either exploring, scrutinizing, or doubting, and led to the third floor under the guidance of the guy. "Master, I can only take you here." The man bowed and smiled. Li Shiming nodded. He knew in his heart that this was a gathering of monks, and it was naturally impossible for mortals to approach. The third floor is clear at a glance. There is a hall in the middle, and there are 3 boxes on each side. There was no one in the hall, and he guessed that this gathering should be in a certain box. Li Xiaoyu is here. Just as he was about to search in the boxes, a voice came, and then a door of light appeared in front of him. Through the door of light, he saw many people sitting in the middle of the hall. The main seat is Gu Jia, who was waving to Li Shiming. It turned out that the third floor was actually covered by a magic circle, and even if mortals entered the third floor, they would not be able to see the scene of the cultivator gathering. "I've seen Taoist Gu, I've seen fellow Taoists." Li Shiming entered the gate of light and bowed to Gu Jia, then clasped his fists and made a circle around him. His eyes swept across several people at the scene, and found that there were cultivators he knew. For example, the old cultivator of the Hao family who sells talismans, such as Cultivator Deng who sells magic tools, Cultivator Lu who sells lingji, Cultivator Zhang who sells spellbooks, and several cultivators who have an impression of Li Shiming but do not know their names. Of course, there were 26 monks sitting in the hall, and he had only seen very few of them. "Fellow Taoists, this is Li Xiaoyu I recognize, please take care of me," Gu Jia introduced with a smile. "Since it was introduced by Taoist Gu, we will naturally take care of it." A cultivator immediately answered, and the rest of the cultivators agreed. Only the old cultivator of the Hao family had a hint of doubt when he looked at Li Shiming. The first time he saw Li Shiming, he felt a sense of déjà vu, but he couldn't remember when he saw Li Shiming. The Hao family made a big scandal some time ago and lost 2 cultivators, which made the strength of the Hao family drop dramatically. The most serious one was a 3rd-level qi refining, and a 4th-level qi refining monk was killed at the same time, which made Fangshi panic, and no monks dared to go to Fangshi. This cultivator gathering was originally a tradition of the cultivators nearby. Meeting Gu Jia on the first day of the new year and sending over the spiritual stones due next year was also a means of deepening the relationship with Gu Jia. The few sponsored by Fang City did not want any of them to contact Gu Jia alone, which would make one of them sit up and break the original balance. As for the next year's profits from Fangshi, it is also helpless to turn in the spirit stone. If Fangshi's business is not good, the so many spirit stones that come out will be regarded as filial piety to Gu Jia. If Fangshi's business income exceeds the original estimate, then at the next meeting of the first day of the new year, the spirit stones that should have been handed in will be made up. No cultivator will play tricks on this matter. This is not the interest of a cultivator family. They supervise and restrain each other. "Tell me what's the reason, you want to hold a fair in the city?" After Gu Jia introduced Li Shiming, he continued the previous topic and asked. Yu reading www.uukunsha.com. Fellow Taoist Gu, this is our decision after discussion. After the 2 monks from the Hao family were killed last time, no monks came to the market. Even the monks who often came to sell items in the market were rumored to be unable to do so due to security reasons. "Come here," Deng Xiu said, spreading his hands. "Little friend, drink a cup of spiritual tea, this is what I brought from the sect." Gu Jia smiled and pushed a cup of spiritual tea to Li Shiming, and then turned to look at Xiu Deng with a stern look on his face. "Tell me what happened." Obviously, he knew the thoughts of these loose cultivators. It was estimated that the killing of the 2 Hao cultivators made them worried and wanted to use his power to rebuild the market. But the problem is that in the past, Fangshi borrowed his name, but now that Fangshi opened in the city, it was to borrow his strength, which was dangerous. Although it is extremely rare among the loose cultivators to defeat Gu Jia, most of the loose cultivators who came to the central capital joined the sect for themselves or their descendants, and would never offend the cultivators stationed in the Tianhai sect. But who can say clearly about the Xiuxian world? If Gu Jia takes risks, there is no reasonable explanation. Li Shiming picked up the spiritual tea in front of him, took a sip, and felt an aura explode from his abdomen, and the spiritual vortex absorbed this spiritual energy on his own. Feeling the changes in his body, he didn't stop. He poured the whole cup of spiritual tea into his mouth, not even 2 pieces of tea leaves. The aura vortex frantically absorbed the explosively increased aura in his body, increasing the amount of aura in his body by more than half. He felt that he was not far from the 3rd level of qi refining. His eyes couldn't help glowing. What kind of spiritual tea was this? And it suddenly boosted his spiritual power so much, if he drank another cup, he would be promoted to the 3rd level of qi refining on the spot. Chapter 47 Communicate. Don't think about it, little friend, only the first cup of this tea has such an effect. Gu Jia saw Li Shiming's appearance, understood Li Shiming's thoughts, and replied with a smile. Brother Xie Gu for the tea. Li Shiming bowed and thanked him. He could see clearly that among the more than 20 monks present, only 7 monks had spirit tea in front of him except him. The tea in front of the rest of the monks was probably similar to his fake spiritual tea, and the spiritual water among them was made from the spring breeze and rain that he sent. When you enter the sect, you will have to pay it back. Gu Jia said with a smile. He and Li Shiming talked and laughed freely, but the loose cultivators on the side had serious expressions, and they exchanged information with their eyes. Fellow Daoist Gu, a masked cultivator, came to the market that day. He restrained the fluctuations of his spiritual power, but he showed low-level mistakes one after another, which made me mistakenly think that he was a cultivator who just went out. Brother Deng said aloud. Gu Jia nodded and motioned to continue. That cultivator bought 3 secret books from me, spent 20 spirit stones, and didn't ask about the true meaning, cultivator Zhang continued. It seems that the cultivator has set a trap for you, and you experienced cultivators have been fooled. Gu Jia couldn't help shaking his head and said. When he spoke, he looked at the old cultivator of the Hao family. The biggest loss was the Hao family. Li Shiming was a little stunned at this time. It turned out that the biggest loophole was the 3 secret books he bought. The secret book that cultivator Zhang sold did not have the true meaning of the package, and it did not even mention the true meaning at all. An experienced cultivator would not buy such a secret book. And the secret book sold by cultivator Zhang is also divided into 2 parts, the spell rune part, and the true meaning part. If an inexperienced cultivator finds that he cannot practice after purchasing the spell rune part, he needs to buy the true meaning part again. Cultivator Zhang can sell one thing for 2, earning 2 profits, and the true meaning of the spell is more profitable. When Li Shiming bought the 3 secret books, he did not visit the true meaning of the spell, which made the monks in Feng City know that he was a newcomer. And he sold Lingni before, and he also showed that he had a storage bag, which made the loose cultivator think of robbery. This is the way of life for many loose cultivators, robbing resources for their own use. Since Li Shiming killed the Hao family's 2 cultivators on the 3rd and 4th floors of qi refining after leaving, even Gu Jia now thinks that this is a fishing law enforcement action. You also know that few of us loose cultivators are stronger than fellow Daoist Hao Yanming. Fellow Daoist Hao Yanming was a junior talisman master. He added a lot of talismans in the middle of qi refining, but he fell into the hands of the cultivator. The Ascension Conference brings us opportunities, but it also brings us great trouble. Our strength is really unable to control the square market at this stage. I hope you can agree that the square market can be opened in the city after the end of the Ascension Conference. Xiu Deng said with a bitter face. We have discussed it, and the amount of spiritual stones handed in will be increased by 50%. Please accept it, fellow Daoist Gu. Zhang Xiu stood up and bowed in request. Fellow Daoist Gu, please agree. The other 6 monks with spirit tea in front of them all stood up and bowed. Afterwards, all the monks in the hall except Li Shiming also stood up and bowed to Gu Jia. Gu Jia's eyes flickered, thinking about the gains and losses in her heart. "I'll take care of this." He quickly made a decision. The monks stationed in the Tianhai sect and the monks in the late stage of qi refining are the reasons why he dared to respond. Besides, the closer you get to the Immortal Ascension Conference, the more cultivators who want to curry favor with him come. In the Tianhai sect, there are not many cultivators who dare to slaughter the disciples of the sect. All the cultivators had smiles on their faces. Don't look at paying too many spirit stones, but stabilizing the market is the foundation of their survival. Without Fansher, who would they sell the spiritual items they made? One-to-one transactions are not guaranteed in the world of immortals, and it is more common to kill someone to steal money. With Gu Jia's release, the atmosphere in the hall became warm. The loose cultivators began to talk about their cultivation experience. For cultivators like them who do not have a sect, this kind of communication is extremely important. Of course, no one will tell the important experience, but even hearing a little new experience may give the loose cultivator a new direction. Little friend, don't listen to the experience they talk about, wait until you enter the sect. Gu Jia did not listen to what the loose cultivators were talking about, but sent a voice transmission to Li Shiming. Li Shiming heard the voice in his ear, but the cultivator next to him didn't notice it. He guessed that this should be a means of sound transmission. Since he couldn't use the same method to reply, he could only nod his head to show his understanding. Indeed, many of the experiences of the loose cultivator's self-exploration are wrong. The future direction of the cultivator who has just started to cultivate is not a loose cultivator. Seeing that Li Shiming had listened to the advice, Gu Jia smiled and went to talk to several monks with high status. "Fellow Daoist Li, my surname is Hao, and I'm on the 6th level of qi refining. What spells do you have? Why don't we have a chat?" Old cultivator Hao came to Li Shiming's side at some point, and Yuukanshu www.uukanshu.com suggested with a smile. He looked like he was going to help the younger generation, and seemed to take care of Li Shiming at Gu Jia's request. But after Li Shiming entered the hall, his 5 senses were connected with IBM Z15. Through a facial analysis program, he judged that the old cultivator Hao was wearing a fake smile. This facial analysis program was written by Li Shiming in his spare time. It borrowed a large number of research results in human behavior, anatomy, criminal psychology, etc. in IBM Z15, as well as a number of ready-made police facial systems. In the previous life, the program he wrote would have violated many patents, but in this world, there is no need to consider such a thing at all. "Fellow Taoist Hao, I haven't learned any spells, but the one I'm most good at is the lightweight technique." Li Shiming replied with extreme caution, pretending to be very shy. After a year, he was only 16 years old, and his performance was in line with his age. "I also have some experience in lightening the body. It is better for you to show it, and I will analyze it for you." Old cultivator Hao said enthusiastically. Gu Jia, who was talking to someone, glanced here and didn't say anything. Li Shiming would need to deal with cultivators in the future, and he was confident that cultivator Hao would not dare to do anything to Li Shiming. Gu Jia just said that Li Shiming is his little friend, and in this area of Zhongdu, he still has a lot of face. "Thank you so much, fellow Taoist Hao," Li Shiming said excitedly. He drew light runes at random, and while deliberately slowing down, it took 2 seconds to make a blue light appear on his legs. Old cultivator Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the blue light on Li Shiming's legs. "Looks like a mistake," he said to himself. Chapter 48 Response. Old cultivator Hao had a sense of familiarity with Li Shiming. After a while, this familiarity made him think of the cultivator who bought the talisman paper. Although Li Shiming and the cultivator of that day were different in height and body shape, the Xiuxian world had too many methods to change his body shape. When he had doubts, he came up with this method to test. If the cultivator is Li Shiming, then Li Shiming is the real newcomer, and the secret book purchased is not for the next set of traps. In such a short period of time, no cultivator could rely on a secret book with no real meaning to learn a spell, even if the spell was the lowest level of lightening the body. Old cultivator how consciously misunderstood. The cultivator he wanted to come on that day was probably really a powerful cultivator in disguise. Li Dadio's lightweight technique is very good. There are some opportunities. It seems that I can't give advice, he said with a smile. However, Li Shiming noticed the change in the expression of the old cultivator how, especially the surprised look when he used the lightning technique. Lightening the body isn't a very difficult spell. Old cultivator how looked surprised. There was only one possibility, and that was that old cultivator how was thinking about other things at the time. Thinking of the vague maliciousness of the old cultivator how when they first met, and the previous temptation, Li Shiming had a bad feeling. Until the end of the party, the old cultivator how was like a nail in his heart. Even if the old cultivator how didn't have much false meaning in his expression after that, he still felt worried. Old cultivator how is a cultivator on the 6th level of qi refining. According to Gu Jia's information, this is the strongest being among the scattered cultivators near the central capital. Old cultivator how is the head of the Hao family, and there are 4 qi cultivating cultivators in the family. Not to mention the old cultivator how, even if any cultivator of the Hao family really wanted to deal with Li Shiming didn't even have the strength to fight back. Don't look at Li Shiming killing the 2 cultivators of the Hao family on the 3rd and 4th floors of qi refining, but that was relying on the first mover advantage, plus the distance. If a cultivator came to assassinate him, he could not guarantee whether IBMZ-15 could detect the cultivator's arrival in advance through the 5 senses. The cultivator's methods were not comparable to ordinary experts. With thought, he returned home, and this gathering was not without gain. He got a map from a cultivator who wanted to please him. In this map, it was a map of the distribution of forces in the central capital, with the specific locations of each force. Among the 5 immortal cultivating families, several cave dwellings whose strength reached the middle stage of qi refining were all listed. The purpose of this kind of map circulating among monks is to avoid these monks' forces. Looks like I need a surveillance tool, Li Shiming muttered in the study. When it comes to surveillance tools, the first thing that comes to his mind is drones. The design drawings of the UAV, from the military version to the civilian version of the IBM Z-15, are available. The university where he originally worked had taken over the military mission and was a highly confidential unit. The military data in the IBM Z-15 had a very high level of confidentiality. However, with his current control over IBM Z-15, all the information is open to him. When he looked at the technical reserves required by the drone, he couldn't help but bowed his head helplessly. UAV needs power technology, navigation technology, communication technology, flight control technology, chip technology, and the brushless motor and battery of power technology can be solved by him. The software aspects of navigation technology, communication technology, flight control technology, and chip technology are also not problems, but the chip itself is not something he can solve at present. Only after he has more technical reserves will he think about it. He needs the surveillance tools that can be produced now. Of course, the best choice is to set up a defensive array, but the defensive array is still too far for him. Not to mention how many spirit stones are needed to buy the defensive magic circle. It is said that he can really come up with so many spirit stones, and who can sell the defensive magic circle to him? As far as he knows, the defensive array is not something that ordinary cultivators can make. Gu Jia is the only one who can get the defensive array, but Li Shiming can really take out the spiritual stone that he bought the defensive array, and he is afraid that he will face Gu Jia's peeps. Although Gu Jia seems to be very fond of Li Shiming, it is based on being optimistic about Li Shiming's future. If Li Shiming has benefits beyond Gu Jia's expectations, I believe Gu Jia will take action against Li Shiming without hesitation. Li Shiming put his consciousness into the computer room space, and he has never thought of repairing the tool cabinet, because once there is a problem with the IBM Z15, he needs to repair the equipment in the tool cabinet to repair. But after owning the IBM Z15 for about 3 months, he found that the IBM Z15 seemed to have undergone some kind of reinforcement during the traversal process. His consciousness is able to observe and operate at the micron level, and he can perceive that every part of the IBM Z15 is the same as it was 3 months ago. Take the many fans of IBM Z15 as an example. These fans use brushless ball fans and their service life is generally 3 to 5 years. Of course, in actual use, the actual life of the fan is mostly more than 5 years, and most fans can still be used for more than 10 years. www.novel.com. But regardless of the service life or the actual life, the wear and tear of the fan is inevitable. The wear marks inside the fans can definitely be found in 3 months, but all the fans of the IBM Z15 are in their original state without any signs of wear and tear. In addition, the hard disk is also a vulnerable part, and its service life is about 6 years. Similarly, after 3 months of use, the hard disk has not even produced a single bad sector. Not just these two, but all the components of the entire IBM Z15. You must know that this is the conclusion that Li Shiming obtained through micron-level observation. At least in the micron level, IBM Z15 has not changed at all from 3 months ago. This discovery made him think of the tool cabinet. He looked at the equipment in the tool cabinet: 3-phase electricity meter, power distribution monitor, UPS detection module, battery inspection unit, temperature and humidity sensor, water leakage detection equipment, network equipment detection, etc. He chose an optical fiber fusion splicer that was supposed to be useless. This does not mean that it is impossible to use this equipment in the future. The optical fiber fusion splicer uses a high-voltage arc to melt the two optical fiber sections, and uses a high-precision motion mechanism to smoothly advance the equipment to fuse the two optical fibers into one. His micron-level control can do the work of the optical fiber fusion splicer. Choosing a fiber optic fusion splicer also has a LCD screen, several industrial-grade chips, communication systems, wireless systems, etc. on this machine. With a usable chip, he thought of drones again. After dismantling the optical fiber fusion splicer, the internal hardware of a drone is almost the same. Even the brushless motor does not need to be made by him. The spare fan of the server can be converted into a brushless motor. Because of external pressure, he started a new busy life. Chapter 49: Safety. In the study, Li Shiming wore an eye patch on his eyes, and inside the eye patch was a monitor modified from an LCD screen removed by a fiber optic fusion splicer. 200 meters above the yard, a camouflaged drone is hovering. It was already the 10th day after the cultivator gathering ended, and Jiangdu City was still in a festive atmosphere. These days, Li Shiming has maintained a high degree of vigilance, always observing the surrounding situation to prevent the cultivator from raiding, so he has never even left the city. The monk he was worried about did not appear, but he made the drone. In fact, the software and hardware of the drone have accessories for dismantling the fiber optic fusion splicer and the database in IBM Z15. It is not difficult to make, but the difficulty is the high-precision lens. For a few days, he used an electric arc furnace to make the glass with the best transparency, and after repeated grinding in the computer room space, it met the design requirements. This is still under the control of the micron-level consciousness in the computer room space, otherwise it will take a long time. Fortunately, after gaining experience, other shots after that are much faster. The drone was disguised as a xiaoying when viewed from below. Xiaoying is a unique eagle in Dixia and is highly respected by the Dixia royal family. At least no one attacks xiaoying within the range of Jiangdu. The only pity is that the drone's battery life is a problem. Even if the battery is added, the longest time the drone can stay in the air is only 20 minutes. But Li Shiming doesn't have to worry about his yard being invaded by outsiders. While making the drone, he made 4 camera probes, which are wirelessly connected to the surveillance goggles he wears on his head. The eye patch now shows the drone's perspective, and the 4 smaller windows on the side are the pictures of the 4 camera probes, and can be switched to the main display window at any time. If it weren't for the lack of available chips, he would also like to make more probes. The chips obtained after dismantling the fiber fusion splicer can make these at most. There are two modes for drones in the sky and camera probes on the ground. One is the daytime mode, which relies on high-precision lenses to monitor. The second is the infrared thermal imaging mode at night. The monitoring effect in this mode is better than that in the daytime, because no one can escape the tracking of thermal imaging. Of course, this is mainly because no one knows that there is infrared thermal imaging in the world. Otherwise, it is not difficult to hide one's own thermal energy by means of monks. Li Shiming stretched out his spiritual tentacles and controlled the remote control to retract the drone. Exorcism is used by him to control the remote control the drone, and at the same time practice expelling, killing two birds with one stone. The drone flew in from the window. He removed the drone's battery and replaced it with a backup battery. This time, instead of flying the drone, he put it away. With a fairly complete security system, his restless heart was calmed down. Consciousness entered the computer room space, and after the unknown spiritual plant grafted, he already knew what spiritual plant it was. The grafting was very successful, and the buds pulled out leaves. Although the leaves are small, it can still be seen that this is a tea tree. A spirit tea tree. Li Shiming didn't know what kind of situation the spirit tea tree encountered to be destroyed so badly. If it wasn't for the roots and two branches left, if it wasn't for the grafting technology, if it wasn't for the artificially created sterile environment in the computer room space, if it wasn't for the artificially configured nutrient solution, or if it wasn't for his constant use of the spring breeze of rain, if there are not so many prerequisites, this spirit tea tree has already died. It can be said that saving the spirit tea tree is the perfect combination of the technology of the past life and the magic of this life, and the current spirit tea tree is born. Although the spirit tea tree has grown leaves, there are still too few plants. Li Shiming dare not pick it at all. Only after the spirit tea tree has taken out new branches can he consider picking the spirit tea. He also won't run out of water to fish. The spiritual tea he picks now is only a few tender leaves. How can he feel refreshed by drinking spiritual tea every day in the future? Li Shiming took off the blindfold on his head and put it aside. He took a long breath to stabilize his mind. Due to the fact that he drank spiritual tea at the last meeting, the spiritual power in his body increased a lot, and the number of times he could perform the lightning technique increased by 5 times a day. In 10 days, he practiced drawing the elementary light body talisman nearly 100 times, and he also failed 100 times. However, the experience he summed up made drawing a primary light body amulet infinitely close to success, and from the simplest primary light body amulet made him understand the difficulty of cultivating immortals. With the help of IBM Z15, he can find the reason for every failure, and he has experienced more than 100 failures. How many failures does an ordinary cultivator need to truly complete a primary light body amulet? When Shuling's pen was lifted, it was stained with talisman ink. The talisman ink was not much or not. This was the experience summed up after 4 failures. The spiritual power is gathered in the Shuling pen, and the talisman ink and the spiritual power are fused at the tip of the pen. The nib of the pen landed on the talisman paper, and the true meaning of the convertible sports car was gathered on the nib along with it, and the Shuling pen swiped on the talisman paper with the restraint www.plnobel.com. His expression was focused, and his mind was completely integrated into the talisman. When the tip of the Shuling pen left the talisman paper, the lightweight rune on the talisman paper emitted a strong cyan light, and the cyan light quickly dimmed, and the spiritual power permeating the talisman paper shrank toward the talisman paper. Li Shiming watched the change of the talisman paper, and a small piece of talisman paper solidified the lightning art inside in front of him. There was no mistake, it went well beyond his expectations. I sensed the spiritual power in my body, and I lost the spiritual power to use the lightning technique once. I only used the exorcism technique once today, and the spiritual power in my body is still very rich. With the success just now, he took out a piece of talisman paper again, smeared the talisman with the Shuling pen, and once again drew the primary light body talisman. It was still smooth, the study room lit up with blue light, and the spiritual power was contained in the talisman paper. Didn't you say that the success rate of making talismans is not high? Li Shiming put down the shuling pen in his hand and thought. The other monks and Li Shiming made talismans, both rely on experience, but the two kinds of experience are different. The experience summed up by other monks is a vague experience. They know how to approach success. In the process, if they encounter failure, they will attribute it to the problem of probability. But Li Shiming's experience through IBM Z15 is clear. He knows the root of every mistake, and he has completely avoided the same mistake by experiencing it many times. When the third primary light amulet was successfully drawn, he figured out his success rate. Although I dare not say 100%, the success rate is definitely close to 100%, and the more experience I have accumulated, the higher the success rate of his talisman making. Chapter 50 Find. Since Li Shiming successfully made the first talisman, he started a great career of making talismans out of control. After coming to this world of immortality from a world where everyone is equal, the more he understands this world, the more he feels the threat to security. This threat comes from the lack of firepower, which is the fear in the depths of the soul, and comes from the racial talent of the previous life. If he wants to be immortal, then he doesn't have to worry too much. With his family background and the knowledge he has mastered, he can make achievements whether in officialdom or in any industry. But after learning about the world of immortality, how could he be willing to be ordinary? The talisman allowed him to make up for the shortcomings of his lack of spiritual power and the small number of spells, so for a long time, he spent his daily spiritual power on making talismans. When making the primary Genjin talisman, he succeeded after failing 8 times, and he failed 5 times when making the primary fire bullet talisman. On February 10th, not counting his weapons of war, he only made talismans, 20 primary light body talismans, 30 primary fire bullet talismans, and 30 primary Genjin talismans. 10 primary exorcism charms. The primary light body talisman he made was 20% faster than the captured primary light body talisman, which was considered the most special among the talismans he made. After taking inventory of the talismans, he did not make talismans today. On the one hand, he had enough talismans in his hand. Recently, the talisman making has delayed his cultivation speed, and he consumes too much spiritual power every day. On the other hand, the Spring Festival exam is about to start, and we will enter the examination room on February 15th. He decided to enter the world of immortality, but before he left, he still had to fulfill Yuan Shi's wish. Yuan Shi's biggest wish was Chunwei Middle School and High School. This is also a farewell to the original body. Without the obsession in his emotions, he can better devote himself to cultivation. In order to respect this exam, he started preparing for the exam in the remaining days. The Fang market in the central capital city has been successfully held twice, and the monks from each cultivator family and related interests are very satisfied, and the benefits are also greater because of the safer environment and the increasing number of monks. Among these cultivators, only the Hao family is still investigating the murder of the family cultivator. Fourth, have the results of the investigation been verified? Old cultivator Hao asked in a deep voice. The information in his hands surprised the old cultivator Hao, but it seemed reasonable. Patriarch, I used some favors and obtained information from the royal family. The Hao family cultivator, known as the fourth child, replied in a deep voice. Patriarch, it doesn't matter whether Li Shiming is the murderer or not. If he kills him, do we still need evidence? Another cultivator of the Hao family was obviously anxious. In the world of immortality, there is no need for evidence. As long as you have doubts, you can do it. According to the information, that kid lives in a secluded place, and it seems that there are really some problems. Old cultivator Hao nodded slightly and said. Before attending the meeting, Li Shiming went out of the city to a dwelling every day, but since the meeting, he has not left the city again. The information in hand shows that Prince Shun was burned to death by a strange flame, and many of his confidants were burned together with Prince Shun, including Li Wenfeng. The conflict between Li Wenfeng and Li Wenyuan is very deep, and the death of Li Shiming's mother is related to Li Wenfeng. And Li Shiming was attacked when he arrived in Zhengdu, suspected to be related to Li Wenfeng and Prince Shun. The royal family had suspected Li Shiming, but Li Shiming had a good relationship with Gu Jia, so it was difficult for the royal family to conduct an in-depth investigation on Li Shiming without evidence. The most important thing is that Gu Jia went to the scene where Prince Shun was killed, and confirmed that there was no spiritual power fluctuation at the scene. The scene where the two cultivators of the Hao family were killed was also aflame without spiritual power fluctuations. This similarity made Li Shiming the biggest suspect. Patriarch, although there is Gu Jia in Zhengdu City, killing a cultivator on the second floor of qi refining won't cause too much spiritual fluctuation at all. I can do it alone. Be careful with everything, don't do it if you don't have a chance, take these two escape talismans for convenience. Old cultivator Hao pondered for a moment. It is rare to read at night with the lights on. Li Shiming used this method to calm his mind and return to the state of reading. He lightly took a sip of spiritual water. After this big exam, the hard work that the original body had persisted in for many years would be completely cut off. He was experiencing the last mortal time. A soft sound of hum made him break away from the reading state. He was startled suddenly. It was the eye mask that sounded the alarm. At night, as long as a moving target entered the monitoring range, the eye mask would vibrate slightly. With the five senses connected with IBMZ-15, whether he is sleeping or practicing, the vibration of this point is enough for him to know. He put on the blindfold, and the second camera captured a thermal image of a figure that had just climbed over the courtyard wall. He immediately switched the mode of the camera probe to the normal mode. There are also many lights hanging in the courtyard at night, and that place is illuminated by the lights. However, after switching to normal mode, the place where there should be a shadow is empty. UU reading www.uukansha.com. He switched the mode to infrared thermal imaging again, and this time he saw the thermal imaging figure again. It's a monk. Li Shiming's face was ugly. I didn't expect that after so many days, a cultivator still found him. Only a cultivator has such a means to keep his body in a hidden state and cannot be seen by the naked eye. Of course, this invisibility state is aimed at mortals, and cultivators have corresponding means to break through this invisibility. But this does not include Li Shiming. He just touched the threshold of a monk, and he does not have the abilities that many normal monks have. If it wasn't for the infrared thermal imaging probe, maybe the cultivator could really get close and not know it. Li Shiming touched his waist with his hand and took out 10 primary Gung Jin talismans. The strength of the second level of qi refining can trigger up to 5 talismans at a time. He needed to activate it twice in a row before he could send out the talismans in his hand. The fourth child climbed over the fence, and after entering the courtyard, he knew that the assassination was too easy. This Li Shiming has no cultivator means at all. He didn't mention the defensive array in the courtyard, and he didn't even arrange the warning talismans. The defensive magic circle may be too expensive to buy, but the warning talisman is a must-have talisman outside. Clan cultivators like the fourth one don't need a warning talisman. The family has a defensive magic circle, which is more secure than a warning talisman. But when the cultivator is outside, the only way to ensure that he will not be approached is to arrange a warning talisman. You must know that if the cultivator is unguarded, even mortals may kill the cultivator. The fourth child's eyes swept over, and he sensed the location of the 2 guards on duty at night. He showed a silent cold smile. If he didn't want to disturb Gu Jia, he would directly use his magic weapon to destroy the guard and Li Shiming in the room. Chapter 51 Kill. The fourth child came to the front of the main room and activated the exorcism technique. The hand of spiritual power entered the room and silently opened the door. The whole process was faster than a professional thief, and it was like flowing water. Even his speed was not affected in the slightest, as if someone in the main room happened to open the door for him. With a wave of his hand, the hand of spiritual power stunned the dozing Qin. Qin was sitting on the stool outside the study, and he was about to fall down when his figure was crooked. The hand of spiritual power caught her and lightly placed her on the ground. The fourth child did not attack mortals. This is not because the fourth child has a kind heart, but because he is afraid of Gu Jia and Tianhai sect. Killing mortals by means of spiritual power is still in Jiangdu City, that is, hitting Tianhaizong in the face and Gu Jia in the face. For the sake of the little maid, he didn't want to risk being hunted down by Gu Jia. As for Li Shiming was a cultivator. Killing Li Shiming was just a grudge among cultivators. Tianhaizong wouldn't bother, but Gu Jia might be in trouble. But the Hao family must take revenge. Since the two cultivators of the Hao family were killed and the Hao family has been inactive, the reputation of the Hao family near the central capital has been greatly damaged. Besides, the Hao family also investigated the relationship between Li Shiming and Gu Jia. Gu Jia was interested in the living Li Shiming. If Li Shiming died, even if he was investigated by Gu Jia, he would at most give some blood and give some compensation. The fourth child came to the door of the study, and the hand of spiritual power entered the door again. Contrary to what he expected, Li Shiming was too weak, which gave him new ideas. He was going to use mortal methods to assassinate him, without using any offensive spiritual power, in order to reduce the possibility of being found out by Gu Jia. Exorcism is a special spell. As long as you are careful to make the remaining spiritual power fluctuate very slightly, it will quickly dissipate, leaving almost no traces. Just as the fourth eldest's spiritual hand was pulling the door bolt, he sensed a faint wave of spiritual energy appearing in the study. He was still judging when the spiritual power was fluctuating when the 5 golden needles passed through the wooden door of the study and hit him. The fourth child thought that he used the evasion talisman to hide his figure, but Li Shiming didn't find him. But under the infrared probe, the thermal imaging figure of the fourth child was clearly exposed in Li Shiming's eyes. Just when the fourth child put the piano to the ground, Li Shiming had already mobilized his spiritual power and started to activate the primary Gengjin talisman in his hand. The distance between the study door and Li Shiming was only 4 meters. Li Shiming made the primary Gengjin talisman with metal bullets, which made the Gengjin needle displayed faster. With a mind and no intention, the fourth child did not intend to use his spiritual power, and 5 Gengjin needles were injected into the fourth child's body. The 5 gold needles were shot into his face and heart respectively. He didn't even have the chance to take out the defensive magic weapon from the storage bag. Li Shiming was still not at ease, and another 5 Gengjin needles shot out, hitting the fourth child's vital point again. Li Shiming looked at the weakening heat energy in the thermal imaging, and he knew that he had killed the opponent. Opening the door of the study, he first checked the situation of the piano, and couldn't help but feel relieved. It's not that he doesn't want to save the piano, but he really doesn't have the ability. If he thinks about the piano first, then he and the piano are like monks on the ground. He carried Qin back to her bed and covered her with a quilt. Only then did Li Shiming come to the corpse of the fourth child, and he took off the storage bag from the fourth child's waist. In the storage bag, he saw a familiar low-grade long-sword magic weapon, with the word Hao on the hilt. It was the standard magic weapon of the Hao family cultivator. In addition, in the storage bag, there is also a shield weapon, which is also marked with the word Hao. The rest are some talismans. Li Shiming knows most of them, and there is still a lot of knowledge he needs to learn. There are 238 spirit stones, a jade bottle with spiritual power fluctuations, and 5 medicinal pills of unknown use in the jade bottle. It's the Hao family again. It seems that the Hao family recognizes me. Li Shiming said to himself in a deep voice. He has 2 choices. One is to inform Gu Jia of what happened here, but he is not sure that Gu Jia will offend the Hao family for him. He knew that the Hao family was one of the hosts of Feng Market and provided Gu Jia with a lot of spiritual stones every year. Another option is for him to deal with it and solve this big trouble in his own way. Thinking of this, he activated a primary light body amulet, and the blue light flashed on his legs. He knew where his guards were and how to avoid the guards' eyes. His figure climbed over the courtyard wall and came to the outside of the courtyard. After that, he chose the alley to move forward quickly. Li Shiming was at full speed, and even if he met someone on the road, that person would think he was blinded. Passing through the city at a speed of 120 kilometers per hour, he came under the city wall, stepped on the city wall with both feet, and then jumped out of the city wall with a tap above the city wall. In peacetime, even in the central capital of Dacia, not every part of the city wall was tightly defended. He chose the area with the fewest defending sergeants, which was also the result of his many observations. Leaving Zhengdu City, maintaining the highest speed www.mtlnovel.com and heading towards Hao Xiuxian family. His brain is very clear, the Hao cultivator assassinated him, which is a deadly vengeance. Tonight, the Hao family is probably still waiting for the result of the assassination, and would not expect him to take the initiative to go. Half an hour later, Li Shiming had never run at full speed like this, and he came to the location close to the Hao clan Xiuxian family shown on the map. He released the drone and put on the blindfold. The drone flew into the air, and in his field of vision, he saw the Hao house surrounded by walls. The Hao family occupies a small area, with a circular two-story wooden building built in a circular structure. And in the center of Hao's house is a pool. This architectural form is extremely peculiar, and Li Shiming has never seen such an architectural method. Switch the drone to infrared thermal imaging mode to display a human figure. He counted them, and there were 24 people. Li Shiming didn't change anything. He found a place facing the gate of Hao's house. It was more than 500 meters away from the gate of Hao's house. It was under two big trees, and there were weeds blocking it. He took out a monocular. This monocular has no night vision, infrared and other functions. It is a purely mechanical telescope. However, the highest magnification of this monocular can reach 70 times, which is absolutely extremely high in the telephoto field. Coupled with his extremely stable hand, he can make the best use of the monocular without the need for a tripod. The power of the drone was consuming, and he used thermal imaging to analyze where the remaining 4 monks of the Hao family were. In the building opposite the gate, one of the 4 figures was sitting in the middle of the back of the room, and the other 3 figures were 1 left and 2 right. Li Shiming was 80% sure that these 4 figures were the 4 Hao cultivators. Chapter 52 Hypnotize. Li Shiming recalled the drone and replaced the drone with a new battery. Li Shiming did not release the drone, but waited. According to the information he heard, apart from the monks, the Hao family were either preparatory monks who had not started to cultivate, or they were mortals. These immortal clans settled in the vicinity of the central capital, and there is a certain reason for them to hope that after the emergence of younger generations with talents with spiritual roots, they will be able to join the sect, thus promoting the development of this clan. The mortals who can be here are also direct descendants of the Hao family. In addition to serving the monks, they also have the task of producing offspring for the family. Only the more children born, the more likely there will be children with spiritual roots. Li Shiming waited quietly, he was waiting for an opportunity. The cultivator gathering in the central capital made him know a lot about the world of immortal cultivation. Such a cultivator family must have the protection of the defensive array. With his strength, let alone the cultivators of the Hao family, he could not even break the defensive array. He is very aware of his advantages and has a plan in mind. Every half hour, he would release a drone to check the inside of Hao's house. After a long time, he suddenly regained his spirits. The drone released this time sent back a picture, and he saw a thermal image figure walking towards the gate from the blindfold. Li Shiming took out his pocket watch and saw that the time was 4 o'clock in the morning. He shook his head vigorously to shake off the exhaustion of the night. He looked at the gate of Hao's house through the monocular. The small door beside the gate of Hao's house opened, and a figure walked out of the small door with a lantern and walked to the right. Li Shiming mobilized the nearby topographic map of the aerial photography by the drone. There was a small vegetable garden in the area on the right, and he didn't care at that time. Now it is the vegetable garden that this person wants to go to. With drone surveillance, he also moved towards the vegetable garden. You knew that you bullied me, and when I gave birth to children with spiritual roots, I would return them all. Hao Jin cursed softly as he walked. Also, as a direct descendant of the Hao family, Hao Jin is responsible for the heaviest work, so it is inevitable that there will be complaints. He had to cook 3 meals a day for the Hao clansmen. The most uncomfortable thing for him was that these clansmen did not include monks. The monks ate spiritual food, and he did not make spiritual food. And the Hao family is a cultivator family. There are too many secrets, so no servants are hired, and everything is done by the mortals of the family. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. A sharp sword was pressed against the back of Hao Jin's neck, and a hoarse voice came at the same time. Hao Jin was stunned for a moment, not daring to move at all. After dealing with the monks for a long time, I forgot Shueyang long ago. I'm the Hao family, and my eldest grandfather is a monk on the 6th floor of Qi refining. Hao Jin did not dare to make too much noise, for fear of being stabbed to death by the opponent's sword, he said weakly. Don't do stupid things, I don't want to hurt you, as long as you do something for me. Li Shiming said in a low voice. Hao Jin hurriedly nodded, and because the nodding made the sword behind his neck sting, he was too frightened to move. Before helping me, take this pill. Li Shiming continued to order. A black pill was delivered to Hao Jin's head. Hao Jin took the pill and swallowed it under the force of a sharp sword. The pill you take is called Sanri Duanhuan pill. If you don't take the antidote within 3 days, your whole body will rot and die in 3 days. As long as you are obedient, I will give you the antidote. Li Shiming saw him swallowing the pill. Xin Sheng said. He is learning and applying it. This set is what the chief dart head of Wan uses to deal with him, but it is not bad for dealing with mortals. Even the 3-day broken soul pill is the one that Chief Dart Wan uses. Hao Jin was not shocked by the name Sanri Duanhunwen, but he knew that he didn't need to die immediately, but he let go. As a mortal in the Xiuxian family, he knows the methods of monks. No matter how powerful the poison is, the monks have a way to remove it. Turn your head around and look at the thing in my hand. Li Shiming commanded in a deep voice. Hao Jin turned his head carefully and saw a man in black with a strange mask covering his face, and when he saw the long sword in the man's hand, he didn't have the slightest idea of resistance. Although he is a mortal, his vision is not weak, and he can see that the long sword is a magic weapon. No matter how bad the magic weapon is, the user is a monk. He has a deep understanding of the huge gap between mortals and monks. His eyes fell on the item in Li Shiming's hand, which was a flat round object hung by a metal chain. At this moment, the oblate object was swaying from side to side, and his eyes swayed along with it involuntarily. Li Shiming used hypnotism for the first time, but his theoretical foundation was unparalleled. After he made a pocket watch, he looked up the method of using pocket watch hypnosis by the way. With his learning ability, he can master the theory in a short period of time. Hao Jin was bullied in Hao's family, and she was a mortal who lived with the monks. She had many flaws in her personality and psychology. Of course, people in this world have no research on psychology, and no one will know this. But whether you know it or not, www.novel.com, this kind of personality and psychological defect has become a gap for hypnotism to open up the defense line of the soul. Hao Jin's eyes gradually became confused, and the whole person seemed to be asleep. After 20 breaths, you will forget that you met me. You secretly prepared good wine on the ground, and you won't disturb anyone to bring the wine in. Li Shiming's voice was like the temptation of hell, like the whisper of a demon. Then, he put down 4 1-meter-high jars and a pole on the ground, and his figure disappeared back into the darkness. Hao Jin stood there for 20 breaths, then was startled and looked excited when he saw the jar on the ground. He took the pole, lifted the 2 jars, and walked towards Hao's family. Due to being hypnotized, his strength became extremely large, and he carried the two huge jars with ease. Li Shiming was already far away at this time. He didn't stop until he thought it was safe, and then took out the monocular to observe Hao Jin's actions. Every time the jar swayed up and down, Li Shiming was terrified, for fear that something would happen ahead of time. Hao Jin came to the small door, a faint white light flashed past. The small door had not been closed before. He carried the burden and entered the small door. The Hao family's defensive circle has identity detection, and it is impossible for outsiders to enter. Hao Jin put down two jars on the porch of the kitchen, then turned around and walked out the small door, continuing to pick out the other two jars. Li Shiming took out his pocket watch, checked the time, then took out a huge dough cake made of starlife material and covered himself. He activated another primary animal repelling talisman, giving birth to a hand of spiritual power to cover the huge pancake with soil with weeds. His entire body was buried in the soil, and the drone was taken back by him. Chapter 53 Destroy. What is Hao Jin doing? When Hao Jin sent the third, fourth, and two jars into the yard, the old cultivator Hao also sensed his movements and asked impatiently. Old cultivator Hao was in a very bad mood. The fourth child had been there for one night. According to normal circumstances, he should have completed the task and returned. But until now, there is no news at all. At this time, he felt that Hao Jin was disturbing him inexplicably, and of course he turned his irritability to Hao Jin. He didn't think that Hao Jin was doing something harmful to the family. He still trusted the loyalty of the clan. I'll go and reprimand him, a cultivator below said in a deep voice. The monk stood up. The room they were in was on the second floor. He came to the railing and looked at Hao Jin below. At this time, Hao Jin had completed the work that Li Shiming had given him. This is because Li Shiming's hypnotism was not at home, and because Hao Jin's will was too weak. Li Shiming's forced hypnosis affected Hao Jin's brain. The cultivator of the Hao family noticed something was wrong, so he turned down from the second floor and came to Hao Jin's side. Hao Jin, what's in these jars? He asked with a frown when he saw the four large jars beside Hao Jin. What kind of jar? Hao Jin twisted his neck in a strange posture, looked at the Hao family cultivator and asked back. When the Hao cultivator was about to inspect the jars himself, he saw a burning sound coming from one of the jars. With a loud boom, a jar suddenly exploded, and the terrifying impact made Hao Jin and the Hao family cultivator the closest to be hit first. Whether it was a mortal Hao Jin or a monk on the third level of qi refining, they were enveloped by the scorching flames without the slightest resistance. The explosion was not a one-off. After the first jar exploded, the other three jars were detonated. The first shock wave swept across the entire Hao family. Outside the Hao family circular building, a glowing semicircular shield appeared to block the first shock wave. This is the first time that Li Shiming has seen the defensive formation appear in person. He has a sense of seeing the world of science fiction. Just like the energy shield only found in sci-fi blockbusters, it appears in the ancient world, and this is the world of immortals. The defensive array did not save the Hao family, but instead increased the power of the explosion. After the first shock wave was blocked by the defensive array around the Hao family, it rebounded and charged inward. But the shock waves of the second, third, and fourth explosions spread outward, and they collided inside the Hao family building, causing even more destructive force. The high temperature of thousands of degrees, the explosive force that destroyed everything, collided in the opposite space. In the end, the defensive circle could no longer resist an explosion of this scale. The semicircular shield turned into a little starlight, and the bound flames spread out. In fact, the Hao family defense magic array restrained the explosion for only one breath, but this breath was enough to cause a destructive power far beyond the initial explosion. Li Shiming used hypnotism to get Hao Jin to bring nitroglycerin into Hao's house. The more than 200 kilograms of nitroglycerin was all the stock he made after he came to Zhongdu. For the Hao family, he took out all the nitroglycerin. A terrifying shock wave swept over his head. He was 500 meters away from Hao's house. Even though he was well protected, he still felt his heart skip a beat. After the explosion was over, he climbed out of the soil. Instead of going to Hao's house to check, he released the drone. Through the blindfold, the Hao family appeared in front of his eyes. The original circular building had disappeared at this time, and a few embers illuminated the tragic scene in the dark. The drone is in the air, and you can see the entire Hao family. The Hao family is not too big, and even the surrounding area of the Hao family is within the observation range of the drone. Li Shiming stood there and waited for about half an hour. The drone was replaced by a battery. At this time, the sky was slightly white. He just turned on the infrared mode of the drone. After such a long time, there was no strong heat source at the explosion site. Although there are still some effects that affect infrared thermal imaging, if there is life, it can still be found through thermal imaging. The drone dropped some heights and went back and forth among the ruins several times, but in the end it didn't find anything. Li Shiming only approached the ruins of Hao's house. After connecting the IBM Z15, his five senses became the scanning device of the IBM Z15. He first found 3 corpses, not far from where the 4 Hao cultivators he had observed earlier were located. It seems that the mortals of the Hao family are separated from the cultivators. There are no mortals in the area where the cultivators of the Hao family are located. The 3 corpses were charred all over their bodies and concentrated at the shield of the defensive magic circle. It could be seen that the 3 monks were killed without any resistance in the explosion. Li Shiming found 3 storage bags with slightly charred surfaces from the 3 corpses, tried them out, and the 3 storage bags were still usable. But the body of the 4th monk could not be found. No body could be found. It was extremely difficult to find a small storage bag in the ruins. Li Shiming, who was looking for it, saw that in the center of the original house circular building, there were several burnt plants. When he came to the plant, he felt a trace of spiritual energy flowing out of the ground. This is the spiritual vein? He thought of the spiritual vein he mentioned when he chatted with Fanny Yang, which was very similar to the phenomenon here. The spiritual energy flowing out of the spiritual veins is similar to his spiritual gathering plate. However, this does not mean that the concentration of spiritual energy in the spirit gathering plate is fixed. The spirit gathering plate effect Li Shiming felt was in a secular city. If the spirit gathering plate is used where there are spiritual veins, its effect will be much stronger. Li Shiming felt the spiritual energy, but felt a pity in his heart. Although he was jealous of the spiritual meridian, with his ability, he was unable to control the spiritual meridian. Even if he tried to conceal the spiritual meridian, he couldn't do it, let alone remove the spiritual meridian. Suppressing the greed in his heart, he observed the plants here. He called up the previous video of the drone. Compared with the previous video, it should have been the pool water, but he didn't see any plants. In other words, the Hao family hid the plants, even covering them with the spiritual veins. He peeled off the soil, and when he scraped off the soil affected by the explosion, the soil he started was full of spiritual energy. This is the spiritual land of Lingtian. Even if he had never seen the spiritual land, he still recognized the spiritual land. He dug out the spiritual soil with his hands without any image and put it into the storage bag. The spiritual soil is made of a lot of spiritual materials, which consumes a lot, far from what he can support at present. The spiritual soil here is very thick. In the process of digging the spiritual soil, he also dug out a bamboo root. The bamboo root was also affected by the explosion, and all the upper parts were destroyed, but this is the bamboo root. Even if only a little taproot is left, it can be revived. Chapter 54 Inventory. Still returning from the original road, this time Li Shiming used the drone in the sky to carefully avoid pedestrians. Most of the residents of Zhengdu only get up, and there are not many pedestrians on the street. He chose a relatively remote road again, and it was already 7 o'clock in the morning when he got home. "Master, when did you get up?" He didn't alert the guards, but when he entered the main room, he met Qin's bright eyes. Thinking about it too, at this time, the pianist had already got up to prepare things for him to wash. I woke up early today and did some activities in the courtyard. Li Shiming's clothes were changed into normal clothes after entering the city. He waved his hands and replied. Qin didn't think too much, and went to prepare briskly. Li Shiming felt the joy of playing the qin, and the influence of the killing at night disappeared unknowingly, and a smile appeared on his face. After washing up, he came to the study. Everyone in the courtyard knew that he was going to take the big exam, so everyone in the courtyard was very quiet, and they stayed away from the study for anything, just to give him the best reading environment. Li Shiming put the 3 storage bags in front of him and looked at the 3 storage bags. He knew that the troubles of the Hao family were over. He didn't want this, but unless the Hao family was removed, he would have no peace. When the Hao family sent a monk to assassinate him, he and the Hao family were in an endless battle. 2 of the 3 storage bags are of the same model, and the other is slightly different. He first opened a storage bag of the same model, just like the storage bag of the Hao family cultivator obtained earlier, a low-grade long sword, more than 100 spiritual stones, and dozens of various talismans. Slightly disappointed, he opened another storage bag of the same model. This time, he added a rune pen and some rune ink. He thought that the owner of this storage bag should be a rune maker. He looked at the last storage bag, which was also the storage bag he hoped for the most. This storage bag should be the storage bag of the old cultivator of the Hao family on the 6th floor of qi refining. He is also the patriarch of the Hao family. Sure enough, spiritual power entered the storage bag, and he immediately noticed the difference in this storage bag. In the past, the storage bags he obtained were all 1 cubic space, and the storage bag in his hand had 5 cubic spaces. Most of the 5 cubic spaces are filled with various items. A medium-grade long sword, and a middle-grade shield, which seemed to be used by the old cultivator of the Hao family. These 2 instruments were both medium-grade instruments, which were extremely rare among loose cultivators. There are 5 porcelain vases, each with 10 medicinal pills. Unfortunately, Li Shiming still does not know what medicinal herbs are used for. There were 5 large wooden boxes. When the boxes were opened, they were full of talisman papers, a stack of hundreds of them. One box contained 100 stacks of talisman papers. These were 500 stacks of talisman papers. The Hao family sells talisman paper, and these talisman papers should be in stock. 10 cloth bags. This cloth bag is the favorite place for loose cultivators to hold spirit stones. Sure enough, each cloth bag contains 100 spirit stones, and there are 1,000 spirit stones here. There were 5 jade boxes. When he opened the jade boxes, he saw that there were elixir with spiritual energy fluctuations inside. The jade box is drawn with special runes, so that the elixir in the jade box is not lost. It was Li Shiming's first contact with elixir. He only knew that elixir could be used for alchemy, and he didn't know the rest. Finally, there are some books. In these books, in addition to the spells he has already learned, he has also seen spells such as Fireball, Rejuvenation, Hide, Earth Armor, and Frozen Arrow. Books. He casually opened a book of Fireball technique, which contained details on how to perform the Fireball technique, as well as a description of the true meaning. The description of the true meaning of the Fireball technique is not as clear as he imagined, but the artistic conception described in extremely mysterious language. Li Shiming didn't know what other cultivators were doing. After seeing this true description, some of them were just at a loss. He didn't understand why something that could be very simple had to be so complicated, which made learning spells a lot more difficult. In fact, he still didn't have a deep understanding of the world. For any cultivator, the true meaning is something mysterious and mysterious. The cultivator who has understood the true meaning will naturally add his own imagination and emotions when describing it. In this way, from generation to generation, the world of cultivating immortals has formed a normative thing. And Li Shiming is special. When he first learned spells, there was no description of the true meaning in the spellbook. His understanding of the true meaning was completely virtualized through IBM Z15 and realized through the substitution of his five senses. Even if he was asked to describe the true meaning in plain language, other monks would not be able to have his feelings when they saw it. Unless he can introduce the true meaning virtualized by IBM Z15 into the five senses of other cultivators, he will be able to comprehend the true meaning as easily as he does. Putting a few spellbooks aside, he picked up another book, Changchun Gong. This is a qi refining period practice method, which is a practice method of Mu Lingzhen. After reading Changchun Gong, he always felt that Changchun Gong was a bit too simple compared to the 5 elements breathing technique he practiced himself. This is just his opinion. With his knowledge, Yu reading www.uukanshu.com does not know the right or wrong of this feeling. Finally, there is a book, Hao's Fu Biography, which is the inheritance of the Hao family's talismans. After reading The Legend of Hao's Family, he understood what the bamboo root was. It was a kind of spiritual bamboo called Fu Lingzhu, and the Hao family's inheritance depended on Fu Lingzhu. Apart from bamboo shoots, which are spiritual food, the bamboo itself has little use value. Instead, bamboo leaves are the natural raw material for talisman paper. In Hao's talismanship, there is a method unique to the Hao family, which can make the bamboo leaves of Fuling bamboo into a talisman paper, and an average of 2 bamboo leaves can be made into a talisman paper. With the Ling bamboo, the Hao family can sell the talisman paper while consuming the talisman paper to cultivate their own talisman maker. Hao's talisman biography recorded more knowledge about making talismans than he had obtained from the Compendium of Runes and the notes of the cultivator of the Hao family. He also knew how the cultivator of the Hao family who assassinated him was invisible.